tag back the first question you gave to the colleague here, Frank. So I think all the industry needs driven by the government policy. In China, before we have like a 5 years plan and then sustainable target for 20 years, no change. Then this boosts the industry for innovation, for the also electric car become the number one, very strong. And then also battery storage, also all the industry guided by the renewable energy is very strong. Then I think the Saudi 2030 vision is so powerful. Then give the country very clear guideline, and then for storage and the clean energy, less depend on the oil and the innovation. So all this one actually boosts the industry to grow. And then this now, this is the foundation. I think the European, we lack of this strong vision for the sustainable vision, 30 year, 20 year did not change, then boost all the innovation here. Then back to your question, when the conflict came, then I think like a bad and a plus for us, for our own business, because it's a wake-up call for the people, saying you can, now electric car actually is more sustainable, and also battery storage is more reliable because it's a local economy and the local industry here. So then make people, our business is being increased in the past 2 months because changing people's education. But then also this geopolitical stuff also bring a lot of conflict for the global supply chain and the logistics. The shipping costs being 5 times more. We are delayed. Every stuff is like 2 months, like a deliver being delayed. So this make people more think about localization. So every region we need to invest more to put the manufacturing capability and also put the also battery storage and with AI data center were driven also the whole industry to run up. So if you blend everything together, ignore the conflict short term and ignore the short term political like a trade like this everything trade protection never can protect. I think for the country boost innovation and the sustainable future need a sustainable vision. Yeah.
And think in the long term, actually, and that's what we heard from His Excellency Yasser Al Rumayyan. You know, Saudi doesn't think in short term; you think in decades, and super important to bring that in. Anthony, I want to get a sense from you, and I want to sort of wrap up what we're seeing on the global conflict, geoeconomic and geopolitical side of things. I think markets have been very distracted with all the headlines. It's been extremely volatile. Do you think there's a sense of calm that might be following now from this, depending on what happens on Friday, right? I mean, it's all sort of up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, look, firstly, I'd say congratulations to the FII Institute, incredible group that's been convened here. It's a pleasure to join. I'd echo the comments from other people on the panel, by the way. I think events in the last 24 hours are welcome. You know, we are all in this room to varying degrees in the business of benefiting from higher levels of risk appetite. And largely speaking, risk appetite is correlated with stability and visibility. And while I think most of the world has become actually incredibly resilient against the backdrop of this volatility, there's no question that it is hard for business leaders and for all of us to make capital investment decisions and other big decisions against the backdrop of a volatile environment. And so I think hopefully this augurs very well for more stability, more visibility, and that will enable us to do what we all want to do. And this is the exciting moment for the world. By the way, the exciting moment for Europe right now, which is we are really still on the cusp of what we think is an incredible investment supercycle, driven by what's going on with AI, driven by the need for enormous infrastructure spend, enormous need for new power generation to drive this. I'm sure we'll talk about it in a bit, but I think the capacity for that appetite and that demand for investment to drive economic growth and prosperity, and the degree to which that has in the last few months, notwithstanding the volatility, provided a backdrop for economic prosperity is not to be underestimated.
So you just said that we're on the cusp of an investment supercycle here in Europe right now. And you're always saying we shouldn't default to sort of a pessimistic view of Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do a bit of a stress test on where everyone here in the panel believes Europe stands right now. The theme is Europe at an inflection point, and we look at the metrics and we sort of worry bringing ambition into reality and execution. So very frankly, I'm going to ask you this. I mean, is Europe at an inflection point? And some have said it's perhaps on a cliff's edge. Too pessimistic for you?
Look, we continue to be optimists on Europe. I would tell you, if you step back and you look at Europe, Europe is give or take 10% of the global population, 15% of global GDP. If Europe acts that way, with that power, it can be an incredibly meaningful force, right? We all know that Europe's challenge is it's been operating as 27 member states rather than as a European Union. And the good news is that we are seeing, we think, more of a galvanization of Europe to operate in that capacity. And all I would say, and we can talk more about it, is if we see that, there'll be huge benefits for Europe. And I would just say, we are starting to see that. We're starting to see that in terms of the governance mechanisms. It's early days. We're starting to see it in some of the reduction in regulatory burden. There's a lot more work to do, but that's the opportunity that Europe can present itself with.
Okay, Stella, answer to that question. Inflection point or Europe at cliff's edge?
I think Europe so far, for everybody, is more conservative. Sometimes running the business is very challenging. The regulation is 100 years, then did not even change for today's regulation. So then, then it's also, I think everything add, especially in the future, in our view, is like a renewable energy, battery storage, and AI technology, data center. All this kind of new generation of the workforce should be focused here. So, but the message in Europe is not strong. How do you convert the old, like a traditional industry to the new innovative industry? Then give young generation a lot of opportunity to have a creative company. You need to boost the economy. This back to the difference I smell. Like if I go to Saudi, everybody driven by 2030 vision. You find the autonomous driving company all go there. They attract the best company go there, then they will automatically boost the local economy here. So, but we miss a little bit this kind of energy, excitement in Europe here.
Okay, so legacy systems, 100-year-old regulation, not thinking ahead. Stella, that was a really good sort of summary. Andrea?
I think inflection points. Obviously, I'm European, so I must be optimistic. I do think that there is more of a debate on action than there has been ever.
Yeah.
I guess European institutions are engaging actively into trying to drive the debate and fundamentally bring from funding to execution. So yes, inflection point. We just need to all help break the latest resistance or the last resistance that there is, and then Europe has a great opportunity in front of it.
No.
Look, I definitely think it's an inflection point. It's nowhere near a cliff edge. You got to remember, Europe is, what, a 20 trillion GDP. The EU is a 20 trillion GDP market. The US, 30 trillion, China, 19 trillion. So it's a huge market. It has a heritage and history in the industrial landscape of the world that is not going to evaporate overnight. But I do think it's an inflection point. And let me give you a few stats. 85% of US private research and development goes into high-tech sectors. In Europe, 50% of R&D goes into traditional industry. That's an inflection point. The total R&D investment in Europe, 403 billion, US 780 billion. China files 1.8 million patents in 2024, US 600,000, Europe 200,000. Venture capital funding, Europe 52 billion, US 138 billion. Most of the US venture capital goes into high-tech sectors, not the same with European venture capital. That for me is the definition of an inflection point. The world is changing. Now, I'm not a politician, and I never will be, never can be. I don't have the skill set to be a politician. But I look at strategy and vision, and Europe has a tremendous vision. It has great strategies. but it lacks ability to execute. And
The numbers you just gave shows that Europe is falling behind
yes,
by a large margin.
those stats say that. And I think we all intuitively feel it. And it's falling behind, but it has tremendous capabilities and ability to recover. But like any vision, it needs clear and unified strategies, not one strategy, not interest rate alone, not defense alone. It's a multitude of strategies to make that vision become a reality. And we all know that. We've said that for many times on panels. But what it also needs is agility. And the markets that are attracting investment at the moment, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, China, other parts of the world, they're attracting it because a good idea can get executed fast and well. And I'm going to give one stat of my time in China. When I used to run HSBC, and I used to have responsibility of the trade finance business, if Beijing made a policy decision on trade or infrastructure investment, I would see that within about 3 months in the import and export financing we were doing into and out of China. That's how quick a policy decision could transmit into an economic reality. Very few markets in the world can make that happen. I would see more importation of aggregate, more raw material being ordered within 3 months of a policy decision being taken. That is agility. Europe doesn't possess that agility at the moment.
Yeah, is it because of regulation? Is that what's holding Europe back? Andrea?
I think regulation is an element. And
Is it slowing everything down, to Noel's point?
I think regulation is just an element, and but I do believe it's we need to go back to political will to change things. Regulation is heavy. It is heavier than anywhere else. Some of it is necessary. Some of it has completely swung the other way. There are more than I was reading something that more than 25% of European companies have more than 10% of their headcount involved in compliance and dealing with regulation. Imagine the bureaucratic toll this is taking. So regulation is an issue. But regulation is an issue this way because there is no political will to change it. If there is the political will, we can go back more in the middle and we can progress a lot more. So I do think it's a question that we need to ask ourselves. You were saying Europe was falling behind. If you take 2011, Europe had the same GDP as the United States. And we were about 21% of global GDP, so were the United States. Today, the United States are 25. We have fallen to 17, and China has moved from 10 to 17. The income per capita, or GDP per capita of Europeans is half the US. And Italy, a G7 country, has a lower GDP per capita than Mississippi. So the not taking decision to harness growth, to create opportunity, to finance transformation on the excuse that it is threatening sovereignty of each single state, while instead what is threatening sovereignty is not taking those decisions, has already taken a toll. Now, I think that with modern technology, what's happening with the volatility in the world, with AI, there is an opportunity to leap back. But in order to take that opportunity, we need to take decision and execute them quickly.
Yeah. So, Anthony, you were just saying that we're on the cusp of an investment supercycle here in Europe. Based on some of the metrics that we heard, the numbers clearly falling behind the regulatory environment that is perhaps, a bit too old for, what we're trying to achieve in the future. Why do you have this diagnosis that you believe money is going to be flowing in? What's changing in your mind that you're seeing these trends?
Well, I mean, look, I'd say a few things. I mean, the first one we all have to keep remembering, which is consistent with what Andrea and Noel were saying, is the world has changed also in terms of the mobility of capital and people. I see this at Goldman Sachs every day. We will move capital and people to wherever the environment is most accommodative and where our clients are. And by the way, the Middle East is a perfect example of that. The amount of capital and people we've been moving into Riyadh and into the Gulf more generally in the last 3 or 4 years as a function of that being an incredibly receptive environment for business. And those people are moving there not just to do business in the region, but to do business in the region, outside the region, if you see what I mean. So, and we have to be mindful of that. By the way, Europe's opportunity is also its threat. There's no lack of entrepreneurialism, of innovation, of great thought leadership in Europe. It's just that when it emerges, it's not staying in Europe. It's traveling to the US and elsewhere because it travels to the places where capital is available and where there's lower regulation, there's higher risk appetite. But I also go back to this vein of optimism because I think it's a healthy way for us to lead these debates. We still have a huge amount of that sitting in this part of the world. You heard it from Richard in his introduction. The universities, the education system, the technology, the innovation, it's all here. And what we're starting to see, which gives me more confidence, is a significant increase in the level of investment. We've seen capex to sales ratios reach 10-year highs now in Europe, having been at very low points. We're seeing an enormous demand in AI and data center infrastructure. With that will come an enormous need for new power generation and for electrification. And we also see significant further fiscal stimulus coming out of places like Germany, which will also be a very good tailwind for the economy here. So, look, we have to, what my colleagues on this panel have been talking about, we have to keep pushing for deregulation. We have to create more of a level playing field, because if we don't, capital will flow to the east and will flow to the west, and it will leave this part of the world. But if we do, there's an enormous opportunity for all of us in this room.
Stella, let's bring you in here. What is going to allow you create the right environment for deployment of long-term capital in Europe? You already have operations in Hungary, and I'm wondering, from an industrialization perspective, an industry perspective, is there something that's prohibiting you from investing further? Or is this it? What are your plans?
So actually, for us, we already invest in Hungary. Then we build a large facility there. It's not only put the car assembling, but including the component assembling. Now we're eagerly looking for the second manufacturing here. But when we find where the best location to produce car, the number one figure is electricity cost. So one thing is in Europe, if you do the map, then you'll find a lot of countries, the electricity cost is so high. In Germany, like 20 to 40 cents, like a euro cent. And then in like a UK, it's like 20, maybe peak hour will be 40, 60. So then this will kill the industry. Even you go to Saudi, UAE, the electricity cost is 6 cents. So that's for the manufacturer, electricity cost is number one figure. So, but in Europe, we have a lot of technology, battery storage can help the industry to really reduce the cost for electricity. Then this is very important for future industry. Then the second point, we're looking for the labor cost and then the regulation. So you are thinking about a lot of country, the labor law is so restrict, it's really just a kill the business. So to run the business operating there will be disaster. Because we don't mind to pay good wage, good salary, taking care of the employee, but you cannot really encourage them to strike or maybe damage the company. Production run, and then everything is, every single matter will kill the facility. This is become like we're very hesitant to find you have freedom to choose the manufacturer without this point, then I'm going to build a large facility in some like a very important market here. But then it's so expensive. We're going to.
So let me ask you this. I mean, do you want to invest more? But when you do that mass, it doesn't make sense.
No. We found some country, like Spain is our like a funnel list. And then Italy is in our like a top 3 funnel list too. Okay. But then you will find out it will be more shifting maybe to the Eastern Europe. And then Eastern Europe is a super competitive, but not the biggest market. And then in the South Europe, then there's chance. So this is something we're working in the detail. But like now Spain, Italy are in our top funnel list.
Very good point. And I mean, it's about ensuring that Europe remains competitive in this changing world. Andrea, it's been fascinating watching what's happening with Commerzbank, some of the pushback specifically from the regulators, the company itself. You've been talking about scaling businesses for a very long time and creating European champions. Your experience now with Commerzbank, what is your assessment of the appetite to think pan-European as opposed to just from a national lens?
I think the key issues that we have, and I would sum it in this way, we were talking to some of our technology partners, which are obviously American, and they were mentioning that Europe is very keen to be more sovereign and therefore has its own cloud technology, artificial intelligence, data centers, independence on payment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then when the meeting is over, every single country says, yes, but they need to be in my country and controlled by my country. What we are missing the point here is that Europe needs to put to common denominator its infrastructure. And what is that? That is banks, that is capital markets, that is defense, that is energy, that is technology. If we do not put that into common denominator, we cannot afford to build something that is competitive worldwide. Then we can be very, very, very different in each one of the countries. We always talk about Europe and the antagonism between each one of the countries, and we're very different among ourselves. And what I remind people is that, so I'm Italian, I was born in Rome, I now work in Milan. For me, it's difficult because when they ask me what's good about Milan, I say the train to Rome. But so we are all like that. And if you look at, I don't know, the state of Hessen in Germany or the state of Bavaria in Germany, identical. So we are very diverse and we are very proud to be diverse. But instead of using that to improve, we use that to fragment, to balkanize, and to say it is better to control something that does not work than share something that is greater. And I think this is the problem we have. And you
think
can
like
see
politics
across
gets in the
board.
way? Politics gets in the way.
Sorry?
Politics gets in the way.
I think it's the interpretation of the consequences of putting things to common denominator. It's either scary or it feels that there is a loss of sovereignty. But if you look at, let's take some facts. If you look at the German banking market, it is a market in Europe which has the lowest, where customers are the least satisfied. 27% of Germans don't like the services that banks give. It is the market that has the highest penetration of fintechs. It is the market that where American banks are gaining the most market share from the top down. So why is that? Fragmentation. We don't have scale, we don't have investment. And I say we because HVB has been in Germany for 20 years. And at the moment, it's resurfacing because thanks to a bigger group, we're investing in technology, we're investing in AI, we're relaunching. So I think what we're missing is that in order to protect what's small, to keep it ours, we're letting all of the threat from the global economy, from other competitors enter in.
Okay, no, I want you to jump in here. There's so much going on. I mean, we spoke about fragmentation within the European market. You gave us some really important numbers to sort of think about. If we want to see scale, because that's the only way to really sort of get back in the race in a very meaningful and significant way, what would you say the tough decisions that Europe needs to make in the next 5 years?
I'm going to give you two responses to that. First, look, the world is also at an inflection point. The world is retooling for a whole new technological wave. The world is rebalancing because of some of the geopolitical and resilience issues that have emerged over the past 5 years, and particularly recently. So supply chains are changing. So I think there's a huge opportunity for Europe to seize the moment on technological innovation, retooling of industries and reshaping of industries and reshaping of supply chains. But it's happening now, it's real now. So then I come to my second comment. Look, I'm going to liken it to running a global bank. And if you go back maybe 20 decades ago, we were a global bank that was a holding company. It was an investment company running a federation of domestic banks. And there were few synergies available. And everything was decided locally. And we took a decision that we were going to be a global operating bank, where things were coordinated, systems were shared, products were shared, decisions were coordinated globally. That is a painful transition that took us, and still been working on it, over 20 years. But what it means is you've got to have a mindset shift from just a global vision to a global operating company, as opposed to a global holding company of a federation of banks. And I think that's what Andrea is talking about, in that in Europe, there is a global holding company, it's called the European Commission.
Yeah.
But is the European Commission implementing a set of coordinated actions that creates a unified body that has agility and definition, where the outside investment community can say, I know how I can operate in that market, and I can operate efficiently across the trade bloc. And I think that's the gap. And I would, but I understand the politics of making that happen. I experienced the same politics in the organization I was in. There is challenges in shifting your execution model to align to the new vision. And I think that shift needs to happen at a greater pace.
Yeah. I mean, it's true. And look, Europe has done the hard work in terms of creating a single market. Harmonization across the board is not that easy on every single front. But in order to stay ahead, that's going to happen. From a capital markets perspective, I was reading up on some of what IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva was saying, and saying Europe needs to toughen up. And also that a lot of the companies that list here in Europe are basically half the size in terms of market capitalization relative to the United States. In your mind, to scale, to get big, to sort of unlock that potential, what sectors are you looking at? What do you think needs to happen from what does corporate Europe need?
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me touch on, this is obviously dear to our heart at Goldman Sachs, because of our focus, in particular on our, global investment banking business. I'd say a few things. The first thing to say is there's no question, as you've heard from everyone at this panel, we're at a point in time where scale is critical. It's critical to drive AI. It's critical to have the level of financial wherewithal to invest in the infrastructure to support that AI. By the way, the capital markets are rewarding scale. We think we're operating in an environment which is really a sort of winner-take-most environment, and you see when big deals are getting done, largely speaking, the capital markets are rewarding that scale. And we're also in a market where the interest from investors is increasing on bigger and bigger opportunities to deploy capital. So there's no question scale is really critical right now in the market. I think the good news in that regard for Europe is, while there'll be idiosyncrasies in any particular situation, we are doing more work at creating pan-European champions. I made this point before about Europe needing to operate as Europe, not as 27 member states. If we're going to compete with phenomenal companies like BYD, we have to create pan-European champions in every sector. And I tell you right now, the investment banking business, the M&A business in Europe, is up about 60%. And that is largely being driven by cross-border consolidation. So that tells you that European corporates are starting to operate that way. By the way, if you also want to strike another vein of optimism, I seem to be the optimist on the panel, but I tell you, in the last few weeks, we've started to see a lot of outbound European corporate activity into the East and into the West. If you look at Santander acquiring Webster Financial in the US, you look here in Italy at Angelini buying this big pharma business in the US. GSK announced last week a $10 billion acquisition of a business called Nuvalent in the US. These are big European leaders who've got ambition to grow into being global leaders so they can compete. So the answer to your question is we need ambition. We need that ambition to be backed by easier regulation and by support. And on the capital markets side, we need capital markets harmonization. We need this investment and savings union that we've been talking about for a long time.
So, we've almost run out of time, but I'm going to do a quick fire question to every single one of you. And I think, Anthony, you've put it very, interestingly in terms of being the optimist. And obviously, we need to have a big dose of optimism in order to achieve our ambitions, generally as mankind. In, say, 5-10 years from now, Anthony, do you believe that we're going to look back at this moment where, there was a mobilization, galvanization within Europe to reach its full potential? Or do you believe that, this is a moment where we might actually say this started the decline in Europe? Very quickly.
Yes, I think we will look back on this and say we did the right thing, because I think if you're a student of history, history suggests that Europe at these moments tends to move in the right direction, more slowly than it should, but it does.
Stella.
Yeah, I think in Europe we are investing heavily for the R&D, autonomous driving, and also building facility here. We trust the industry. Then with all the company like us, engineer company here, will help boost all the innovation here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it will be better in 5 years, but it will not reach its full potential in 5 years. The amount of change takes longer than 5 years, but it will be better in 5 years.
So Europe is going to be not just, it's going to be a third pole country. It is not going to be an observer and, on the sidelines in the new global world order, however it eventually lands and, ends up looking. Yeah?
Good note to end.
Good. Okay, fantastic.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for my fantastic board of change makers. Thank you so much for your insights. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, Stella. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I think that the fact that social media has enabled tribalism and misinformation was not in the plan. That's not what we designed, but it happened, and now we have to address it.
I would not put my money on this being a short-term phenomena. I think we are going to see more disruption, more disintermediation, but sometimes disruption is a good thing.
What we've seen is revolutions when economic disparity gets too wide. And I think every CEO has to be a participant in the discussion.
You have to not forget that what is worth defending in Europe is not just the physical territory, but is the soul of Europe, which is practically the soul of the world.
The unilateral leading of U.S. globalization is over. However, we are finding this new dynamic. What power?
Are we managing models safely? Do we have alignment in place? And again, as a broader global ecosystem, in our rush to go fast and put that technology into people's hands, are we also taking the right steps to put the governance and the guardrails in place?
I was part of the whole transition. And it's something unique in the history of a nation to be part of.
The dynamic of the Paris Agreement was a good one. So the question for all of us, wherever we are on the planet, is there is an issue with the climate change, so we cannot forget it. So how can we continue to act? It will take more time, but that does not mean we should stop. No, because then we will pay the consequences.
Fortunately, in our countries in Latin America, we have a lot of experience with that bad policy of closing the borders. And what it creates is an uncompetitive and high prices, inflation, and bad conditions for consumers. I'm totally against that.
The world is such an exciting place, and we realize that out of all the work we do, is that whatever investment we put in any country, the ripple effect in the economy, on people's jobs, on creation of new businesses, and growth, it's 3 times.
What's not useful is just tariffs for the sake of raising revenue for America. That, to me, doesn't make any sense, and I think slows down global growth. And for the next billion people on the planet, we need the world to continue to generate GDP at a staggering clip.
Yes, we didn't make the right decision in terms of economy, in terms of politics and leadership, but all of that is solvable. So give us a bit of time, and Europe's going to be back on its feet. And when it comes to hospitality, half of the world ends up in Europe no matter what. So it's time to invest. It's not time to be too harsh on Europe.
And a big thanks, of course, to my dear colleague, Eleni Diokis there, and our board of change makers. And really, we heard there qualified people looking at what's happening in Europe. Great optimism, great realism, but tinged, yes, with a little bit of caution. But of course, many leaders in Europe know that things have to change here. And without a doubt, lots of people are making plans, even as we speak. Now, I have to admit, I have not read the 500-page Draghi report, but I know some people who have. And they are going to be right up here. These are our next speakers. So please, I want you to welcome this conversation here by European industrial policy, economic sovereignty, and the Draghi blueprint. And that will be moderated by my dear colleague, the geoeconomics editor from the National, Manus Cranny, and his panel. So please give them a very warm welcome.
Good morning. You're in for a spirited session, I hope. My name is Manus Cranny, and these three gentlemen have deployed their own capital, built businesses, and know what it is to deliver, I suppose, top line and bottom line. They're three spirited individuals. They are Andrea Pignataro in the middle. Some call him the Elon Musk of Europe. A bond trader originally, and he now runs the E.ON Group, 13,000 employees. So that's the tech man on the panel. On the end there, we have Maurizio Tamanini. Think asset management, think family offices, that's his world. And then Sergio Dompe, think pharmaceutical, built in Italy, taken to the United States of America. Why not more in Italy? So buy European industrial policy, economic sovereignty, and the Draghi blueprint. To give you some stats, I love a stat. The most valuable company in Europe is ASML, $700 billion. NVIDIA is worth $5.4 trillion. The most cash ever raised in Europe, $9.4 billion by Porsche. SpaceX, I know, $75 billion. I want to be Elon's friend. But what this shows us is gaps. We have gaps in capital. We have gaps perhaps in ambition. We have gaps in delivery. The Draghi report is 400 pages, 176 measures. How do we close the gap? How do you use the Draghi report to help us step change and close the gap? One person who contributed to the Draghi report, Sergio Dompe. Sergio, good morning. What do we need to do in pharma to close some of these gaps?
That's a big problem because looking at Europe, in the past 15 years, we had a drop of 30% about the market share of our patent filings. China had plus 40% and US plus 6%. So now there is US 34%, China 30%, and Europe is around 20%. Very bad. Why? Because unfortunately, we have a great public drive in China where they decided to be one of the best in new technologies, and they are developing. No discussion, they do it with plans that can take 20 years, but it doesn't matter, they do it. US, you can criticize US as you like, but remains to be the #1 market for innovation in the world. And of course, even for small companies as mine, the last recognition we got for our research is from Food and Drug Administration, not from European authorities. What we have in Europe that they have not, we have a great quality of science, a low cost of the innovation. Scientists here, technicians, everyone has a much, much lower salaries than in the US, and this is a competitive, of course, advantage, but we have to work on that to invest much more. And what they have not at all, we have
tens and tens and tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people followed by the healthcare systems for tens and tens of years with data. So data mining here for healthcare with artificial intelligence can be...
Is that our magic release for us?
Could be if we are able to make it. At the moment, we are not.
Okay, well, let's have a think about how we actually release this. Andrea Pignataro, framed as the Elon Musk. Apparently, he doesn't appear in public very often, so well done, Richard, to the whole team getting him here today. These three boys are spirited, a former bond trader. You built a technology company. You've got offices in my home country in Ireland. From a tech point of view, what are we lacking? What does the Draghi report say that we need to do that we have not managed in the past couple of years?
Well, the Draghi report identify the gap in growth mostly due to productivity gap, and the productivity gap is mostly due to a technology gap. So you can either invent or you can adopt fast. If we go back 70 years ago, in the 50s, Europe was growing at 5% for a decade. That growth was fueled by adoption of management technology learned from the States. So now we have starting a renaissance period. We just need to be very fast in adopting the new technology. It doesn't matter if the technology has been invented elsewhere. It is a huge opportunity for Europe, and in fact, it's easier to adopt new technology if you're mid-size rather than gigantic. So I think that Europe has a competitive advantage in the current structure, and we just need to have policies, fiscal policies, to stimulate the fast adoption, and is easy to implement.
And I think, we're going to talk about the funding gap in just a moment, but it's a lot easier to say, get 27 nations around a table to agree how to close these gaps. But the money is the key thing. The third guest this morning on the stage is Maurizio Tamanini. I think 4 billion euros in a growth equity fund for the family. So you're the asset manager on this panel. I know that you want to dig deep into where the capital comes from, but before we do that, what's the biggest obstacle to us achieving anything in the Draghi report? I have not read the 400 pages, full disclosure. I've not read the 400 pages. But in your mind, what do we need to do in that asset management sphere? We're strong in asset management. We're strong in some technology companies. And pharma, we're some of the biggest in the world in this landmass. From your perspective, what's missing?
Well, the diagnostic is very clear and was stated in the morning prior to our intervention. We just need to mobilize differently the savings that we have in Europe. We are losing out of the continent around 300 billion every year, which is going into either into cash instrument or outside of Italy, mainly to the United States. So we need to really work on that. I was at the European Investment Fund for a dinner 2 nights ago, and somebody was featuring the difference. In the US, people are emptying their pockets to invest in tech. In Europe, sometimes we sort of like find ways to legally not being able to. Here is some ideas for food for thought. We need a 401k type of culture to really capture this kind of savings. And by the way, it's not by accident that the Capital Market Union now has been renamed Savings and Investments Union. So we need to capture something very simply with a, for instance, 401k type, because the 401k type doesn't pay as you go, invest in the companies of the future. That's the key determinant of the difference. Here's another example, for instance. There is now a strong correlation proven in countries such as Sweden or Canada in having the big pension funds having a target of alternative investment, mainly in tech. This is much higher than what we have in continental Europe. They're pushing that towards 50%. In continental Europe, we're down to 3-5%.
So you're not saying we've got to encourage Nana to dig deep into her savings in the south of Italy to come and do this. It's the responsibility of sovereign to change the regulation to deliver this capital.
It's responsibility of all the various parties. I mean, the various employees need to think about in a very longevity demography on how they live up to 100 years and have a good support to that. At the same time, we need to mobilize and multiply. Here is how you get to, for instance, 800 billion of the Draghi report. Whatever is done by big platforms, such as the European Investment Fund, is a multiplier of 10. Right now, they invest 2.5 billion. If you make it to 25 billion, which is easy, you already get to 1/3 of that, 250. But you need to have large mobilization of our money, which is there. If we didn't have it, it would have been a problem, to actually get to those new companies.
So Andrea, then, I mean, this came up. Sergio and I did a call before we came up here. It was very much about our private equity, our venture capital, our debt and equity capital markets. The US is alpha and dominant in those at multiples beyond what most people in Europe imagine. How do we scale up our VC, PE, debt and equity markets? Give us your experience.
Europe has been funded mostly by banks. And the issue with financing through banks is that the information remains private. And if you don't have the information, you cannot really develop capital markets, deep capital markets. So I think that as the size of the investment will grow, banks will need to syndicate more and more of their loans to the market, and that syndication will facilitate distribution of information, which will then attract new capital.
So it's not that we lack the capacity, the human capital, or the intellect to do this.
Yeah, it's a market structure issue. It's a market structure issue because obviously you need to educate companies to face investors, which is different than facing a bank or a relationship bank. And you need to have banks that see themselves also as a facilitator, as a matching engine between private capital and institutional capital and the needs of corporations.
Well, therein lies the growth of private credit and that sweet spot between $1 million and $500 million. Sergio, we talk about what was it rebranded? Not savings and investment from its former title, but you talk about a capital markets union. How do we do that? What's the blockage to that?
There is a wonderful document that is the Draghi report, made close to 2 years ago now, and the level of implementation of that document is 10%. I think that most of answers are in that document, but there is always a very poor ability to implement. And in the life, most of the companies have two real problems: liquidity and the implementation. Liquidity and implementation. Strategy is difficult, that you are completely wrong. So this is the problem of Europe. We would need a real one single market, even for drugs. Apparently there is, but in reality it's not true, because since the moment you receive by EMA, which takes 100 days more than Food and Drug Administration anyway, is always in the range of the acceptable results. But then you need to negotiate the listing price and the real price with 27 different authorities. It takes close to 2 years. And it doesn't work. You would be free immediately to release the drug, and then they work for reimbursement. And this is only one example. There is not strategy. Why we don't have a unique data system for healthcare all through Europe, using all this incredible mine of data to discover something new? We don't do it.
Andrea, coming in. There's a phrase for that in Irish, by the way. It's called Mayfain, myself. It's called protect yourself, protect your own data, protect your own sovereignty. And it's that mindset. I think it's that mindset that's very different in America. Having lived there for 2 years, it's, hello, my name's Manus, what can we do together? Andrea, what can we do together in Europe that jumps this Rubicon?
Yeah, well, looking at the history, with the digitalization waves, you had the UK, France, Germany, and Italy that independently, over a decade, introduced various fiscal packages to stimulate and investments. And every single package increased GDP and increased the performance. So that in Italy it was called 4.0 or something like that. I don't remember that terminology. But anyway, no, the policymakers need to realize that speed is a strategic variable. This is not about inventing new technology, it's about fast adoption. So each country can introduce fiscal packages to incentivize fast adoption and reward outcome in productivity. Because Draghi report clearly identify the single most important driver is productivity increase. And you can target that through fiscal policy. And you don't need to agree between countries. Every country can do that.
Well, we didn't get as far as AI. Maybe AI will deliver some of that productivity gap. Sergio, you had a dream. Mauricio, you had a dream, and that dream was a sovereign wealth fund for Europe. Now, all I'd say to you is, even in the depths of a European debt crisis, we struggled for homogeneity. So I want you to fly the kite for a sovereign wealth fund for Europe.
Well, there's already in there. The European Investment Fund already works like that. We just need to have all the various constituencies, the states, maybe with an automatic allocation, corporates. For instance, one of the big differences is that corporates in other continents are operating much more for new jobs, all working towards that objective of filling in this. If you take, again, 220 billion times 10 of multiply, you are 200 billion. Then that you have the 300 billion of savings that go away from Europe, you're already getting closer to the 800 billion. But there is a couple of final...
But should be in the trillions.
Yeah, should be more. But that said, a couple of examples of we can do it, of real...
That's what I want, yes.
We were privileged with ION and FSI and a couple of the main Italian universities, Polytechnic of Milan and Bocconi and others, to launch a deep tech ecosystem in Milan. It's just started, 12 months. It's more than 200 startups, raising philanthropic money from the whole economic society. And they just put out a call for new companies. And more than 1,000 start-uppers came and applied for the world. So that's an example where if you provide a perspective, if you provide a simple, long-term project, well-financed at market, Europe there is central, is fast, and can get it done today, not tomorrow. So we need to, and I finish, have some of those projects, such as why don't we do a consortium for AI, such as CERN? We need that kind of real, tangible project for our youngsters to grab it and to capitalize upon it, because we have the material.
One thing that we need, Andrea, and our clock is ticking down, in your mind, what's the one thing, the message from this stage to that audience that we need for Europe, not just for Italy, briefly?
Celebrate success. Sergio increases EBITDA 10x in the past 5 years. So no, we have plenty of successful people in Europe. We just need to celebrate success, emulate, and learn from each other.
And I will leave you with a humorous note. So there's 3 of them in the green room, and Sergio Dompe says, Manus, I'm living my American dream. The FDA approved my technology, and I'm living that dream. We want to live the dream in Europe, so I'll get you Maloney's telephone number from Richard later on now, and you can have that conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you very much.
Fantastico.
Fantastico. Grazie mille.
Bravissimo.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Good. Hopefully that has sort of left us with a little bit of an idea about how we get going in Europe. We need to perhaps change our attitude and our opinions. But it's interesting how we talk about coming together in Europe, and that's the difficult thing. But there's a whole new theme in the world. It's called spheres of influence. It's emanating from this White House. It's how do we create new corridors, new relationships from Europe into West Africa. And I tell you, West Africa are here in size and in scale. And with that, you just think of the kind of infrastructure that's being built, the Abidjan to Lagos corridor, which will go live later this year. Sovereign wealth funds are looking for their opportunities. And I'm delighted to say, next 10 minutes of your morning, we will welcome the President of the Council of the Togolese Republic. It's for Asangbe. He will join you on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the President.
Altesse, Excellence.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends, first of all, I would like to say that I'm impressed by the quality of the discussions that I heard this morning and all the interventions. Congratulations, Richard Atias. All the events have been a very good quality. So, dear colleagues, dear friends, the theme, the topic that brings us together is primarily about Europe. But it is not just about Europe. It concerns all regions that, in a more fragmented, unstable, and competitive world, are seeking to regain control of their own course. Europe is questioning its competitiveness, its energy security, its industrial capabilities, its technological sovereignty, and its place in the major global balances. Africa, too, is questioning itself some fundamental questions. How to finance its transformation, how to generate more value locally, how to secure its supplies, and how to turn its youth, its resources, and its regional integration into real drivers of economic power. I therefore believe that this dialogue is useful because it forces us to move beyond all reflexes. This is not about aid, trade, or traditional cooperation. It is about building a more balanced, strategic relationship between Europe and Africa. So today I would like to share 3 convictions with you. First of all, the strategic autonomy should not be understood as a policy of isolation, but as the ability to better manage interdependencies. Recent crises have reminded us that interdependencies are necessary, but that they become dangerous when they are not managed. A health crisis can disrupt supply chains. A war can disrupt energy and grain markets. Geopolitical tensions can limit access to technologies, financing, or critical inputs. So it is legitimate for nations and regions to seek to protect what is essential. But the answer cannot be isolationism. If a region seeks only to protect itself from the others, we will end up with a world that is more divided, expensive, and more vulnerable. So the challenge is not to reduce all interdependence. The challenge is to make them safer, more balanced, and more predictable. This is where the relationship between Europe and Africa can take on new meaning. Europe needs reliable partners for its energy, critical raw materials, future markets, and value chains. Africa needs patient capital, technology, market access, infrastructure, and industrial capacity. These needs are not at odds with one another. They can reinforce one another, provided that the partnership is conceived as a convergence of strategic interests. My second conviction is that this convergence will only become a reality if capital finances productive resilience. In the world to come, competitiveness will no longer by the lowest cost or the fastest return. It will also be measured by the ability to produce, transport, process, and supply reliably. This means that capital must broaden its horizons. It cannot merely finance isolated assets. It must help build productive systems, ports connected to corridors, industrial zones connected to energy, digital infrastructure connected to businesses, and agricultural supply chains connected to processing. This is the approach we are pursuing in Togo. Our ambition is clear: to consolidate Togo's roles as a logistic, industrial, and commercial hub for West Africa. We have strong assets to achieve the Port of Lomé, corridors to the hinterland, trade facilitation, and the advanced digitization of procedures. The next step is to better link these assets to the development of targeted value chains. This national strategy, this strategy is national in scope, but it has also regional implications. When a corridor functions more efficiently, the economies of an entire superregion benefit. When a port becomes more efficient, it reduces costs, accelerates trade, and strengthens the competitiveness of multiple markets. That is why investments in Africa value chains must be seen as a strategic investments in shared resilience. My third and last conviction is that the relationship between Europe and Africa must shift toward a framework of joint strategic investments. For a long time, this relationship has been organized around official development assistance, access to raw materials, crisis management, and institutional cooperation. These aspects remain important, but they are no longer enough. Africa does not want and can't be only a supplier of raw materials or future market. It must become a hub for production, processing, innovation, and solutions. She wants to create more value locally and build its industrial, energy, digital, and financial capacities. For Europe, this change should not be seen as a threat. On the contrary, it can become a strategic advantage, a more industrialized Africa, better connected Africa, more integrated Africa, and more resilient Africa will be a more reliable partner. It will offer new markets. It will stabilize value chains and open up new opportunities for European and international investors. Europe is invited today to reimagine herself, but in an interdependent world where no region can be imagined alone, Europe can constitute this sovereignty outside the world. Our common responsibility is to create a new grammar of partnership founded by respect, investments, production, and transformation, local transformation and liability. In this way, we want to advance as a country covered, engaged in transformation in this economy where the regional West will be determined with Europe in a prosperative, more shared, more durable, and more sovereign. I will thank you so much for your attention.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Excellency Fore Esuzima Gisinbe. It's one of those opportunities of where Europe and Africa come together. I can see Tony Douglas sitting in the audience here. The question is, where's he going to connect Riyadh to next as he launches Riyadh Air? We can have that conversation later. But this is about the reach of Europe, how Europe grows, how Saudi Arabia grows, and tourism is at the heart of that discussion. We're in the city of the Holy Seal in Saudi Arabia. They also have a few tourists as well. And if you look at the UN data on tourism, the barometer, this is a $2.2 trillion business. So just think if you capture an nth and then move that to percentages. And $81 billion is the size of the tourism industry in Saudi Arabia. And that's why we've actually invited the minister who's responsible for it. I meet him in different places. I met him in New York. I met him in Davos. He's global. It is His Excellency Ahmed Al Khatib, the Saudi tourism minister, for a conversation. Your Excellency. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You've got a big portfolio to look after, haven't you? No sort of pressure. You know, let's just think about Saudi Arabia. First of all, I'm looking for my invitation to Alula. I haven't managed to make it there yet, so you can help me. There's a very posh hotel. 123 million visitors to Saudi Arabia last year. Tourism's 5.2% of your GDP. You're targeting to get that to 10%.
Yeah.
But you've created 1 million jobs, like almost from zero up. It's been a tough 4 months for the world. We heard His Excellency at the start address that issue. I'd like you to tell this audience, A, how tough has it been for the past 4 months for the kingdom? What's been the hardest part? But I want data. I want you to tell me what the data tells you about the pressure in these 4 months. Sir.
I will. A very good morning. Yeah, it has been quite tough 4 months. However, let me talk about the industry. We fully recovered from COVID by the end of 2025. We reached to about a record 1.5 billion travelers globally, and those spent $2.2 trillion, which is another record number. And imagine those only who travel, only 20% of the global population, 1.5 billion out of about 7.5 billion. For the potential to grow is massive, and I don't think there is a better place to speak about tourism and travel than Rome. Maybe Riyadh is better, but Rome, Rome is one of the largest 10 cities globally in international arrivals. Rome received about 23 million. That's a big number in 2025. We started the year with a very strong performance. We end Q1 with about 10% growth, not only Saudi Arabia, but the whole GCC. And then we had hit hard by the geopolitics and by the war with Iran, and then things slowed down. The airlines shut down, stopped completely. Inflation increased, and access to jet fuel became a big challenge, and therefore the cost of travel increased a lot, and the accessibility to fuel was a big issue, and therefore many carriers have canceled thousands of flights. And finally, I'm happy to see that they reached to an agreement, and hopefully this will be behind us very soon. However, in Saudi Arabia, we're blessed because Saudi Arabia is a very large country, and people travel to Saudi Arabia for many, many different reasons. One of those reasons are the religious reasons, where Saudi Arabia is the host of the two holy mosques, where more than 2 billion Muslims wants to travel and visit. And therefore, we had experienced strong Ramadan and strong Hajj or pilgrim. And therefore, we finished the 5 months with a good performance, slightly less than last year, same period last year. Okay. And we're down by about 5-6%, which is a great success. That tells why Saudi Arabia is hedged because of the religious and travel.
Was that a buffer? Was the I mean, what we're trying to understand here is I think everybody has had a tough 4 months. So let's break it down a little bit, because the message here is about where do we go forward from here. Yeah. As you say, look, it could have been worse. Those were my numbers.
Absolutely.
Okay. How quickly do you expect to bounce back, improve, recover? I mean, we don't just switch on the light, Your Excellency, do we?
Yeah.
So how quickly can you recover?
Absolutely. I think the whole region, let's not talk only about Saudi Arabia, the GCC region
it is.
Is turning around, and you see Saudi Emirates, Riyadh Air that was launched recently, Qataria are flying at full capacity the last few weeks, and therefore recovery is fast. We're bouncing back very fast. It is the slow season in the region. Our season is the winter, not like Europe. Summer is the big season in Europe, and therefore, the recovery should be fast. We have seen airlines are moving and recovering very, very fast, and therefore we're happy with the numbers. At least we experienced a controllable slowdown. Nevertheless, I also need to mention how strong is the Saudi domestic tourism. We have very strong market. The Red Sea resorts during the Eid break in Ramadan or the most recent holidays were fully booked.
Were you surprised that domestic tourism, I'm not saying saved you, but certainly helped sustain the industry rather than those sort of sharp close downs?
I wasn't surprised. I was happy to see the performance is the domestic tourism is much stronger than last year, because people, due to the cancellation of their flights, decided to stay instead of flying, and then their holidays will be interrupted. And therefore, we are a big country, big population. We offer many destinations, and therefore, domestic tourism is very, very strong in Saudi Arabia, and it represents about 60 to 65% of our business.
Are you still confident? I gave a number out there of 1 million jobs, and some people in the copy say from a standstill. It wasn't exactly from a standstill, but tourism has ratcheted higher in Saudi Arabia. Are you still confident about the 1.6 million that you're targeting by 2030?
We in Saudi Arabia have been investing a lot in building the sector, whether through the Public Investment Fund, where the Public Investment Fund is building new destinations like the Red Sea and Qiddiya, Dir'iyya, destinations in the south, and so on and so forth. And those destinations have just started to open their doors and to hire people. We have not yet seen the maximum of what they can deploy. In addition to the very strong private sector investment in Saudi Arabia, and therefore, we maybe John Begano's here, the Red Sea. He started to open his resorts and to hire people. And therefore, we've seen very strong growth in the last 3 years. In the last 5 years alone, we created 250,000 jobs.
Okay.
I believe we can do that or close to that by 2030.
Right, we're gonna kind of like speed through two of the biggest issues in the world right now. So we get 3 minutes apiece. One is to AI, and one is I just want to sort of check. Look, Vision 2030. I remember when it was launched. I remember tourism in there as a phenomenal number. But Vision 2030 is now described in being in phase 2. That's got repercussions. It's got repercussions perhaps of less significant or rapid investment. How do you think that recalibration, that consolidation phase is going to impact your ministry?
Oh, definitely. It will definitely, because we started, when we launched the Vision 2016, we started designing. It takes time to design and to develop, and then to build, and then to operate. We are entering the phase where we are operating a lot of new destinations, a lot of new assets, whether in the Red Sea or in Dir'iyya, Riyadh, and therefore we will see an accelerated growth in the next 3 to 5 years. I will quote again the Red Sea. Red Sea is opening almost 11 resorts this year. They have been building, designing and building these resorts on the islands for the last 5 years. And now they started to open their doors and to receive guests. And therefore, in the next phase, we will see an accelerated growth in the numbers and in the offering in Saudi Arabia. Nevertheless, we have just launched Riyadh Air, and my friend the CEO is here. They will also help us by adding capacity. People want to fly, and accessibility is very important. I'll tell you a story. I've been to. I'm a good example of Minister of Tourism. I visited 122 countries in my life.
I know, I've met you in a few of them, sir.
I went to Palau in the Pacific. It's a very beautiful island, but there are only 3 flights a week. People want to go to Palau, but they want accessibility. They want the freedom of flying in and out. Airports, we will see King Salman Airport to support Expo and the FIFA World Cup in 2034. And therefore, many big assets that will help and the experience that Saudi Arabia have designed and what the future travelers wanted to experience will come and started to come, and we will see more in the future.
So no pressure on Tony then, or on John, just sort of keep it there. Look, it's a hard bridge, but I sat down with a billionaire in the south of France last week. His name's John Caudwell. ran a phenomenally successful retail business in the United Kingdom in the 90s. But he said, as far as AI is concerned, and I want to get your opinion on this in tourism, he's expecting a tsunami of job losses. So that's the scaremongering. That's one vision, one view, one point of view. Tourism, to me, is how I was greeted in the hotel last night when I arrived. It's how I flew on another airline. He hasn't invited me on yours yet, to come here. And it's how they treat you, how they engage with you. What moat does tourism have with AI, or helping you not suffer perhaps as much as some other industries will, undisputedly, in an AI world?
My God, this is a very important question. Tourism deploy or employ 10% of the global manpower, or 350 million people. And I was in Madrid last week attending the Executive Council of the UN Tourism, and we were talking about how can we protect the people in our industry. I expect to digitalize other industries, maybe oil and gas, manufacturing, but when it comes to tourism, tourism is all about people-to-people interaction. You know, I can tell you about the fisherman in Barbados when he started to tell me the story, the black taxi driver in London when he started to share stories, the waiter at the hotel, and so on and so forth. And therefore, we are trying our best in our sector to protect the humanity, the people. And we always say we should digitalize the unnecessary and humanize the necessary. Digitalize the unnecessary. When I arrive at the airport, I want just to move out of the airport. I don't want to spend much time in the airport. And therefore, I hope to see a chip in my bag, and my bag will be delivered to my hotel or to my home. I don't want to wait to pick up my bag. And then I want to go using the biometrics in the custom and move without, but I don't want to be driven by a car without a driver, you know. I want to sit with the driver. I want to talk about what is happening in the city whenever I go or wherever I go. And therefore, keeping and protecting the people in our industry is very important. In Saudi Arabia, we are using AI, and we will continue to use AI because we are very advanced when it comes to technology. However, we have to keep the people. We want the AI to empower the people, to support the young people, to help them to meet with the guests like you, and then share share our culture and share our hospitality, which is very, very important. At the end of the day, you will remember the story was told to you by the human.
And I'm looking forward to hearing more of those stories. Your Excellency, Al Khatib.
Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Note that he did not commit to my next trip to Alula. Anyway, I can but try. Look, that's the embracing between artificial intelligence. Maybe there's a moat in tourism. The next panel is going to dig a little bit deeper into the infrastructure of the industry, how you finance it, how you design it, and all things beautiful, of course, come from Italy, don't they, in terms of design. It's Andrea Cabrini, a colleague from 27 years ago. He's going to take you through some of the big topics on how you build these infrastructures, how you raise the capital for those initiatives, and how you can make them come alive. And nowhere is there better to think about that than the country of Italy and inside Europe, the destination. This is peak time for Europe. We just talked about the Draghi report on stage. We just talked about tourism in Saudi Arabia. Now it comes down to how can Europe move to the next level of tourism globally? It is on the move. I give you Andrea Cabrini and his panel this morning. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Andrea, ciao.
Royal Highness, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel. Already introduced the main talking points. We're going to go through the future of tourism as one of the most powerful global engine of growth but how to finance the next cycle of infrastructure. We've got a terrific lineup of speakers this morning, and they already seated. So we do have Jerry Inzerillo, who's CEO of Dairy Company. Thanks for joining us. Also to Manfredi Lefebvre Dovidio, who's chairman of the World Travel and Tourism Council, and he's executive chairman of Heritage Group and Abercrombie and Kent, and John Pagano, who's group CEO of Red Sea Global. So welcome, gentlemen, and Manfredi Lefebvre Dovidio. Let me just start with you to put this into perspective, because we know, that's already mentioned, that we're living historic hours. Tomorrow probably will be signed, hopefully will be signed a treaty to stop the conflict in the Gulf. First of all, I'd just like to understand, what was the impact of these over 100 days of war, of blockade of Hormuz, and geopolitical tensions on the industry, on demand, on the main trends that the World Council see in the tourism industry?
Well, my feeling is that more and more the world is getting used to events which are disturbing, and it reacts very fast, and it localizes the issues. So I think that probably there's been an issue on the coast of Saudi Arabia because of the proximity to the war. In the media, there's been a reaction, but you go around the streets of Rome, you can understand that the reaction lasted very shortly and that it was very localized. The demand for experience is overwhelming, and we see it everywhere. Not to talk about the cruising sector, where every ship is full, but of course you may have specific issues. So I had ships which had to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. In that case, you have to cancel your entire program. But it's very local. I think it's temporarily and localized.
Jaron Ziril, do you think this was just a temporary effect? Did you see any kind of slowdown? You're also building new infrastructure. What happened?
Well, first, I'd like to take just a few seconds to congratulate Her Royal Highness Princess Maha on her appointment. She's very dear to us. And I'd also like to thank our very distinguished Minister of Tourism for the plugs we just got, because the Saudi Tourism and Saudi Tourism Authority has done a brilliant job in already exceeding 100 million visits. But the praise that has to go to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, because even during that conflict of 100 days, his composure and his not upsetting the meeting schedules and allowing us to keep the resources, we didn't lose one day of productivity in the whole 100+
So
days.
you never stopped?
No, we didn't stop. 74,000 workers will be ready for the Expo of 2030, and certainly with all the great work that's coming up with King Salman Airport, the great job that Tony Douglas is doing with Riyadh Air, and get ready for the World Cup of 2034. So we feel, even though it was very disruptive, we didn't lose a day of occupancy, and we're back to our regular momentum.
John Pagano, what's the Red Sea perspective on this?
Well, look, I think, it would be wrong to say that there was no impact. I think it mostly impacted international guests. I mean, we had a lot of international bookings that, for obvious reasons, the uncertainty around the situation caused them to postpone their visits, but they will come back. But it created an opportunity for more domestic visitors to come. In fact, because we're on the west coast of Saudi Arabia, on the Red Sea, as you may know, and we had an amazing inflow of domestic travelers that more than compensated for the loss of the international guests. And with that, it increased the awareness of the destination. Now we're getting much more buzz within the country and in the region about the quality of the destination, the experiences that we offer. And I see this thing as going to be to us because the international guests will come, because what we're offering is significant, it's globally significant, and very unique. And so I'm going to get the best of both worlds once normality returns.
Well, absolutely. Manfredi Lefebvre, you touched the key point to me, which is experience, demand of memory, demand of emotions, continue to grow and is pushed also by young generation. At the same time, traditional touristic destination, the names of lists, even Italian art city, are already in an emergency for over-tourism. we need to diversify. And according to FII Institute, basically 70% of emerging market destinations still lack infrastructure when it comes to hospitality, to transport, and to culture. These infrastructure has to be financed, has to be supported. You at the World Travel and Tourism Council, you do have priorities, including, enlarging, the destinations and making them sustainable. How can we get there?
Well, I mean, my organization is called World Travel and Tourism Council because travel and tourism go hand with hand. So I think that we have to think of certain kind of industries as an hybrid between infrastructure and business. For example, tourism will never develop if you don't have airlines. So is airline a business or an infrastructure? It's both. It's run as a business, but it is an infrastructure which is vital for a country. Same thing for roads, etc. Hotels are the same thing because they're a long-term asset, not unsimilar from a highway, but they are a business because they trade to consumers. Now, if you have a highway, it is a pretty stable consumer. If you have a hotel, no, it is more fluctuating. But the amount of growth that you can have with hotels is incredibly stronger than with a highway. So it's a hybrid. And when you have a hybrid, it's usually where governments intervene. A perfect example is Saudi Arabia, where the government wanted to say, I want to drive capacity before demand. Usually, the tourism industry goes that before you have demand and then you put capacity. In the cruise industry, we've learned capacity drives demand, which is what Saudi Arabia is doing. Right. But that requires support for a bridge between what you can predict based on historical numbers and what you can predict based on studies and research of the potential. And that usually is driven by government intervention. So if you go in the cruise industry, the bridge is given by export credit. Substantially, you build ships with export credit, which gives a guarantee during the 4 years of construction, so the shipyard feels safe. And when you take delivery, either you take the debt or you issue bonds. And the same thing is necessary for hospitality. If you want to accelerate growth beyond the historical demand based on future potential demand, you have to bridge it. I think there's no perfect instrument yet. Historically, there were. For example, in Italy, we had an institution which was financing the travel and tourism investments. Yeah. These things were substantially set aside by market. Banks do lending, governments do other things. It's not true. It's not true. If governments want to emphasize, improve, and grow an industry which is quite basic, because we in Italy, I think we are 14% of the employment is driven by hospitality. In certain countries, much more. So it's really a basic industry.
And globally, it's around 10%.
It's a great export because you get revenue from outside. It creates employment in your country. In many cases, for example, Saudi Arabia has promoted the image of the country.
You mentioned sovereign funds, you mentioned government, but how about private capital? How about asset manager? How about institutional investors? How can they find new financing model to sustain this kind of infrastructure?
Well, I mean, it's of course, I'm not a banker. I'm a consumer of credit. But for example, highways. Once upon a time, they were entirely financed by governments. Now you have a number of institutions which take money from the market and invest it in infrastructure, all kinds of infrastructure, water, highways, etc., etc. It has not arrived yet in the travel sector. It should come. It should match long-term capital needs with long-term capital employment, insurance companies, etc., etc. And of course, governments can facilitate and accelerate this. I say the model, how cruising industry is expanding, is a model which could be used much more. Because if you consider travel and tourism as an export, well, you should finance and support the construction of assets such as hotels and everything which is needed.
Jerry and John, what do you make of it? And Jerry, where is Deraya in your development plan and execution? And how do you see how to make these infrastructure sustainable and inclusive also with an impact on the territory, on the land where you build?
Well, ours was a little bit complicated, I should say unique, because Judea is the birthplace of the kingdom, and it's also the home of Al Saud. So, in His Royal Highness's vision, our Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Culture, we want to preserve the heritage, the national identity before you put the development scheme in, right? So we had very complicated infrastructure because to make the city walkable, His Royal Highness didn't see Judea as a kinetic Rome or kinetic Cairo. He wanted it more like a Marrakesh or where people could meander, right? That meant that we had to put 10 million square meters of infrastructure underground, which we finished already. I mean, it's amazing. 60,000 parking spots on the ground, so people could have a walkable pedestrian quality of life experience up. We planted 6.5 million trees in the historic Wadi. So now you have thousands of local outdoors at night with their families picnicking. So now we're seeing a lot of foreign direct investment coming in because the Vision 2030 people are seeing. They're seeing the brilliant work that John has done in the Red Sea, what we've done in Judea, Gadea. So they're seeing it. So now people are saying, oh, I can see it. So on our commercial assets, hotels, restaurants, residences, we're seeing a lot of now foreign direct investment coming in.
John?
Look, I'm going to echo what Manfredi said. In order to create a capacity before demand, governments need to intervene, right? And it's not something unusual or unique to the tourism industry. The concept of fiscal multipliers is used by governments around the world. That is, they invest in projects and infrastructure principally in order to generate GDP growth. And that's what's happened in Saudi Arabia. We've used the government to support in certain regards to get the infrastructure away that then allows us to develop the assets, which obviously drive the businesses and the GDP growth in that fashion. And we've used a multitude of different techniques. We've used the private sector to finance large-scale utilities. So, for example, our two destinations, Red Sea and Amala, are both off-grid, 100% renewable energy. And it's designed, financed, and operated by the private sector on a concession agreement. We're an off-taker. I need power, I need water, and so on. They're able to invest because of the guarantees associated with an off-take agreement over a 25-year period. It's an investable, bankable product. And so the private sector is now directly investing, excuse me, in infrastructure to enable the creation of tourism destinations.
All right. Manfredi, how would you see now the future of the tourism industry, starting from your experience and given the combination of public and private investment looking ahead? What's preventing the next step? What, also in terms of regulation and so on, should be addressed from the industry?
Well, I mean, the world has been changing so much. We're seeing a great segmentation of travel and tourism. So before it was hotels, you didn't have the kind of segmentation that we have now. Everything, destination, same thing. Now it's becoming extremely segmented. There is a consumer almost for everything. There's a consumer for beautiful beaches, pristine beaches, cabanas, luxury hotels, camps in Africa. They're building them by the day. It's such a demand, it's such diversified demand that it offers opportunities for countries all over the world which have different assets. It all drives from what you have. You have a technology, you exploit it. You have an asset. So Saudi Arabia, so we have a beautiful coasts. Here we go. Today is your demand? No, nobody knows that they're beautiful coasts. Government puts that a priority. We put skilled people to develop it. We give the bridge of financing. Private operators will come. They have the knowledge of how to attract foreign tourism, and they will do it and attract the people. So that's a perfect example of how you go from zero demand to capacity drives demand. You have the capacity, and now you can fill it. There's also a question of revenue management, because if you go down with rates, you will change the profile of your. So that's what we learn in the cruise industry. We have to suffer, but wait for the right capacity to come. But this is the thing. So I specialize I specialize, I do 2 niche products. I do as a private entrepreneur. I do upscale cruising, and I do experiential travel. And that's my world. That's the market I work on. That's where I invest. That's what I'm known for. I have a reputation for. I attach a name to quality. And that is where I specialize. Other people say only big numbers bring you great satisfaction. I know, big numbers, they're easier. You don't deal with individuals which are spoiled. We deal with individuals who are spoiled. They expect a lot of for what they get, but that's the fact. So that's the role of entrepreneurs, and the role of governments is to favor what is an evolution which is happening, market which are going closer to the needs of capital investments with a bridge.
Jerry and John, you know, tourism is one of the pillars of Vision 2030, one of the most powerful leverage of diversification of the Saudi economy. At the same time, some of the giga projects, like giga projects, have been put under revision in terms of timeline, in terms of scaling back some dimension, the original dimension. Is it implying also your projects, and how do you see this? Also in terms of financing and adapting to different economic circumstances.
Well, we've been very fortunate because when we sat down originally to look at Didea, it was 400,000 square meters. But the vision of His Royal Highness, not to make it like a park, a Central Park, a Hyde Park, you needed 24-hour, 7-day energy. And you wanted to embrace your community of Didea to benefit from the Giga project, right? So 14% of our staff are from Didea. Now, when we got here 8 years ago, the UNESCO World Heritage Site wasn't open to the public. We've just broke 5 million visits. So this is really wonderful because not only do people love the experience there, but it's the source of Saudi pride. It's the source of national identity. You see families coming. I'll tell you a very quick little story, but it means a lot to me. I'm walking on the site recently, and I see a conservative Saudi family, a father, mother, 4 children. And I'm walking by myself, which I like to do with my neighbors. And I see that the woman, the mother, is crying. So I don't want to, I walk, and the husband recognizes. And he says, can I introduce you to my family? My honor, but I don't want to disturb you because your wife is your wife okay? No, no, no. She's crying because she's happy. She remembers when she walked with Didea with her grandfather, and now with her children, they had a meal. They were proud. Is there anything more beautiful than that?
Very emotional.
But now you got people from all over the world that are seeing the birthplace of Arabia, the birthplace of the kingdom, the home of Al Saud. So not only has it created employment, it's created understanding. And this is where the Crown Prince's vision has been wonderful. And now we have 14 million square meters of amenities, hotels, restaurants, retail, 30,000 residences, and we're fully on time. So we're going to have a lot to show the world now. We do already, but certainly by the expo.
John Pagano?
So look, if we go back to the start of Vision 2030, one of the main objectives was obviously diversifying the economy, creating a vibrant society, creating employment opportunities. And of course, tourism stands out as a globally important and significant industry. It represented, as you said, 10% of the global economy and was largely underrepresented. What I'm proud to have accomplished at Red Sea is we're delivering that first pillar. We're opening in the next couple of months. We've already opened 14. We're going to be 25 resorts and hotels opened across the 2 destinations. We're going to be employing thousands upon thousands of people. We've been investing heavily in our training of our young Saudis. We've graduated 1,200 through our vocational programs. At the end of this week, we're graduating the next 400. Everyone that goes through these programs gets employed. And it's again, to Jerry's point, there's a mutual sense of pride. These young Saudis are proud of their country. They're able to showcase to the world the beauty of Saudi Arabia. And the Saudis themselves love the fact that there's all these new career paths for their youth. So it's driving the vision. We're delivering on the promise. And I see great opportunity in the tourism industry. You heard from His Excellency, the governor of the Public Investment Fund, how their new strategy has been rolled out, and they've got 6 pillars, one of which is tourism. And we will be one of the major driving forces. So to answer your question insofar as, are we pulling back on investment? Not in the tourism industry, not for a long shot, because there's so much opportunity in this country. It's a big country and has historically been largely underrepresented in the tourism space, apart from religious tourism, where we're number one. But I think there's so much more that's available, and we are going to seize that moment because we have, great leadership, His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism in particular, from driving this particular industry forward.
Manfredi Lefebvre Dovidio, we have to wrap it up. Time is running. But based on this, and John was saying, no pushback in terms of revising of, because there would be more demand for tourism looking ahead, not just in the Saudi. What do you see in the future, and what kind of year would be 2026, but looking also ahead?
Saudi?
No, not just in Saudi. Yes, Saudi, but the global demand for travel.
Global demand is growing. So, cruising. I started in cruising where there were 3 million cruisers. We're 36 million. And that the amount of days, which are cruising days, are even more growing. The demand is clear, no? Because you have, if you listen also to top economists, the efficiency and economical system is creating free time. Free time needs to be occupied. How you occupy it through entertainment, travel, and lifestyle, dining out, events like this, and so on. So the demand is tailwinds. You only have, it's an industry which has frequent hurdles, which are geopolitical, like we experienced. They are health. We had a little hike, when there was that ship with 3 people who had the disease on board. Oh, what's happening? It's a new thing. Or you have the war in the Gulf. Planes will not fly anymore. You have these things which create stop. But for the rest, it's an industry which has so much tailwind. And really, the governments, as most of the industries are achieving more and more efficiency and reducing the jobs, and travel creates jobs.
Yeah.
So support it. Create these instruments which bridge, for the time being, between infrastructure, which is hotel assets, capability of financing, and the demand. If you are in Miami, it's going to be easy to finance a hotel. There's so much demand for, there's not enough offer. If you want to open new areas, new cities, so we're talking about Italy, I think 2-3% of the territory is exploited. The rest isn't. So we're in Rome. There's a town nearby called Viterbo. Viterbo was one of the seats of the popes. Fantastic town. It's, 1 hour by car. Totally unexplored. So
I didn't imagine we mentioned Viterbo today on stage, but this is good because it's an example. It's a good example of how to look at broader destination outside of the typical one. Yeah, we discussed a lot about finance, but we don't have to forget, Manfredi, that traveling and tourism create more knowledge, mutual understanding, and respect, which today is an asset, which probably is even more important than simple finance.
We need it more than ever. Today, we need tourism more than ever because it's a bridge between cultures. It allows people to engage and understand each other. We're all people at the end of the day.
Gentlemen, we have to leave it there. Thank you so much, Manfredi Lefebvre Dovidio, John Pagano, and Jerry Inzerillo. Thank you so much.
Andrea, thank you so much. And what a wonderful trio to have. I say the 3 musketeers of the tourism, the global tourism industry, bringing joy and optimism to us without a doubt. It's always lovely to see John, to see Manfredi, and to see Jerry on the stage together. We're going to move on and now look, we have another very dynamic panel for you. So don't go too far away. Please, we're going to be looking at tariffs, trade, and the new geo-economic order. As you can imagine, just casting a web around what's happening in Europe. And I want to welcome my dear colleague, anchor and correspondent from CNN, Eleni Djokas, back to the stage with her panel. Eleni?
Good afternoon, everyone. What a fantastic morning. What a great way to start the conversations. We've gone through so much, and of course now we head into our next discussion, trade, tariffs, and the new geo-economic order. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Saleh bin Nasser Al Jasser, Minister of Transport and Logistics Services, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome. Round of applause, everyone. His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. This is fantastic panel, ladies and gentlemen, and Fernando Queiroz, the CEO of Minerva Foods. You can do better than that. Come on, Italy. Come on, Rome. Come on. Well, it's so good to be here. What a moment to be meeting. And we've been talking about sort of this new reality that we're facing. And we were hearing just how Saudi Arabia has done an unbelievable job in rerouting supply chains, finding solutions, and now with the prospect, hopefully with the Strait of Hormuz, perhaps returning back to normal tanker traffic levels pre-war. I wonder, Your Excellency, how you're preparing.
Well,
how do you feel? I mean, is this a moment?
absolutely. Before I start, I would like to say how delighted I am to be back to Rome, and I'm very thankful to FII for hosting this event. Yes, the region has and probably still is going through a very difficult situation, and we were really prepared for what's happening. If you remember back in 2013, we faced difficulties in the Red Sea, where we had to move all our trade to the eastern side, to the Arabian Gulf, and we were able to protect our trade at that time and continued the same resilient supply chain activities. This time we had to do the opposite. And we have activated 41 business continuity and emergency planning plans that were well prepared, tested in different
These were
situations.
just as a background ready just in case.
Absolutely.
You had 41 business plans ready for a crisis like this.
Absolutely. That's why we were able to activate those plans very quickly. If you remember, in the first days, it caught us at surprise, but we were ready. We helped, the flights that were stranded. We have helped in evacuating people that landed in different airports. And immediately we've asked the ships that they were on their ways to our Eastern Province ports to call on the Western Province. And many people probably do not know that in addition to the blockage at Strait of Hormuz, we're still suffering at Bab al-Mandab, where many of the international liners were hesitant to call on Bab al-Mandab. But we have to, work with the international liners, exchange information, activate the private sector. And since the beginning of the current crisis, more than 23 new liner services were activated in coordination with the private sector.
That's incredible. A round of applause for that, because honestly, when I think about just how Saudi has plugged in the holes on creating these new corridors, I always think, what would it mean for energy security had you not been so well prepared? Prime Minister Rama, really good to have you with us. I want to talk about, fantastic news. We've got the signature now on this MOU. We've seen some of the details on that. But I wonder if you take a step back, because the Strait of Hormuz has become that flashpoint. Do you believe that European countries, globally, other allies, should have stepped in to open up the Strait of Hormuz? You're a NATO member. Do you think that was a miscalculation?
Listen, you asked me to come here as one of the tourism champions, and I would very much love to focus on the bright side of life. Strait of Hormuz is for these guys, and for some other big guys. When it comes to us, Albania, we are very, very good friends with everyone in the Middle East, except the criminal regime of Tehran. So we wish really the best, especially for our brothers in the Gulf countries. But I was thinking, in which hotel with 5 stars in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Albania, someone would give you this bottle without a glass and would say to you, welcome to our conference. This is how Europe is behaving lately in an inertia that says we have everything, we don't miss anything, we are gonna be always the great, no matter what, and at the same time losing exactly what the others are catching up big time. So I believe that when it comes to Europe and Europe's role, everything is said very clearly. What is needed, what Europe has, what is missing. But there is one thing that, in fact, is the #1 problem of Europe, and that Europe is not being able to tackle, which is politics. So the capacity to have a common vision, the capacity to take common decisions, the capacity to implement in time everything that is decided. So when it comes to your Strait of Hormuz thing, it's sad to see how Europe, again, is in and out, is there and is not there. Like also when it comes to the biggest crisis Europe has faced since Second World War, the Russian aggression to Ukraine. Europe standing with Ukraine is the right thing to do, but Europe not talking at all to Russia for so many years says again a lot about what is the problem Europe has to face, which is politics and political capacity and decision.
You're an EU member candidate right now. Everything you've just described, it's some weaknesses that Europe is facing. Does that still align with what your aims are?
Well, listen, I talked about Europe, and I talk about Europe as a very convinced European, because I think that European Union is the most beautiful and the most amazing and brave imagination of the humans when it comes to politics. It's the most wonderful political project ever created by humanity. And the potential is absolutely great. So, of course, there are problems in Europe, but I always say we are in love with Europe. So I'm sure many people here know that when you are in love, everyone will tell you, don't rush to marry, because we know how it is. But this will not prevent you to marry. You want to marry, and we want to marry with Europe because it's the right place to be. Then how things will unfold is another story, but we want this marriage, we are obsessed about it, and we will get there no matter what, and sooner more than later.
Fantastic. And you've been engaged for a long time, so, you know, the consummate soon.
No, the problem is even worse. We haven't been engaged for a long time. We have been in love for a long time, like Romeo under the closed window of Julia. And then Julia appeared, but Julia's parents told us, you are good, we're gonna give a thought about it, and then one day we'll decide to start talking. So we fought to start talking. Now we are talking, and through the talks, I hope we'll marry.
Okay, fantastic. Fernando, let's talk about... Always interesting analogies, Prime Minister. Okay, Fernando, I want you to jump in here. Let's talk about the confrontations that we've been seeing on the trade and the tariff front. And frankly, you know, Minerva Foods operating in various jurisdictions, you've been hit by these confrontations. You've had to readjust. So tell me, free trade, a thing of the past? How are you adapting?
What we are seeing with the tariffs and the unpredictability that the tariffs brings is that the supply chains, they have to reinvent themselves. They have to look at the options. So I think the bad part of the story is the inflation, because volatility is translated into prices. And when we are talking about price of food, food inflation, it's one of the worst problems that everybody has to face, because it affects especially the lower social classes. The basis of the population is heavily affected by food inflation. So tariffs, they brought volatility that translated into prices, but the good part is that had us to reinvent the supply chains and the partnerships that you have to make. Now, international trade is not only about nearshoring, it's about friendshoring. You do business on who with you trust.
And look, the weaponization of what you're seeing in terms of trade routes and what it ultimately means down the line. I just wonder, Fernando, what the plan is going forward as you see sort of geopolitics, geoeconomics like really rattling things up, and how food security, frankly, has been weaponized in so many of these conflicts.
Well, as I said, the conflicts translated into inflation, but this is leading the world into a forced globalization. The budgets are limited of the countries, so they have to choose where they will put subsidies, where they will put their resources. And the forced globalization means that the countries that are efficient in producing product A or product B, and especially on food, they are gaining market for lack of options and not and to try to have the countries keeping the inflations under control.
Your Excellency, I want you to jump in here, and I want to talk about investment and how you're looking at the future. You're wanting to focus on and invest on a pipeline that is going to stretch from Saudi Arabia all the way up to Turkey. And I want you to tell me about the plans, how long that is going to take. And even if the strait opens up and we go back to normal, I'm sure you want this as a hedge in case something else happens.
Well, we have been building infrastructure that would help us to navigate in different situations. In terms of ports in the western side of Saudi Arabia, they have a capacity of 18 million containers per year, while our total trade in 2025 was only 10 million. So we have already the infrastructure within the kingdom. We have a road network of more than 75,000 square meters. Kilometers. We have 5,500 kilometers of railways. We have more than 500,000 trucks were activated during the crisis. We also have a network that is interconnected with our neighboring countries to the south, to the west, to the north, and we are discussing with our neighboring countries how we can even do more together, like the new rail systems, whether to the north or to the south, having more coordinated activities, and also connecting the systems together, not only the infrastructure, but the systems, connecting the systems, building coordination activities between the different countries and within the same country. You know, during the crisis, we immediately activated a prepared plan where 11 government entities were meeting on daily basis to coordinate the activities. And also, we were meeting on daily basis with the private sector to understand what challenges they are facing and how we can contribute to their needs. We also were in contact and continuous contact with our neighboring countries. So it was a crisis that showed how we were prepared, that showed the strength of our infrastructure, the resilience of our logistics ecosystem, and how we can quickly deploy activities and coordination activities within the country and between Saudi Arabia and the other countries.
Brilliant. Sticking with the theme of investment, and you were saying you were invited here as a tourism champion. Let's talk about tourism investment in Albania. And one that has ignited massive debate around politics, influence, and capital. You have seen, and we've all seen, the protest action in Albania, in the capital city. The EU Commission has warned around Albania ensuring that it sticks to environmental rules. You've seen pushback. There's a lot of stuff out there, Prime Minister, so take me through where you stand right now. What's the status of this luxury resort and investment, $4 billion worth?
Thank you for this question, because I'm sure that many people here are interested due to the digital outrage that has spread all over the world. And let me just very quickly give you a background. Albania, when I got in office, was a country with less than 10 billion euro GDP and around 2 million tourists, among which also the Prime Minister and everyone else were counted like tourists every time they re-enter the country after going somewhere. So I mean, Albania last year ended with more than 27 billion of GDP and with 12 million tourists. Our foreign direct investments have been in the range of 300 million when I took office, and last year they went beyond 1.6 billion, which is quite relevant for a country like us. So we have now jumped in another league in many ways. And so since a great visionary from the Middle East, whose name is Mohammed El Alabar, came to Albania and dared to offer to our country a bigger vision than the usual small investments, Albania became a place where people started to look differently, also in the level of big business and investment. And so we are now in a moment in time when we can go through with the biggest investment in tourism in the whole Europe, which is more than 4 billion euro. And an investment that has been thought since the first day as a way to showcase that nature and people can coexist, and that a regenerative life for nature and for people is the way through. So best architects, best landscape designers, best water engineers have been involved in this project that will be for sure so beneficial to Albania. Yesterday evening I was asked by close to everyone, what's wrong with you people? You know, everyone would like to have this. But on the other hand, I have to say this. To me, the fact that there are people in Albania nowadays that get in the street and protest, and in the name of nature and in the name of protecting birds, it's amazing. It's amazing for a country that until a decade ago was a destination for hunting barbarians, tourists with rifles that were being smuggled in the country and coming from this country and other Western countries to kill
big-time birds and animals with no control. So, or 10 years ago, Albania was a place where the forests were full of noise of the machines that cut trees. So we went through moratoriums of 10 years for cutting trees, for hunting. We have tripled the population of birds in Albania and so on, and we'll go through. But one thing I want to say here, the digital outrage, of course, has been provoked mostly because Kushner and Trump, shadow behind, are enough to bring a lot of people from a lot of ways of life, from a lot of continents, just jumping. But the amount of falsehoods, the amount of fake videos, the amount of videos that were taken from protests in different countries and were pushed as protests in Albania, the amount of bots that have been entering there from our enemy. We have an enemy. We have only one enemy, which is the Khomeini's Republic of Iran, and they are engaged since 3 years in a ruthless cyber attack against Albania, and they entered also in this game. The amount of craziness that
so,
has
Prime Minister,
it's something that I want to say is corroding from within our democracies, is bringing European and European perimeter in some paths that sooner more than later will completely destroy the sense of politics, the sense of decision making, the sense of compromise in our part of the world. So this is what I have seen from that. And it's time that democracies stop to believe that the freedom of speech is an extension of the freedom of speech. The freedom of speech is what every regime, through every propaganda, has done to go in every brain and to put the lie in the brain.
Thank you for that context, and we've run out of time. I'm going to give you quick fire questions, just yes or no. Has the land been bought already by the investors? Has the land been bought already by the investors?
Listen, don't go there because you remember me now that you are from CNN.
Yes,
and
no problem. Let's stick to the facts.
I hate to say that in this I've learned in the hard way that you are not an objective source, but you being Greek may feel in obligation to not go there. So yes, the land has been bought by the investors. Yes, it's a private land. Yes, an environmental impact assessment is ongoing. Yes, there is not yet a project being approved. Yes, there is not yet a building permission. Yes, there is nothing that has to make worry any environmentalist that think right. And yes, Albania will go forward, and Albania cannot save Europe in only one thing. The social media. If the social media will continue to be given a free ride, Europe will collapse from within. And then the shields against missiles and against rockets will be worthless because there will be nothing to protect.
Prime Minister, very quickly. EU Commission says you've got to stick to environmental rules, they're warning. You've also got the issue with protests. So how are you going to change the message so it resonates with the protests and protesters and ensure that the EU Commission is on your side?
I have a news for you. The majority of the Albanian people want the project. Where the project is going to happen is a city that is in a very large majority looking forward for the project, and there is no protest. The community where the project is going to develop wants the project. So what you see is not exactly what is going on. The outrage is there, I understand, but when it will fade away, and when I will send a very special invitation to CNN to come for the opening, everyone will be happy, and I'm sure that it will be a great chance for CNN to redeem.
Redeem.
To redeem. You need
from asking
redemption.
questions.
You need redemption
Our job
towards
is to ask
Albania, the
questions,
Albanian
Prime
people,
Minister.
and towards even the birds. You know, you need a moment of redemption because the birds, the waters, the trees, and everything will be much better than it is today. The project aims to have a net positive 25% more green than it is today.
Fantastic.
Today, the waters of the lagoon are infectious, and we will have a complete different system to make the waters clean again, like you say in the United States. Clean again,
Okay.
not great again.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you for clarifying all of that. It's taken.
What?
It took. Thank you for clarifying all of that.
No,
I appreciate it.
I thought you were thanking for the invitation. This
No,
is most
are you
important.
inviting me? I don't know. But
The
listen, you know, our job is to ask questions, and
sure.
and of course, your responses are always very welcome.
Listen,
We've run out of time. I
the
want to get into
problem are
His
not the
Excellency.
questions. The problem is the spin. And I will tell it all the way because I haven't the possibility to tell. I was a guest in CNN. I had an interview. And fair enough, all of them who think differently had their time. But for the anchor who invited me as a guest to publish in her profile a statement that was offensive, not critical, offensive to me, is really something. That's why I think Albania owes to this lost soul the possibility to come, kiss the birds, and redeem, and we'll do it. Thank you.
I'm aware you're talking about my colleague. Our job is to ask the questions, and we always appreciate it when you engage with us and answer them. You know, it's an important time. Your Excellency, interesting debate. I want to wrap with you, and I think let's talk about future investment. Let's talk about this new geoeconomic order. And you're getting your hands super busy over the past few months and in the next few months. I want you to give me sort of an assessment about whether you're feeling optimistic about what is in store for the next few months. I think if we look at the markets and we're worried about where oil prices are going, people are worried that this is going to feed through into 2027. Do you have words of hope for us in terms of energy security and the new global order that is emerging, where we stand, where Europe stands?
You know, what we have been doing is not a reaction to what has happened. We are progressing on implementing our Vision 2030, which guiding all activities. We will continue to implement our plans. We have our transport and logistics strategy, which is guided by the vision. We will continue to implement our plans in partnership and coordination with neighboring countries, with the private sector, to continue to build infrastructure, to continue to reform our regulations, to continue our digital transformation. And the name of the game is being ready, always ready. Today it's this crisis, tomorrow it's a pandemic or anything else. We have to be ready for any situation. But we have to be able not to get diverted or derailed from implementing our plans.
Exactly, not to get derailed, focus on what really matters. Very quickly, Fernando, I'm going to give you a few seconds to end. I'm going to give you a few seconds if you want to.
No,
I'm in trouble for going way over, but it's been fascinating. Tell me.
And I think that this global discussion about what is reshaping the world trade has a lot to do with risk management and how we deal with risk management. What are the tools that each of the supply chains they have to do it? We chose to go into the geographic diversification because this allows us to be present in different regions, this allows us that regardless of the scenario of tariffs, regardless of the scenario of the supply chain, of the logistics, you can move from product A to country A to country B, to country D, and to country E. So this allows us to be consistent on the supply. Food is on the basis of Maslow pyramid, and we have to be all over in an efficient way and making it affordable and available in all places.
Thank you so very much. Fernando, Prime Minister, Your Excellency, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Leave her. Eleni, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I did promise you a very dynamic panel. That's what you certainly got there. So we looked at tariffs, we looked at trade, we looked at the new geoeconomic order. And yes, indeed, new developments in Albania, what's happening there, where we'll all be keeping a close eye on it now because we can see many of the challenges there. And yes, indeed, we'll all have to check it out. And indeed, many of us did get to see firsthand the developments in Albania when we were at FII Europe just last year. So it is quite an extraordinary country in terms of what's happening. And it will continue, as His Excellency said there, to really drive development. Now, we need to move on, ladies and gentlemen, please. And a gentleman who knows a lot about development in many other regions in the world, and indeed has given us some of the most beautiful buildings in the world. We're going to have a conversation with him now. So we're very happy, we're delighted to have with us here of Emaar Properties and the founder of Noon, Mohammed Alabar, and he is in conversation with Richard Atias. So Richard, please, if you might join me on the stage. And I know Mr. Alabar is near at hand, or is he? I'll let you get settled.
I think he's around. He's just coming soon.
It's a busy time here, as always. This is what you create, the meeting place for the world, you know.
Absolutely. The beauty of networking.
So it is.
We're
It's great to
waiting
see
for
people
my friend Mohammed.
from all over the world. So what lively conversations we've had so far. Great lineup this morning. We really have had so many wonderful people on stage. And again, really giving us an overview of the possibilities, what's happening in Europe, and the potential. Any report out there? Over yonder, where's our colleagues? Indeed, I see him coming up. Please give a very warm welcome. Here he is, the founder of Emaar Properties and Noon. Mohammed Alabar is joining the stage, and I leave him in the good hands of Richard. I'm looking forward to this. Lovely to see you both.
My dear Mohammed, always a great pleasure to be with you. We know each other for almost, 30 years? And we are so pleased to have you also as a member of the FI Institute. So thank you for being with us.
It's been a long, beautiful time.
Thank you. Mohammed, peace agreement was signed yesterday.
Yeah.
How I would say, inshallah, past conflict has impacted your business or has impacted what you do, because you are involved in so many activities?
Well, it's a question. First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. It's a question that a lot of people actually call my wife and they ask her, how is he doing? You know, just because we're in the food business regionally, we are in e-commerce regionally together with PIF, by the way, on both businesses and then on the real estate side. And she tells him that he's so relaxed. And it's true. And you know, one thing we've learned, I think, from 2000, probably I learned it from 1997 because I was in Asia, and then we got hit with the Asia crisis, right? Then we got hit 2000, 6, 7, 8, financial crisis. Then we had, I guess we had 2 wars in the Middle East, 2 Iraq wars, Afghanistan war, Gaza, like there's a war every year, right? Then we got hit by COVID. So it was just an ongoing way of life. So if you don't build your organization in a resilient way, after learning what happened since 1997, but actually start happening in the 1920s. You know, World War I, World War II, disease, poverty, instability, weather. And this is just the new way of doing business. So business resilient enough to get the shake, because we are going to be shaken, and mark my word, every 3 to 4 years, you're going to get a hit. Weather, COVID, politics, wars, shortage of this, it will never stop. And now welcome to the big shakeup that's coming from AI. So this is
the new norm. It's a new norm.
Yeah, but to be honest with you, for you to wake up one morning where missiles are coming to Riyadh and coming to Dubai and Doha, it was shocking for us. But is your organization built to sustain long term? So the answer is that you have to build your organization that way. So it was different, but then again, we've done so much business all these years. We made so much profit. Now, can't you have reserve at least for 2 years, where you can just basically sit there for 2 years and handle a bit of pressure? And if you haven't done that, get out of the business. You know, go maybe take care of some sheep and goats. Because to run a big organization, big business, you need to be serious about, you know, the bolts and nuts of your organization. So, but then again, it was a global crisis. Why? Because I think the whole world is involved in this. You know, it's the people in India or the people in California. Everybody got affected by this war, and you know what I mean. So my gut feel is that this cannot stay too long. So I'm glad, I'm optimistic. I believe we have beautiful days ahead of us, because this trouble will bring one thing together, that we in the region, we need to sort out our issues on our own. Nobody in New York can solve our problems. Really, I really believe that. I believe that you can never change the borders. The borders are there. And I believe that we have leadership, wise leadership in our region, that they do understand this. And I am so optimistic that this happened, and we're going to move forward well.
I will come back later on about leadership, but let's talk about business, Mohammed. You have built cities, not just companies. Don't be humble. So when you walk through downtown Dubai today, do you see that as a business success, or do you see proof that one bold vision can completely rewrite a country's destiny?
Well, when I walk in Belgrade, you know, you haven't visited us in Belgrade, for example. It's a human achievement. It's more than anything else, to be honest with you. You know, because I believe that for all of us to achieve anything, to put this incredible gathering of people together, right? You have to be brave, right? You have to be brave to do this, because this could fail, right? So Richard, you and your team and His Excellency Yasser Rumayyan, yeah, they're brave people to even think that they can do this and do it on a global stage. It's the same thing in my business. Is that, you know, okay, the numbers have to make sense. Same thing for you, IRR have to be there. You manage your cash flow and all that. But then, you know, what is happening to society? What is the economic impact of what we do? So when I walk around Belgrade, or I walk around, you know, Albania, Dubai, or even, you know, Saudi Arabia, I think it's just the excitement of the power of human beings and how much they can achieve and how much they can change. And you know, it reminds me of these great, you know, European, you know, great civilization, what they've created. So it's more like human achievement than anything else. But with my shareholders, the numbers have to make a lot of sense, otherwise I'm dead.
What is your perception today on Europe? Remember last year in Tirana, you were talking about regulation.
Let's not go there.
This was a great social media, by the way, vibes. But today, what do you think about, what is your perception about Europe? How do you see Europe future? Do you think we are facing a crisis of confidence? What is your vision?
Well, I'm in about, I think, 10 European countries. And, I really love Europe because, if you look at history is really in Europe. That's where history is. That's why 70% of all tourists in the world, they fly to Europe. So there's a lot to say about this incredible Europe. No, of course, I really think that everybody in the world, they believe that democracy have gone too far. I think social media have basically destroyed how government can operate, and I really, I understand that. But I think we all a bunch of people that we have hope that no matter what you say about Europe, there are the European people, and they all love Europe. Spanish people, they love Spain. Italian people love Italy. And I think if there are issues, I am sure. I mean, look at UK. Like they've got a prime minister every month. Is it every month or is it every 2 months? I think, right? That's okay. That's okay. I mean, the Brits, they ruled the world, and now some Indian gentlemen have to be their prime minister. I don't know. It's just the new rule, right? But what I'm saying is that all these countries, they will find their way. And that's why you have people who love Britain, people who love Germany, and you'll go through a bad spell. But you cannot just say that Europe is dead. I mean, there are people who love their country, they will stand for it. I've got His Excellency here with me, Minister of Investment from Syria, my dear brother Talal. We just came from Syria, by the way. And he's a businessman, but he left factories in the Middle East. Probably his brother is running it, and he just transported himself and his family to Syria to support the movement. And there's a lot of people like that in Italy. There's a lot of people like that in Germany, in Brussels, who are going to take care of Europe. Unfortunately, I have no solution, because we are losing trust in democracy. Because no matter what you say, typically it's two political parties. And I always say that, why these people are so upset with us in the Middle East? They have two political parties. We only have one. So that's okay. There's not much difference. The only difference is that even in your two political parties, say 51% get the vote, and nobody gives a shit about the 49%, right? So, so one party rule. We also the same way, right? The only difference is that, I always say that we have one party, but we have good infrastructure, we have good education, we have good security, we have good bureaucratic process that's driven by technology. Tourism is the best. I mean, Saudi has the best airline in the world. Doha has the best airline. We have the best airline. So I want Europe to be that way. What that system is, I'm not sure.
Precisely about that. If I give you control of a European country for 24 months, let's assume I'm giving you a European country, what would be the first 3 decisions you will make to attract investment and to unlock all these opportunities?
Well, I'll answer it in a different way. I used to manage an investment company in Singapore, and then they brought me to Dubai to run actually exactly this. For 8 years, I ran their so-called economic development department, where we give business registration, we are tax collectors, we do the city promotion, we do all the investment rules and regulations. And then, I have a lot of incredible Saudi businessmen. They make appointments, come and see me to say that, I'm planning to open a branch of my business in Saudi Arabia. And I used to play tricks on them. So I know Mr. XYZ coming to see me, and before they leave, I give them an envelope. And then, so I'll do the same actually in Europe. So when I give them the envelope, it has a business registration approval to do business in Dubai. And he said, but Mohammed, I have not applied. I said, it's okay, no problem, you can use it. He said, but there is no address. I said, yeah, I put in my government office address. He said, yeah, but I have not paid the fees. I said, okay, if you open your business, pay the fees later. So His Highness, he heard that I'm doing a lot of this stuff. He says, Mohammed, you are not respecting the rules. What about if this gentleman, as he does his business, instead of doing business this, he does business that? I said, yeah, but shame on us. We are the government of Dubai, and if somebody misbehave, you don't have any police force who go and pick him from here and tell him behave? So why are you scared of somebody doing business? What is he going to do? And there is Ministry of Defense, there is the intelligence, there is the police, and you are scared of a businessman to do a business? Are you kidding me? Like, so it is ease. Businessmen, they really know what to do. And if they don't do anything they're not supposed to do, you guys in Europe, you have police, no? You have intelligence, you have all that stuff. Go after these people. Unless you guys don't have the energy to do. But I really think people care about their country. So simplify, simplify, simplify. That's all.
How many employees do you have in all your companies? How many total employees do you have?
How many?
Employees, staff.
Staff, 200,000.
Okay. Are you concerned that what AI will impact on jobs?
Absolutely.
What do you think will happen? More opportunities or destroy?
Did you get a message from my AI that sits on top of my WhatsApp?
No, but...
It's the first in the world. Yeah, but then I'm having a few political issues in the house. You know what I mean? Well, it will have a big effect, I must say. And the good news, I really think that that companies are responsible enough. I think leaders in companies, shareholders, CEOs, CFOs, they're trying to cope with it. And to cope with it is that you have to stay involved. You have to understand what effect it will have. I believe it will bring in so much more efficiency than the issue of employees. But for example, in my hospitality business, you know, we own more than 100 hotels. I don't think it will have any effect on employees, but it will have effect on efficiency, customer service, you know, providing better quality. So efficiency, I believe efficiency, reduction of costs, maybe even more important on when it comes to the issue of employees.
Mohammed, you have an amazing journey and you are known for your amazing energy. But what is the biggest mistake that Mohammed Al-Abbar has made in business, which is keeping you very humble again today?
Well, you know, my dad and my mom, they don't read or write. So I don't come from a house that has good education. So I was not prepared well. And that cost me one of the largest mistakes in my life. Number one, when I created my company, I have the wrong article of association. It's not to my advantage. My article of association, my company is not to my advantage, number one. Number two, I think I learned late that people and great team members are everything in life. Thank God the past 10 years I've been focused on that. So I would say these are the two challenges I have, but I think being in Singapore at a young age, I manage cash flow world class. Like I always tell people, I said, I don't care the war, 5 years, 7 years, I don't care. My debt is low, my cash is high, and my profits are like through the roof. So I think that's a gift. The Chinese have taught me that. So I live a paranoid life because I run my public company for the past 28 years. And Middle Eastern share mercy, yeah? No bad quarter. They don't like bad quarter. They want 30 years. Every year, all quarters are only going one way. So it makes you a little tough, but I enjoy it. If it wasn't for that, it won't be.
In 10 years from now, by 2036, let's say, which city do you think will surprise us the most in the world?
Well, 10 years from there, I'll be 78.
This has no impact with age.
No?
No.
You are big on longevity. Okay,
you are
give me
always
advice.
young.
Okay.
So which city do you think will be really surprising us the most?
Damascus.
Wow. Why?
Well, it's the oldest city in the world, number one. It's intact. But what makes it special is that, you know, we have forgotten about Syria for the past 60 years. And what I've learned the past, 15 years, is that caliber of people is everything. What makes Singapore is only Lee Kuan Yew and his gang, right? But what Syria has oil, gas, agriculture, tourism, beaches, you name it. and great talent. So the DNA of the Syrian people is a very unique DNA. And I deal with people the way you buy horses. So I think the Syrians are really good horses, with respect, of course.
Talal, the future is yours, my friend.
And I really mean it. I don't want to insult anybody, but I really believe that Damascus will be one of the most incredible cities in the future. And it's still beautiful. You walk the streets, it's just incredible.
My last question, Mohammed, even if I can spend hours with you always, if you have spent your life building malls, cities, companies, e-commerce ecosystem, if you were 25 years old today, with no money, no connection, where would you start?
Well, you know, I started at 35 when I created my company. I had only $15,000, right? So I can start 25, but do exactly the same, but at 25. But then change the article of association where they have a golden vote and nobody should vote except me. But it's a little too late, it's okay. It's not too bad, by the way, it's not too bad, okay?
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for His
But I want to
Excellency.
say,
Yes,
I also want to say really that, you know, I give credit to His Excellency Roma. He held my hand when I went to Albania, where everybody was saying it's a bad country, it has mafia, I have seen nothing but incredible country. By the way, our business is so good in Albania, our profit is so good in Albania, and the rules and clear. So I really want to salute Idi Rama for his support for me and believing in me in Albania. So, and thank you so much for giving me the chance.
I cannot
to
agree
come and
more
talk
with
to
you. Last year edition was great in Tirana. Thank you again. Round of applause for His Excellency Mohammed Al-Abar. Thank you.
And once again, thank you so much, Mohammed Al-Abar. Always great to hear him. And despite whatever few challenges he had in his youth, you know, they probably driven him forward. Lovely to see you as always. I'm a bit biased. I come from Dubai, so we see the Emaar skyline all over the place. And again, how lovely to be looking forward to seeing development in Syria. Now, there's a wonderful focus that we should all be looking at over the next few years. And again, it all comes back, as he said, to it's not just economic development, it's actually development of society. It's the potential of people to do great things. And I think we really heard that with just such resounding encouragement in terms of the work that his teams can do, his employees can do, the community can do, and even countries can do. And again, looking at what's happening in Europe here, it may have slowed down a little bit, but here's a man who believes that it's just resting. That's all that's happening in Europe at the moment. They might be just taking a little nap, but they will be back in action. Now, of course, we've looked at trade, we've looked at tourism, we've looked at many of the issues that are happening in countries around the world. And now we're going to turn our focus to security investments. And when we look at geopolitics in the last while, I think energy security, national security has been top of everybody's agenda. But let's now, our next panel, please welcome our moderator for this panel. It is the news editor for Europe with the Financial Times, Valentina Pop joins us, and her panel. Give her a warm welcome. They will be looking at security investment. Valentina?
Hi, thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience. I realize our panel is the last thing between you and lunch. It's a very delicate position to be in.
Very dangerous.
So I will cut my introduction short, but just a few words, however. For decades, Europe's security model has rested on a set of assumptions that now look increasingly fragile. A relatively stable neighborhood, deep economic interdependence, and American security guarantees that many considered permanent. Today, all three are being challenged. Russia's war against Ukraine has returned large-scale conflict to Europe. The war in the Middle East is creating new security risks, and across the Atlantic, Europe is confronting a more unpredictable United States. So in response, Europe has raced to rearm itself. with the goal to spend up to 800 billion in defense by 2029, 150 billion in the so-called safe loans. Germany, once NATO's spending laggard, has embarked on an extraordinary spending spree and is expected to become Europe's largest military force by a wide margin. But one question remains: is Europe moving fast enough and at sufficient scale to meet all these challenges? With me, I have a very distinguished panel, and I will, with no further introduction, go straight to Lorenzo, who has worked with Leonardo and MBDA for many years, two companies that sit at the heart of Europe's defense industrial ecosystem. So from your perspective, is Europe finally getting serious about building a genuinely integrated defense base?
I will try to answer straight, Valentina, to your question. I think Europe today is much more serious than in the past. Easy to say, but I think we should just touch base on a number of points. The real element is complexity. The recent conflicts have discovered complexity in the threat. Traditional war, so artillery, boots on the ground, strange threats like drones, swarm of drones, very, very advanced technology used in the battlefield, such as hypersonic threats, and on top, cyber threat and cognitive threats, so a hybrid warfare, so more complexity. Europe and our industries, I can answer as the CEO of Leonardo, we have done an exceptional effort in order to raise production capability. We have invested a lot. This has been done separately by each government, by each company, because the industry has done a lot, even sometimes independently from the support of governments. But the element of complexity remains, especially for countering those new threats that we are mentioning. So the only real answer is collaboration, and I think that a few good signs can be seen. So first of all, I would mention SAFE. SAFE is a concrete effort from the European Union to move forward and help nations to increase defense and security spending. A second one is a little bit subtle, is the harmonization of requirements, because it's obvious that if any nation, all nations, ask for different planes, different ships, different radars, whatever, you will never get to a real size that can compete worldwide. And I think this is what emerges already with GCAP, with common programs. Then there is the further step, that is the structural one. Here too, we have some good examples. I will just mention the legacy company MBDA, and I call it legacy because it is a JV since the year 2001. And what we are doing today in Bromo, with Bromo, the program to merge all the major activities of Europe in space between Leonardo, Thales, and Airbus. So yes, some concrete efforts I can see, and I'm confident that positive evidence will come very soon.
Thank you. I will turn over to Domitila. ELT sits at the intersection of electronic warfare, cyber, space, and intelligence. These are domains that many military planners are now seeing as decisive. When you look at Europe's response to this new security environment, are you confident that the policymakers understand where the next war will be fought?
So my honest answer is yes. My confidence is increasing, also because I see this revolution in Europe and especially in Italy, and also because the new paradigm, the new direction that we are facing in Europe, in NATO, are that the modern conflict are not yet only using a platform, non-kinetic armament. So The new dominance is the electromagnetism, cyber, space intelligence, and this is exactly what is the, let me say, the environment, the DNA of Health Group since 75 years. Also, our Ministry of Defense, Guido Crosetto, wrote non-papers on hybrid threats. And this is something that really confirms that the modern adversary are not yet using only kinetic, but they are using modern domain to try to not use the, let me say, old, ancient kinetic armament, but to debate the communication, to avoid you, to see you, to communicate, to decide, and to use some of the platform. So, of course, electromagnetics, cyber, especially, let me say, the EMSO environment are this invisible layer through the platform are really effective. So this is very important for us.
And if you were to think of bottlenecks and what is holding up investment currently, like where would the biggest problem perhaps?
I think that today we are listening to investment, procurement, but the real bottleneck, in my view, is the people. It's very difficult to reach and to have this talent today for the new paradigm, for the new domain. People is not just a question of procurement. You cannot procure talent. You cannot manufacture it. You have to develop it. You have to develop some new competence. And in all Europe, we have this problem to, we have a vision. We have now to put on the ground this. We have to execute vision. So the people, in my view, are really, let me say, the most important leverage today.
And is it a question of training or recruitment, or what is exactly the...
Both recruitment, but also new competence. The new domains are not yet studied in university. So this morning, a lot of people talk about AI, machine learning. These are today the weakness point of our strategic view.
Much to still work in progress. Turning to Pier Roberto, Europe is announcing hundreds of billions of euros in defense spending, but as we just discovered, money alone does not mean skills are acquired immediately. Also, infrastructure, shipyards cannot be built overnight. So from your perspective, is Europe underestimating the industrial challenge?
But first of all, let me beg your pardon, but at 1 o'clock I have to flash away. So let me start from the very end. I think that the answer is very well given by Lorenzo. I think Europe is doing the right thing because on the one hand is indicating an increase in expenditure, and on the other hand is pursuing an expansion of the industrial base. So first of all, we need to defend Europeans with self-production and buying from the outside. In the medium long term, we need to become as self-sufficient as possible. So we need to increase the industrial base qualitatively, i.e. full range of technologies, and quantitatively, i.e. number of items. So this is the route. This is the route. This is the target. Not easy at all. Expensive, for sure. In particular, in a moment in which you have some simultaneous additional requests for allocation of GDP. Because the complexity of the recipe is to strengthen defense while probably you have to take care of energy more and more. And if economy is stagnant, it means that you have to change the allocation from resources.
from one pocket to the other. So it's not an easy exercise. So that's what we are all, the three of us, our government, the European Union, engaged in, how to compromise in a way that is not easy. We as Fincantieri, we are in the middle of the story, simply because we are definitely contributing to the capacity of the continent when it comes to ships. I think we are quite fortunate because we have a large civilian shipbuilding capacity, so we can, scale fast. So it's an heavy industry, so the biorhythms are slow, but if you can reallocate capacity from civilian to military, you can do big things. We, for example, announced a reduction for the construction time of a frigate from more than 50 months to more or less 34, with the help of the rest of the industry, by the way. So it means that if we know to go fast, we can go fast in ships. Then obviously it's qualitative on top of quantitative. Qualitatively, what we can contribute to this enlargement of the industrial base in terms of technology is to integrate the ship of the future, which is a mothership. So it's no more a ship, it's a mothership, i.e. is able to deploy drones. So it means that the platform has to change, but also your ability to orchestrate these force multipliers, either in the underwater, on the surface, or on the air, altogether, is a key evolution in terms of defense systems more and more. The third challenge is not only to increase the capacity, not only to increase the technology, but to kill the defragmentation. So while doing this, we should avoid to build the Italian Corvette, the French Corvette, the German Corvette, because, at the end of the day, we are going to sail and navigate in the same seas. And waves are waves. There are no French waves, Italian waves, or, Greek waves. So while pursuing this increasing capacity, increasing in technology, we need to do in an unfragmented way, which is the most difficult part of the journey, because this is the era of protectionism. This is the era of the national champion. This is the era in which the political winds are not in favor of sharing necessarily. So this is a very complicated exercise, but I think the polar star is there. We need to navigate. And I think where you are looking for the support of institutions, it's much better if you start doing. So instead of waiting for the regulatory frameworks to happen, instead of waiting that there is a kind of third force that is twisting your arm, it's better that you convince yourself, you jump ahead. That's what we are doing. That's, to me, the message for today.
So since we are on a very tight schedule, one last question to each panelist. What would be the one lesson that you've learned so far from how the rearmament race is going, and what should policymakers and the people in governments in Italy, in Brussels, in other parts of the world, what should they bear in mind that perhaps they should change?
I think the most serious problem is that Europe is lacking in defense and security and in a real industrial policy. A real industrial policy. But here we are not talking about magic wand, so nothing can happen overnight. And if we talk about changes, I think that overcoming the protectionism, the sovereignism, and the need to have national champions through requirements that are jointly agreed, I think, as Roberto was saying, is the real first step. Then, as an immediate measures, for sure, changing some of the rules of the procurement, and I'm not talking about war economy, I'm talking about more efficient ways of buying when you buy much more than you were used to. I think we should be quickly thinking about. Some countries are already doing. Europe is doing something on that. And I think this is one way for the short term.
I like to stress the previous concept. I think we are, in this century, we are living in a fantastic development of Europe, but we are building this architecture. If you don't manage the human capital to transform this architecture in real operational path, the architecture will remain a plan, a slide, remain an architecture. So concrete development of human capital.
No, I think at the end of the story, incentives are the most effective way to influence behavior at any level, inside an organization, inside a team, inside a family, inside a country, and inside a federation. So I think the way the financial means will be made available will make a lot of difference. Take, for example, SAFE. SAFE is a measure that is asking, first of all, two nations to cooperate. So if you want to have access to SAFE, at least two nations has to adhere to the same initiative. Number two, you have to spend money within 2030. It means that you have to be fast, off the shelf. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You have to cherry pick something that is deployable tomorrow morning. And then number three, 65% of the content has to be European. So basically, you are creating an invitation to cooperate, to be fast and spend more, and to buy European. So that's, to me, the philosophy, the ideology of the regulation in defense, to create incentives rather than to call for the good for the sake of the good. For the higher purpose. The higher purpose is the sky, obviously, and we live under the sky because we are decent people, but let's put incentives in a way that is pragmatic and concrete.
And is there any extra incentive that could be given for the Italian government to tap the safe loans?
To Italian government?
To actually access the safe loans.
Come on, we are fully equipped. We as the industry, we are fully equipped. We are ready to jump. Just give a sign and we will deliver.
Yeah. I guess the macroeconomic situation of Italy with its debt makes it a bit harder for the government to see the merits of.
I tend to disagree with you. You know, the Anglo-Saxon way.
I'm trying to play the devil's advocate here.
In the sense that, you know, what I don't need to be the spokesperson of the government, by the way, you know, in front of such an audience. But what I think is that what our government did in terms of financial discipline, the level of performance of the balance sheet, quote unquote, of Italy has been remarkable. So we are close to 3%, which was something not obvious, and in something that I don't see everywhere.
For sure, but the fundamentals remain. In any case, as you said, indeed, financial carrots rather than fiscal sticks, discipline probably work better.
It's a good recipe. It's a combination of the two. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
and enjoy your lunch, everyone. Thank you
very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't anybody think of going to lunch. We're nowhere near lunch.
Oh,
please,
goodness
please,
me.
please, please. Just because Valentina's getting a break now, it doesn't mean anybody else is. We have two more great sessions, so please move a little forward. By all means, please come up forward. It'll be great to have you a little bit closer here, and maybe in the middle. We have two great sessions. We're going to be looking at power, autonomy, and survival in the age of AI. Now, I know you're all interested in this because I know it's something that impacts everybody's business. So please, please stay with us for this one. And then after that, we're going to have another quick session. So please don't go anywhere. Lunch will wait, I promise you. But I want to keep you all here. And by all means, please, please come a little closer for this. Okay, we're now absolutely delighted to have with us Cristiana Falcone. She is the chairperson of Beck's Foundation. And in conversation with her, please give a very, very warm welcome to the president of Attali Associates, the author, the futurologist. You know this man well, His Excellency Dr. Jacques Attali.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. So we're gonna start with a little bit of energy because we are between you and your lunch, we have heard. So, Attali, very nice to see you again.
Me too.
Are you ready? Europe likes to describe itself as a power. Washington sees it as a client, Beijing as a market, and Moscow as a battlefield. Which description is the closer to reality?
None of them. Europe is a power, for sure. 500 million people almost. The first trade partner for 60 countries in the world. And less known, more than 140 countries are using European regulations. Many people believe that the American regulations are spread around the world. That's not true on all fields. On many, many fields, but the European regulations that are the most implemented. It's true for agriculture, for climate, for even digital. Data protection system of Europe is now implemented in many countries around the world, and then I can go on and on. Take the last example of a last new thing that has been deployed in Europe, which is a carbon tax, deployed just some months ago, which is protecting Europe for importing projects or goods using too much carbon. And this is a very important tax and incentive, which modify a lot of things in many countries, and many countries are now planning to do the same thing in order to reduce their use of carbons, in order to be able to export to Europe. And then if they do that for Europe, they do that for the rest of the world. And in a moment where we need regulations, regulation is not a dirty word.
And that would be my follow-up question. Is regulation becoming Europe's strategy or it's an excuse?
It's a rule of law. If you say regulations, bad word, dirty word, I say rule of law, good word. We need rule of law worldwide for many issues. Even in terms of finance, if you have only one currency, it's a disaster. We need to have 2 or 3 in order to have a stable world. And regulation is always an element of rule of law, which is fundamental. Imagine a world without rule of law. It's a wild nightmare. Of course, we should not go over the fence and have too much regulation. And
it becomes red tape, right?
Yeah, it became red tapes, and it's a problem. But don't say that regulations is a problem. It's a solution. And the fact that the European regulations is implemented everywhere means what? It means that Europe, a strong Europe, is needed by the world. Europe is not playing, please accept us as a partner. No, the rest of the world need a strong Europe. Imagine the world with a weak Europe. Then you've no market to export to Europe. You will have no one to defend the rule of law, human rights, and democracy around the world. If Europe was not there, the world would be in very bad shape.
And you do have a point if we have the right leaders regulating in the appropriate way.
Of course, we can make mistakes. Everybody does mistakes.
Do we have the right regulators, leadership-wise?
We have a lot of excellent regulations which are put in place progressively and modified when needed, not quickly enough. It has been said before, the Draghi report is not implemented as quickly as it should. That's a domestic matter on many other capital markets, but should be implemented as quickly as possible. But the fact that it's not implemented is not bad for Europe, it's bad for the world. Because, as I said, we should reverse the perspective. The question is not, is Europe strong in the interest of Europe, but Europe must be strong in the interest of the world. It's not a matter of competition. People can say, okay, I'm happy, my competitor is weak, that's fine. But it's not the case in the world geopolitics. You cannot be happy if Europe is weak. It's not in the interest of the other countries.
You need the famous balance of power.
We need a strong democratic continent.
You speak of an economy of life and an economy of death. Looking at today capital flow, where is Europe actually investing? In life or death?
Economy of life means investing in sectors which are good for next generations, which is renewable energy, culture, education, democracy, good agriculture, good food, no sugar, no poison of anything. Today in the world, the economy of life is 45% of the world GDP, is 60% of the European GDP, and much less than that in many other countries. The world will not survive. The climate will be a hell if we don't move to 65% of the world GDP in economy of life. And Europe is moving in the good. By the way, China is also moving in the good direction.
That would be my follow-up question. Is there anyone else who's doing it? And I think today life is a scarce resource, the real life.
You're right. The real scarce resource is time, for us as for everyone.
Defense. Does strategic autonomy require Europe to become comfortable with power or even with force?
We are happy to see that Mr. Trump has decided to give up Europe. He's not the only one. Mr. Obama has given up Europe too. And that's good for Europe. Europe understands now we are alone. And if we are alone, we have to defend ourselves. You know what is the best army of Europe today, in Europe today?
No.
Ukrainian army. Because we have to fight and to defend. And we all are going to take the example of Ukrainian French army is better because we have nuclear weapons. I was not mentioning all that, but Ukrainian army is a good example of what you can do when you fight really alone and when you have to develop your imagination.
And we also have Germany who has pledged to put a lot of money in their defense mechanism.
Yeah, I hope they would use it to buy European weapons more than any other.
Not Turkish or South Korean.
Or Americans too much.
Oh, less American. Well, I'll see them more on Turkey. A bet. Kind of the last but not least, and I give you more time to answer that. You have like 3 minutes. Because I really want to leverage your foresight. Mm-hmm. Imagine we're sitting here again in 2040.
We will.
I will be doing a bit of retouch to look younger, but what is the one prediction you are making today that most people in this room will dismiss and you are convinced will happen?
The world will be more democratic than today. China will be a democracy. US will be back to rule of law. And Europe will be a leading cultural, political, and diplomatic power.
Why? Good. You are a real cheerleader of Europe. There are not that many left standing. Why do you say China democracy?
Because it's bound to become. Freedom of individuals, freedom of people. I'm sure that China, as all other countries, will become democracy. Because you cannot have a free market, innovation, freedom of thinking, freedom of innovation, if at the end you don't give to the individuals the rewards of this freedom. Democracy will come. Will it take 10, 15 years? I don't know, but it's going to happen.
And then the last of all these players, who will be the best ally of Europe?
US. What is US? US is a successful Europe. It's a utopia of Europe having been realized by killing a lot of people, which are the genocide of Indians. I mean, Amerindians. But the best allies will be the Americans. Russia will be part of Europe. Russia is a European nation. And
how far out is this foresight? Because Putin may live forever.
Forever is impossible for human beings. Therefore,
I think that ask Elon.
On the long term, I think that Russia is. That was my dream for many years. I worked a lot on that direction. Russia also will become a democracy and join Europe.
And China?
The most important continent in 1940 will be India and Africa. And then we should not discard the importance of Africa, which will be up to 3 billion people.
Demographically, yes,
Well,
where,
but also
where people are counting.
innovation. I mean, everybody now, because of AI and every technology, is leapfrogging the past. There is a very well-known example, which is the mobile phone. In Africa, there was no fixed lines. They did not create build line. They
leapfrog.
And the leapfrogging with AI will be a tremendous earthquake where Africa will join powerful nation quicker than people forecast.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for your attention. Enjoy your lunch. Thanks a lot.
Thank you both so much. And as always, great words of wisdom from Dr. Jacques Attali, of course, with tremendous encouragement, I think, for the world. And when we look at him, a champion of the region here, a champion of Europe, and indeed a champion of democracy more than anything else. Looking ahead to see what will happen in the wider world, looking at Africa, looking at the US, and indeed looking at China. And I think his great hopes for democracy in China, you heard it here. And already we look at the great scale of economic development, of societal development. And I think at the very heart of everything that Dr. Jacques does, it comes back to this time and time again. Our session here now, we're going to take a look at Europe's capital markets and really look at what's happening there. And of course, they've been very, very fragmented. You all know that. It possibly is very frustrating at times for many people in the financial sector here. But ultimately, we're looking at from fragmentation to financial sovereignty. And to head up this conversation, we have the senior finance reporter from Bloomberg. Laura Noonan is with us. Laura and your panel, I'm going to look forward to hearing this. And we have a dear audience ready for action. Thank you so much, Laura.
Thank you all very much for joining us and for delaying your lunch for the next 20 minutes. We promise to make it worth your while. I'm delighted to be here today and to have such a fun panel with us, and we have had a while to warm up in the green room, so hopefully we haven't exhausted everything we plan to say. But Olivier, I'm going to start with you. We've been talking a lot today about Europe's capital markets awakening, but some of us have been having this conversation for more than 10 years. So from your perspective, as the only continental European on this panel, why do you think anyone should believe it's different this time?
Well, I think that Europe is endly realizing that sovereignty and power is essential for its growth, for the sustainability of its political and democratic landscape. And when we talk about sovereignty, of course, first of all, people think about defense, about energy, about IT, but more and more, and this conference is a very good example of it, we begin to think about finance. And for me, if I may, I would say that finance, sovereignty in finance is the primus inter pares sovereignty, because without sovereignty in finance, you do not have the means and the power to finance the other sovereignty. So yes, things are evolving because Europe is realizing this. And that's why ECB is pushing more and more for consolidation in the banking system. That's why the Commission is pushing for the saving, investment and union. So yes, things are evolving, perhaps a little slowly, but things are evolving.
Okay, thank you so much. Stephen, I'm going to bring you in now because back when we first started talking about Europe's Capital Markets Union, the UK was in fact still a part of the EU. It was that long ago. The UK is now doing its own work trying to reinvigorate London's capital markets, IPOs, all those changes. So how do you see the evolution of the UK's capital markets and the EU's? Do you see them as complements, or is it a fight to the death for every IPO, for every bank investment, for every type of financing?
No, I think that the UK and Europe is indelibly linked to form a deeper capital market. And that's the reality of it. If you go back to Dr. Draghi's report in 2024, the core ethos of that was around building a deeper capital market union to attract capital. To attract capital, you need policy formation that is backed with capital formation that is underpinned that allows growth to happen. And I think the UK is a critical part of that. Obviously, we have a huge history in capital markets in the UK. But the premise here has to be that Europe has to find a deeper capital market. If you look at the amount of wealth that is invested in the capital markets in Europe, it's a third of the United States. And I think that is a very big bridge that we have to cross first. Secondly, I think it's very important that the funding comes from capital markets. And again, if you look at the funding in the US, there is 3 times more funding from individuals than banks in the US. So it's finding that depth of capital market to attract liquidity and bring innovation into Europe.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Andy, I'm going to come to you as the non-European, broadly speaking, on the panel. So, you work for a large US bank. The US, obviously, the largest, deepest, most profitable capital market in the world. How do you view the opportunities in Europe against that? I mean, if you're trying to see where does the bank want to put resources, where do clients want to put resources, why should they pick Europe over the US?
Right. Well, firstly, thank you to Richard, Her Majesty. It's an incredible event, and to do it in Rome and very timely. I think the first panel this morning said it well, as did Stephen and Olivia. Europe is an integral part of the global capital markets, right? There may be a much larger percentage in the US at the moment, but I think we've heard that all morning, right?
Yeah.
Europe is so key. So for us, for JP Morgan, London is our European headquarters, right? We're building a new building. We're very, very invested in London, but we're also vested, to your point, in Europe and see them linked because of European champions that have the Euro area, let's say. We are fundamentally very invested. I'll give you just a couple of examples. One is we have a retail business in the US under the Chase brand. We launched that in the UK 4 years ago, and we now have 2.5 million customers in purely digital, non-bricks and mortar retail business. And we've just launched this year in Germany, largest economy in Europe, a digital bank. So we are fully invested in driving that and giving clientele the opportunity to invest at the cutting edge of retail tech banking, let's say. The second is something called the Security Resiliency Initiative. It's something that we started in the US last year, $1.5 trillion funding commitment to invest in the most critical industries: technology, defense, healthcare, logistics, supply chain, and make sure that we're helping the private sector and the public sector build into those businesses. But we're also doing it in the UK, in France, in Germany, in Poland, and right here in Italy, right? I think that's a fundamental commitment to work side by side. So yes, the component of Europe goes very strongly. When we talk about the capital markets, which I think we're going to cover, the IPO markets we can dive into, but we have had I think a very, very good start to 2026. And when we talk about the capital markets in Europe, whether it's the UK or Europe, I think it's the same European story. What's interesting is we just had an enormous IPO that everybody is aware of last week, but the European interest in that IPO is something that should be factored. So there is something to be said to that too.
Because in terms of the European interest, I know we haven't mobilized much of it yet, but there has been a lot of wealth accumulated in Europe. I think that's one of the opportunities that maybe people see today. Olivier, from your perspective, when the European politicians and policymakers talk about savings and investment union, they talk about this 10 trillion, 11 trillion of wealth sitting on deposit, some of it in banks like yours, and the potential to mobilize that. How realistic is that, do you think, and how big an opportunity do you see in trying to get a percentage of that wealth into capital markets?
Well, in Europe, as Andy was saying, or Stephen was saying, sorry, we have today most of the financing which is done by banks. And this financing is also allowed because banks bear a lot of deposits coming from households that are stable, considered as stable, and allows the bank to finance the economy. Of course, we have to develop a capital market, but it won't change overnight. And what exists in the will, anyway, the will of the politicians in Europe is to protect the deposit. So banks are prevented to take too many risks. The risk framework that we can have, the risk appetite that we can have is constrained by regulation because the political will is to protect deposits. So what we have to develop is, first of all, channel to allow risk transfer to investors. So it means to develop securitization in a more efficient way than today. It is going the right direction, perhaps not strongly enough. It means also to develop other type of risk transfer, meaning the development of private funds. Of course, it has perhaps to be a little bit regulated, but we need that kind of actors. And in order to fuel this investor base, we also need to develop pension fund in Europe. And I think that development of capital market is what we want to do, but if we don't have the investor base, it will be very difficult. So in order to increase the total amount of money that can be channeled through capital market, I think that we need also to develop the pension fund in Europe.
Okay, thank you. Andy, how excited are you about that 11 trillion euro in savings and the potential to do more with that? Yep, that's you. About the $11 trillion in European household savings and the potential to use that more.
US GDP is 50% greater than Europe, but the savings rates are about the same. And I think that Stephen raised this perfectly. If the tools, particularly in asset management and pension and other facilities that are pan-European, is an enormous ability to take those savings, about 11 trillion euros across the European spectrum, and then at least invest a portion into the equity market to fund new companies, to fund new ideas. I think we've heard it again this morning. There's no lack of academic quality, lack of entrepreneurship, or lack of ideas in Europe. There's a lack of capital and capital structure, and I think we can go that way. The second thing is I would say the asset-backed market, right? In the US, it's around 12 trillion, I believe. I think it's about 1.3, so it's 10x in the US. And Stephen mentioned this. In the US, capital markets are sourced so quickly to fund companies right across the different spectrum. Here, it's more of a banking model, so it's more regulated, it's more controlled, and so entrepreneurs have a more difficult time. But that is moving very, very quickly. There's a number of initiatives, some were discussed this morning, and I think there is a unified view. Let's untap that market and allow people to come in. There are currently 1,600 companies in the world that are basically unicorns, over $1 billion of value. So a lot of those are in Europe, and it would be great that they had the funding sources to be able to remain here, stay here, including a lot here in Italy.
So on those initiatives, Stephen, I bring you in here because you have something of a unique perspective sitting in the UK now. One of the criticisms of Europe has been that it takes such a long time for anything to get done. And from your perspective, the UK regulators always tell me that since they've left the EU, they can execute things much faster, whereas in the European context, we've been talking about securitizations for quite some time. So do you think that Europe has moved too slowly on this? Do you see the UK moving faster?
No, I think actually we should step back a moment. If you look at the performance of capital markets in Europe, European equities actually performed incredibly well in 2024. They outperformed the US in 2025. Capital is being formed in the equity market in Europe, which I think is very powerful. It's finding value and opportunity. I think, come back to Olivier's point on lending and securitization, we'll have $2 trillion of securitization across the globe this year. What that actually means is banks being able to distribute the capital that they have invested in originating lending to allow them to lend again, which I think, again, is another very powerful thing. And if you look at the quantum of securitization amongst the European banks in the course of the last 3 years, it's evidencing a further ability for the European banks to lend into the economies in Europe. I would also say, if any of you have Bloombergs, thank you, Laura.
I do have a Bloomberg, thank you, Stephen.
You do have a Bloomberg. You will see that a number of the European banks in the last 48 hours have hit post-GFC highs, or 52-week highs in the last 48 hours. That is really important. It shows you the strength of capital of the banking system to allow it to lend into the economies.
Yeah. So, Olivier, picking up on that point, European banks, share price highs, a lot of securitization happening. Do we even need any policy reforms here? Are you not grand?
Sorry?
Sorry. European banks, share price high, lots of securitization happening already. Do you even need any action from policymakers, or are you not doing great as it is? They should just leave it alone.
Yes, we need the policymakers because today there are some friction because it's cost. When you do a securitization at the border of the financial system, it requires additional capital. So between the issuer of the securitization and the buyer of the securitization, there is the need of extra capital when you do so. So we need to perhaps to keep some of it, but we need to reduce it. That's the point, in order for securitization to be more efficient at the border of the financial system.
And do we need other reforms to help European banks, like the Commission's package coming next month? Is that important?
So once again, and we speak a lot about the development of the capital market, but if we don't have the investor base, it won't happen. So we need also to develop long-term investor base, investors that can take more risk than banks can do. So that's why I was mentioning pension fund. And to do so and to develop that, what do we need? We need tax incentive, because today European households put their saving on low-risk product anyway. So in order to incentivize a switch from this low-risk product to a more risky product, we need some economic actors. We need, once again, investors that can bear long-term risk and finance what is needed for Europe, meaning long-term investment on defense, on IT, on energy, and so on and so forth.
Okay. I guess tax has been one of the more challenging areas because it's a national it's set by European countries nationally, not the EU centrally. So I think we have struggled with that.
Part of it also comes from the budget constraint that government have, meaning if you want to incentivize, you have to incentivize it through tax incentive, which is relatively difficult when you already are in a difficult budget situation.
Fair.
You have everything to finance.
Andy, I'm going to bring you in here on the point of creating European banking champions, because in the US, I think it's fair to say it's currently a free-for-all in terms of bank M&A. I mean, it feels like any bank could be supported by any other bank, regardless of scale. In Europe, that's not quite the vibe. How do you see the need for European banking champions? Does Europe need a bank to compete with JP Morgan Chase?
Well, it's a very open and competitive landscape everywhere, and there's national champions in all regions of the world. So I think we see that. But I think Stephen said, and Mr. Orsell said this morning, is incredible. Just go back 10 or 15 years, there was disarray in the banking sector all over the world, and the fact that the 48 hours have shown these highs across nearly every market we've looked at is fantastic. So the national champions are growing themselves and fixing in a very difficult set of circumstances and leading to that, and the economy needs it. Should there be more consolidation and more larger platforms? That's obvious if you look at the market cap and the amount that large US banks can lend. And I think we'll get towards that at some point. But the innovation and the drive in technology across this industry is what everybody at this conference needs, right? They need the banking sector to free up capital so that companies can be invested in, grow, build, develop. When we talk about that flow of capital, though, I'd like to point out two things. The largest defense IPO this year, with everything going on geopolitically, was in Central Europe, was in the Czech Republic. Right? I think that's fascinating. It's a European champion, driven by a lot of European banks behind it. We led it, and that was oversubscribed in 4 minutes, right? Which says that capital will flow from all over the world, by the way.
Yep.
Secondly, there was a very significant Hong Kong listing of a Chinese company called CATL, which is a battery company, right? And the capital stack there was also equally global, because place for that company in the consumer world is here in Europe, in European automakers. So these capital flows need to be balanced, right, with how the banking sector is done.
Can I just pick up on something Andy said there, because it's really important. If you look around Europe, actually there has been a lot of bank M&A already in market.
Yeah.
So banks are scaling themselves in market. That's really important. In fact, Barclays has made 3 acquisitions in the last 5 years in market. The big difference between the US and Europe right now is cross-state or cross-border in Europe. In the US, the Federal Reserve and the OCC moved very quickly to allow cross-border activity, that's cross-state. And there is a US bank that merged in 8 weeks. There's a European bank that's just been given OCC approval to buy a bank in the United States. There is a philosophical difference in the US versus the ECB.
Yeah.
And each regulator must come to that
Do you
determination.
think it's an ECB issue? Of the most high profile one that's dragging on for quite some time, Commerzbank UniCredit. I think the ECB is broadly supportive, and the host country of the bank being acquired is, I think, fair to say, less so. The ECB seems to be pro. It just, I guess, is it just the limitation of the ECB's power? Olivier, how do you see it? Who would your problem be with?
I would say that's clearly, and I think Andrea Orchel this morning implicitly mentioned it as well, meaning it's not the ECB that is preventing that kind of a merger. On the contrary, ECB is pushing for it. What is today very difficult is the political level, because at the political level, every national political people clearly understand the concept of sovereignty of finance in their country.
Yeah, it's.
But they, today, what they lack is the comprehension of financial sovereignty at European level. European banks are today too small in order to compete really with the international competition. The market cap of banks in Europe are very small, and even our clients, our corporate clients, and so on and so forth, have market cap which are much larger than the market cap of European banks. So European banks remain too small to accompany really the need of the economy.
But it is quite an emotive issue for banks. I mean, how would you feel about Stephen's bank or Andy's bank taking over your bank?
Well, it is what it is. If it has to happen, it will happen. That being said, to buy Crédit Agricole is very difficult due to its mutual structure. We cannot be bought by anyone in the market. That's a competitive advantage that we have. But for any other bank in Europe, let's do it.
Stephen, Andy, any interest in Olivier's bank?
I wouldn't comment on cross-border M&A, but I would say this for the audience and those listening online. The banking sector and what we've been through in the last 2 decades particularly is an absolutely critical component of what we do every day in communities, with hospitals, roads, tollways, airports, obviously growing companies, large corporates, small corporates, governments, local councils, and the banking sectors in all countries, I think, really well run. And that's a shout out to the regulators as well, because post a dire situation 17 years ago, 18 years ago, it's a good place to be. So I'm glad to see people seeing new highs. The M&A situation will sort itself out. But I will tell you, from covering what we do, we cover some of the largest families in the world. Their number one concern is not cyber, right? It's not something in their home country. It's geopolitical risk.
Yeah.
They rely on banks, right, to provide a lot of that information and data sourcing.
Stephen, would you like to tell us which European bank Barclays would most like to buy?
I think the most important thing, as Andy said, is having strong banks. It doesn't matter whether it's 10 or 100. Strong banks create an ability to lend into a marketplace wherever that marketplace can be. We're in Italy. If you look at what has happened to Italy in the last 5 years, stable government, better government credit ratings, finding growth, enabling their businesses with strong banks to grow around critical areas of defense, energy, luxury. Like, I think Italy is an incredible example of what's already underway with, importantly, very strong banks.
Okay, I have a final question for all of you, a super fast one. I'm going to go down in order, just so you know. So, should banks wait for European policymakers to deliver a big bang solution to Europe's financing woes, or should banks try to make the best that they can with the environment that's there now? Olivier?
To be honest, I don't know exactly what we, once again, I would refer to André Horchel. We have to act. And we have to act also at our level in order to push this consolidation. We have to become more global and to continue to develop ourselves.
Okay. Andy, act or wait? Would you like to act or wait?
Oh, add. I thought it was a separate question. Oh, look, we operate in so many different environments with so many regulators. The regulators are the representation of the people, so we operate in that environment. But I think to Stephen's point, it's happening anyway, right? We didn't touch at all on technology or AI, right? And all I would say is that the countenance to that and the fear that have, particularly in the banking sector, is actually something that's very European, which is sports. And I think you're going to see a lot more activity with the banks in sports, financing teams, valuations going up, younger people having the antidote to their screens is something live. And I think that's a really European thing and something to be excited about.
Stephen, final word.
You have to act. We're in an industrial revolution around many sectors that has a deep requirement for capital. You have to be in control of what you're in control of. And I think ensuring that we help fund that industrial revolution in many sectors, not just technology, in energy, in manufacturing, ensuring that we are in control of the things that we're in control of. To be strong is where you need to be. That means acting now.
Okay, that is a great note to finish on. So thank you all for your attention. Thank you very much to my panelists, and I'll now hand back to Ethna.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank
you. Thank you.
And Laura, thank you so much. And a big thanks, of course, to our dear colleagues there from Credit Agricole, JP Morgan and Barclays. Gentlemen, thank you all and good luck. We know you're the very heart of everything we do, the economies. You keep us all moving, you mind our money. So we realize the importance of the banking sector when we look around the world. Yes, it's lunchtime. Yes, yes, yes. I'm only giving you half an hour. So please, some of your colleagues have drifted off a little bit earlier, but please be back here if you could at 2:10. So just about half an hour. And the reason I'd love you back particularly is I'm going to moderate 2 big sessions on the energy trilemma. You know, my favorite topic and the one that we all need to be concerned about, the one we all need to be worried about. And yes, while the banking system is very important, the energy system, I can promise you, is probably on top of that one. So we have a busy and a big afternoon. So I look forward to seeing you all later. Thank you all so much for being with us and see you at 2:10, all right?
The energy transition may be powered by the wind and the sun, but it begins in the ground. Every electric vehicle, every battery, every solar grid, every piece of the new energy infrastructure depends on critical minerals. Lithium, copper, nickel, rare earths, the resources now driving a new era of global competition. Demand is surging, supply chains are under pressure, and nations are racing to secure the materials that will power the economies of the future. For Europe, the challenge is both strategic and urgent. As Europe seeks to reduce dependency on concentrated suppliers and geopolitical rivals, securing access to these materials has become a strategic priority. The European Union now aims to mine at least 10% of its annual strategic raw material needs by 2030, while ensuring no single third country supplies more than 65% of its requirements. Europe possesses significant mineral potential of its own, including substantial lithium reserves. But the real challenge is not only extraction, it is building the refining, processing, and industrial capacity needed to reduce dependence on external powers and secure greater economic sovereignty. This is more than a race for resources. It's a chance for Europe to redefine industrial leadership for a new era, where innovation, sustainability, and strategic independence advance together. Because the future of the energy transition will not simply be defined by ambition, it will be built as the new energy infrastructure.
Okay, go.
Get the water.
It's okay, go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome back. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being here. We have two big sessions happening now in just a couple of minutes, and they have been, we're sort of under an umbrella of the energy trilemma, and indeed a conversation very close to my heart, having worked in the energy sector as a journalist and a commentator for the last, gosh, I don't know, 25 years or going way, way, way back. But again, when we look at what's happening, we've been talking about the energy trilemma for quite a long time right now. And indeed, we're going to continue to talk about it, I think, for probably many more years to come. We're looking at the energy transition. We're looking at an energy addition. But let me get my panel up here because we really have a super panel who's going to put some sense around this. I'd love to welcome the board member and vice chair of Secure Energy for Europe and from VCM. Doris Honold is with us. Doris, if I can have you to come in here. Would you like, why not? The executive chairman and founder for Intracorp, Filippo Girelli, is with us. Filippo, thank you so much. From Edis Holding, the vice chairman and the group CEO, Dr. Mohammed Farouk. From Nucleo, we have Stefano Bueno, the founder and the CEO. And I'm delighted we also have the advisor to the chairman at Aqua and the former CEO, Marco Arcelli. So here we have our great lineup here. Thank you all so much for being with us. And Marco, let me start with you here. We've talked about energy security for a long, long time now. We'll continue to talk about it, and we have to have this conversation. But it's not really just an energy issue right now, really. Has it become more of a sort of competitive industry, if you look at it? And what risk would you say is to Europe's industrial future more than anything else if we cannot actually get this energy trilemma right? Secure, affordable, and reliable.
Absolutely. In a world that is fragmenting, competition is increasing, and actually we talk not about a dilemma, but a quadrilemma. So we also added the topic of speed. So you have to act fast because the others are running fast. What I see today is China is really powering ahead with the new 5-year plan, the 15. They're really pushing green molecules as a way to decarbonize the economy, but also to provide competitive. So all the green steel, green aluminum, automotive, and so on. The US is self-contained. They have a lot of demand, a lot of energy, so lucky them. India is also going very fast, particularly on promoting green ammonia, green hydrogen, and Europe is standing still. So we have a demography problem, we have a slow decision-making of the overall infrastructure, and so we need really to the time in 2026 to decide whether we want to continue to spend money to basically fight the emergency or spend some money to build a structural advantage for Europe, which we believe should be in renewable molecules.
Well, we'll have time to talk about what we can do about it and find those solutions. But you're absolutely right. That concept, I think, of speed, urgency, you know, we have to do it and we have to do it quick. Stefano, we look back, I suppose, on a history. If we're at a position at the moment when, you know, affordability and reliability are under threat right now, we really have to look back at maybe years of underinvestment. Because what we have now, I think, if anything, is energy insecurity in Europe right now. Has it been because, you know, in the past 2 decades, maybe the right decisions have not been made when it comes to energy?
Yes, that's true. But we have to think about the fact that we were living in a very global world. So we didn't care about where the material was coming, where the consumables were coming, etc. So today we live in a very different world. I'm surprised about it, but we are there. And so a technology like nuclear, that is the one that I take care of, it's becoming very important. It's becoming key because it's really the only possibility to have a decarbonized energy and an independent energy for Europe somehow that gives a programmable energy. So that's a very key fundamental thing. So now we are paying the 40 years in which all of the industry has been blocked completely because of the lack of vision in the long term from this point of view. And but it's time to come back. And this is the moment it's happening actually.
It is, I think, with that speed we needed. Dr. Mohammed, we look at the energy trilemma, and in many ways, it's almost framed as we talk about it together. The three-legged stool, you know, we need each one to balance the other, almost in equality. But do you think that the European framing of this trilemma, you know, when we look at the map, does it actually look at the energy reality of the countries that then are actually supplying it?
Yeah, I think the problem here is that there was no real, as this morning His Excellency is talking about the energy realism, where apparently they were the three elements or the three pillars were competing rather than working in sync. I believe this today appears into the numbers of Europe. If you look about the energy where Europe is importing 60% of its energy need. If we talk about oil specifically, they are importing 97% of their oil needs, where I believe this led to a big problem. And it's all about the ecosystem, where there was no capital spending, either the debt market or the equity market. A lot of people left the core specifically, and meanwhile, I think there's still an opportunity. And I can give an example where today there is a lot of opportunity to look at gas, where gas is really considered one of those clean energy in the big scheme, specifically in areas in the Mediterranean, in the Black Sea, even in the North Sea. And I can say that by focusing on the exploration and development into that area, where at the same time you are investing into the renewable, into the long term, which is more feasible in the future. So I think this balance didn't take the right synchronization, which led to the crunch of importing, which led to inflation and cost of energy into the region.
Filippo, when we look at energy security, I mean, it's the no-brainer. We need it. And it very much is the destination in a way. But do you think often we're not really constrained by technology and the possibility of making it right, but actually we're constrained more with infrastructure bottlenecks? There's a whole long list of what's going wrong. What are we going to do to actually manage this and put in better planning?
The big issue is definitely towards what's systemic with respect to what's emergency. In the Western world, especially in Europe, we tend to structure investments only when it comes to emergency. So we have a bridge falling apart and then we have to rebuild the bridge. We have people dead because of hydrogeologic problems, and so we need to fix that. We at Infracorp, we are trying to extend this reasoning to systemic. Systemic means planning. And the only way for you to do planning is to build an infrastructure, a sub-infrastructure, which is potentially made actually entirely on AI, which sees the counterposition of two agents. The first agent is the execution agents, which decreases. You've seen right now that enormous decreases in execution costs thanks to the global LLM programs, Claude, and so on and so forth. The problem is verification, because once you've been producing a lot of data, a lot of documents, the moment these documents and data and planning have to be verified, they need to have a sort of like a counter agent for that. And so our new way of doing systemic infrastructure investments is to always have these two counterparties, an operational one and a verification one, with always the human in the loop, because that's a very big issue. Great corporates are firing people just because of AI without thinking that their next generation is going to be grown entirely on verification.
And we need to make sure, yes, that we do that in harmony. Doris, when we look at the energy transition, I mean, I think we look stuck right now. I mean, it seems like it's at a crossroads. And again, we've got projects like grid, cross-border infrastructure that, have not really moved along as fast as they could. How can we, accelerate that, because demand rates are on the increase?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need to speed things up. And we know that especially cross-border energy infrastructure projects can take decades. We've also seen that, for example, Germany built a floating LNG terminal in less than 6 months. And it was possible to compress these decades into months because there was the political will, a real emergency, and a technical, easily implementable solution. So the EU is actually working at addressing that now with the EU grid package, which looks at exactly that, taking the emergency playbook and define it as the new normal, because construction is not the choke point, it's permitting. So the plan is really to have parallel processing of permitting, of approval, upfront cost transparency on everything cross-border, so you don't argue years about cost sharing, and assign it with the right political priority. The EU energy ministers are meeting next week to discuss the EU grid package, and I really hope that EU cross-border infrastructure will get the right priority, and national interests will with this.
No, I mean, I think the infrastructure has to get more attention. Mohammed, if I can come to you, because I want to talk to you, all have different solutions on this. But Mohammed, the reality at the moment is, within the energy infrastructure and the energy transition and addition, we still need hydrocarbons. So how are we managing, and how can Europe actually manage to escalate its energy transition, make sure that we still manage to how can Europe actually manage to escalate its energy transition, make sure that we still manage to keep the lights on right now? Sometimes I don't think there's been sufficient thinking put into place on this right now.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I believe what we did as a company, even investing in Europe, recently we did a big acquisition for one of the listed company in Oslo Stock Exchange, where they have some of their fleets working into the North Sea. And I talk here specifically on offshore, where offshore is part of the infrastructure today, considered the long-term play, considered the investments. So today we have assets working in the North Sea. We have assets working actually in the Mediterranean, where they provide ability to get gas out of Norway, get gas out of Netherlands, get gas out of Italy. Actually, we have a very good success story with one of the partner, which actually it's a company where they have been able to work in Netherlands over the last few years. Its company name is Tenaz, and they were able actually over the next few months to reduce the import of the gas of Netherlands to 50%. So this is an example of an investment into the right timing on the right assets. And meanwhile, working on emissions for our assets today would reduce significantly also the footprint, carbon footprint, which again would help. So there is not only one way to go. As I said, it has to work in sync.
Marco, when we look at the new energy infrastructure, I mean, it's all about power. And I think particularly here in Europe, we see the electrification of so many countries, and this is almost mandated now. So talk to me a little bit about where will green hydrogen fit into this mix and really help, with Europe's energy future?
Over the last 15 years, electrification went through basically decarbonization. So emissions went down 40%. All the other sectors, it remains stable. So it's the time to attack the other sectors. And it's mobility, it's ammonia, it's steel, and so on. What green hydrogen and green ammonia bring to that is first, stability of prices. Over the last 5 years, we've had COVID shock, Ukrainian shock, Middle East shock, so that on average, it would have been cheaper to make hydrogen from renewables in Saudi Arabia, turn it to ammonia, ship it to Europe, turn it back to hydrogen, and use it here, than to make it from natural gas in Europe. So the first one is stability. We're talking about two different products, not volatile like commodities, but flat forever. The second is affordability. Natural gas and fossil fuels are naturally inflationary because you always need to go against the depletion of a reservoir, so you need to continue to invest, and it's always more expensive because the field is more marginal and the actual capex is more expensive. For renewables, instead it's flat now, you invest, it's there forever. That means in real terms, 20 years from now, the renewable that you install today will cost half the cost of what the fossil fuel equivalent will be. The third one is you're effectively offsetting or addressing a natural gas demand with something else, so it helps to bring down the marginal cost of natural gas. If you take simply refining with the RFNBO, for instance, mandates for refineries or ammonia, the combine of these is 10 to 15% of European demand. So you can take that out. By the way, if you do it with RFNBO mandates, 1% mandate in Germany alone is equivalent to 1 million electric vehicles on the road. They already set a 4% target. That means that it's equivalent to 4 million cars on the road, same decarbonization effect. So we can use that to prolong potentially the internal combustion engine and preserve the industrial automotive industry here, which will bring back, if we lose that to China, will bring back the steel. If we lose that, you lose the defense. So you see how today the energy, the industrial, the climate, the defense, and I would add the food security we saw with Hormuz on fertilizer, they all come together, and green hydrogen and ammonia is the solution.
And it has to be that more holistic thinking, without a doubt. Stefano, you look at the nuclear sector very much, but you have an unusual take on this in terms of also finding a resource in terms of nuclear spent fuel. Tell me where you feel that can actually help to deliver a solution.
Yeah, that's something that really not well known. Imagine we are producing about in Europe 25% of our electricity now with nuclear, believe it or not, and we have done it for decades. So during this process, we have imported in Europe a lot of uranium, and we have generated some spent fuel. But from the uranium, we only extracted 0.5% of the energy of this material. We can still extract 200 times the energy that we have. So today in Europe, we have an incredible opportunity. We have a lot of spent fuel that can be recycled and refabricated to serve the nuclear industry. So we create an asset. We have an asset, actually, in Europe that can provide energy for hundreds of years.
And the technology is there.
The technology is there because it has been invented before I was born, and it was maintained by France. France now is coming back to the idea of this closure of the fuel cycle, as we said. Slovakia is choosing this way, many European countries. And the example of Europe has been so strong that even US, after 50 years of ban of this idea of recycling and reuse, has reopened to this strategy 1 year ago and is potentially progressing also towards the idea of reusing this asset that is the nuclear spent fuel.
It's definitely a novel idea, but you're already working on it, which is very exciting, especially in the US. Good luck with that project. Doris, when we look at the carbon market and your role in the voluntary carbon market, where do you see that actually helping as well?
The carbon market, both compliance and the voluntary market, can help show benefits today. So we can have a world where, say, I pay a carbon cost, but I do get a tangible transition benefit. ETS, I think, does work, but lots of criticism. I think what needs to change
types of data centers that need to be planned. And of course, governments can try to give a path, but of course it's the private sector that together with the public sector can work together. Again, AI can help us a lot to define the strategies. We need to be, again, the humans in the loop, but the most important thing is that from that, you can plan the entire energy sourcing. You need to start from the usage, from the user experience, and then engineer back, reverse engineer to the amount of energy that you need and not going the other way around. Because that's the big issue. That's what we've been doing so far.
And all this needs to be done with great speed, just like me closing off this panel, I'm afraid. Doris, I want you all to very quickly give me a little bit of a call to action and perhaps frame it around investment, because clearly all of this is going to cost money. Let me just start with you in terms of what you think now, what's urgent, what's possible.
I think we talked about it all morning. I think I gave the example of the EU grid package. I gave the example of carbon markets. We had the panel before on making capital markets, using EU savings plus 10 trillion, making these energy projects more investable. I think we really have the solution. We just need to get going and stop being complacent.
And Filippo, you gave us a few solutions there already, but again, who's going to pay for it, particularly when it comes to the governments?
Oh, the private sector is going to pay for it as long as it has proper planning and usage. So to start with, you need to start with the basics, the network, and how that network is going to help the entire AI evolution, the entire development of a single country. Europe needs desperately this kind of approach. PPPs are definitely one of the answers.
Mohammed, there's investment still needed in hydrocarbons, clearly, but is there enough? And, will we get it fast enough?
I think there still need to be more in the area of the hydrocarbon. I would say allowing the licensing, giving the financing, encouraging the foreign investments. I think all of this is important to continue developing, because I think today the renewable only is not enough, so they need to be balanced.
Anytime, Stefano, we look at nuclear, I think we think, big dollar signs, big money. Is it actually a practical way to go? And again, where's the investment going to come? And in that call to industry, what do we need to do?
Yes, we have trying to change the paradigm of nuclear investment to first to build a smaller power plants that are modular, so they can be built like in 3 years or even 2 in the future, so that the capital investment that is used can be give returns much faster. But these returns are over 60 years because so it might interest very much a new category of investors. And so the other paradigm that we change is that we wait for private investors and funds and infrastructure funds to come. Traditionally, nuclear has been a governmental investment, so we have to change also this paradigm. And the final point is that the use of these reactors, we don't necessarily need to provide electrons to the grid. We can provide electricity and heat, for example, to the industry. So we can actually use nuclear rather than turbines in those applications, gas turbines, in those applications that needs both electricity and heat, for example, for production of ammonia or hydrogen even.
Yeah, I mean, tremendous innovation there. Marco, I'm leaving you the closing word. That inspiration has to come from you. Saudi has invested a lot in green hydrogen at the moment. We look at the work that Aqua is doing. But where does Saudi, you mentioned that actually you could be a big provider to Europe.
Yeah, we have the lowest cost in the world. More wind, more land, speed of action. It's an A-plus country, so it's already the lowest cost that you can produce in the world. So what we need to work together with Europe is to build a bridge and make it happen. To do that, we need to sign offtake contracts. What's holding that up? The first one is cost. People want it cheaper. I think that today Europe is going in a direction to really lower the cost of domestic production to the level at which we are already in Saudi Arabia. Our view is continue to do that for a portion because domestic is important for security, but allocate a portion to invest and provide soft loans in Saudi Arabia so that you can further decrease the cost. The second is remove the import tariff on green ammonia, 5.5% is 0.3 euro per kilogram of hydrogen. It's very important. So that's on the cost side. And of course, we're working on the technical side to optimize all that. And the second is on infrastructure. The import terminal, the cracker here should be part of a national infrastructure that goes ahead so that the timing can be the same. And the third one is to give certainty on demand. So RFMBO standards, ESAF allow the use of CO2, unavoidable CO2 from the petrochemical, the refining, the unavoidable processes, basically. And mobility could be another way to do it.
Well, I think we've come up with a few solutions there. Maybe not ones we'll be able to put in place tomorrow, but they're all working, which is so exciting. And they are actually happening right now. So we're looking at nuclear, we're looking at green hydrogen, we're looking at carbon credits, looking at still hydrocarbons. We got to keep them on, keep the lights on right now while we do all of this. And again, pulling that together in terms of planning and the whole, infrastructure that technology has to make another leap, and it can help solve all of this. So I want to thank each one of you. Thank you so much, Doris, Filippo, Mohammed, Stefano, Marco. I'm sorry we have to put this, close this one off here, but I want to thank you so much for all of your great ideas.
Thank you.
My dear panel.
Thank you.
And good luck with all of this. The great thing is when we look at the energy addition that is happening around the world at the moment, we can see from the great work that all of my dear colleagues are doing here that, there's a lot in the plans. There's an awful lot in the works. And we have to also look at energy addition in terms of what forms of energy. Yes, at the moment we're dependent still on hydrocarbons. I think from the data that's out there, and I know the IEA will have a report out this week also, I believe, that we're still looking into many decades in the future that we will still need hydrocarbons. But again, we have to be looking at the wider picture for nuclear. We have to be looking at where carbon credits come in. And we also then have to look at things like green hydrogen. So the investment is there. I think the political will is there. And people have started to make that happen. We're going to move on this conversation within the energy trilemma now onto critical minerals and supply chain. Because while all of this is happening, we actually need, a little bit more than all of the above that we just talked about. So we have to look at the critical minerals because they are very much going to be the backbone of this energy transition. I'd now like to call up, we have two great speakers here. The president of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ilan Golfan, is with us. Ilan, I believe, is with us here. Any minute here, we're going to see him. Great. And wonderful to see you, lovely. And the CEO and chairperson of Sigma Lithium, Anna Cabral, is here. So thank you both so much. And again, so much going on here. It's we had a great discussion there on what was happening with the energy trilemma, and it just goes on, and it spans. Ilan, with we left that last one talking about money because, and I want to start this one talking. You're the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, and when we look at the critical minerals in the world, I mean, we've huge reserves in LATAM, yet a lot of the value creation happens elsewhere. Let's look at it on the global scale. If we continue on the current path, where is the real risk for energy security and supply chain resilience? Because I think we're maybe not moving fast enough.
So thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to be here with Anna and you and everybody here. As you mentioned, Latin America is one of the places where we have most of the minerals of the world, 40%, depending on which one of them, but it's a major supplier. But there are risks. What are the risks? First, we have a huge technology boom. At the same time, we have a very fragmented world. The combination of the two makes it very complex and very challenging. Why? Because we need to be able to offer to the world a safe, larger supply of minerals. And if we are not able to do that, then all the technology boom and everything that we need to offer the world will not happen at the reasonable prices. And second, we need to offer the people in the regions, the suppliers, jobs, opportunities, value added, not only extraction and selling, but also create the jobs and create the opportunities. Because if you don't do that, then the disparity becomes larger. And then the narrative, but also the perception makes it more difficult to generate those safe supply chains.
And again, we're at a starting point in many ways. We've been doing this for several years, but we've lots to do. Anna, let's talk about the upstream, and the integration of the EU supply chain. It's clearly not functioning as well as it should be. So again, how do we scale? How do we really move this forward and come up with some solutions?
Yeah, it goes back to Ilan's point. You need what we call the holy triangle: large scale, low cost, but then traceable, sustainable. And large scale, low cost being key, because if you want to build a supply chain anywhere, not just in Europe, it has to be competitive, especially for the applications that would enable the digital revolution, which are, battery storage, and then the electrification of, transportation, because those are more consumer-like applications, which are sensitive from a price perspective and from a competitiveness perspective. So low cost is key, large scale is key, because you're going to need a lot of energy if all these AI computing power materializes. But more importantly, you need to deliver that with standards, basic standards of traceability. So these are the challenges. How do you actually marry the three into a sustainable supply chain? And sustainable means resilient, geographically diverse, and hence the need for Europe, as it builds the supply chains, to integrate into the rest of the world. Latin America being one of these places. There was a conversation today about Africa, and I think there's quite a lot to be done. It's quite an exciting moment from that perspective. I mean,
No, and you have to be. I do think, when we look at the demand that is there, and we look at this as a new business in many, many countries, I think it is a very exciting business opportunity and financial opportunity that then, gets us employment and gets us growth, and hopefully the whole cycle becomes a bit more complete. Ilan, we look at, the demand, I think without a doubt, all the figures are showing that it is on the increase. But, LATAM has been a great raw material supplier over the years. And clearly, you want to shift away from that. I think the same thing we're going to hear about African countries.
Yeah.
It is this, it's like the resource curse. And we have to move now because we've seen around the world countries that just have the resources, you know, just being the, and if even you look at the concept of what's happened in the energy sector, it was about the producers and the consumers. They never came together almost. You know, now we have to bring this a little bit more together. But how can LATAM actually build its processing, refining, and the higher value? What do you think needs to be done there to make this work and to build supply chains?
So I think you frame it really good. We have this course of resource. Minerals are not the only ones. We oil and others. But I think we have the right moment and the right opportunities to change that reality. I think that in one hand, the countries in the region do want to increase the value of what they're doing. They want to create more jobs. They don't like to basically export raw material and then go to Asia. It comes back 9, 10 times the value. And that means that you are exporting the value.
Yes, and we've learned from that, I think, in the oil and gas sector.
Exactly, exactly. But now we have a new reality, which is the geopolitical reality, where there is a demand from the consumers, or at least the consumer countries, to actually have the value added in the hemisphere here, in the hemisphere in the Americas or other places which are not Asia. And that combination will make, if you want, a new reality. Now, how do we get there, which was your question? Well, one, countries need to do their homework, which is the regulations, the enabling conditions, the infrastructure, bringing the technology, but that's not enough.
And has it started?
Yes, that's
carry on.
that's the beginning, not enough. It's easier to say, let's create value, than actually to do it. And the reason is that the prices are not conducive to add value. So what do we need? We need from the demand offtakes, long-term contracts, so that development banks like us can actually finance longer term. But not only us, but private sector. Second, enticing prices. We need to differentiate when the value added is done with certain standards, with certain ways of doing it, versus when it's not done like that. So it's not a commodity. Prices could be more enticing when it comes from Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa, for example. So that is a deal that I think we can manage together.
And also just staying in Latin America, I mean, for domestic demand, you have a huge continent to actually look at there, and then even expanding around the world, it's going to be even much bigger.
We have, it's a huge continent, huge supply, and I can tell you from her work, but not only lithium, but we have copper. Actually, copper is a place where I believe is the easier one to add more value at the beginning.
Because everybody needs it, really, and every industry needs it.
And I think,
give us a little tour of Latin America in terms of the hotspots for where the minerals are.
So let me tell you something. I mean, from what are we seeing? We never had such a large pipeline of projects of critical minerals. Never, ever. Both in the governments as well as the private sectors. We have the IDB, which is the Inter-American Development Bank. A development bank deals with governments, but we do have the IDB Invest that deals with the companies. And when we sum both of them, 70% of the huge demand of billions of dollars is the private sector demand.
Yes.
And that is a big, big change now.
And hopefully that's what will drive it, you know, further, and the investment will come. And I come back to traceability. You mentioned this, and you know, this is an ongoing problem in many other minerals, you know, that have been in use for many years. So you want to get it right at the beginning. But talk to us about the traceability. We look in Europe, it's a very conscious consumer market. So people are going to demand to know where all of these minerals are coming from. How are we going to solve that issue? Because it's been one I think that's been difficult over the years.
No, and it's quite straightforward. I mean, if you look at Volvo, which ironically is owned by Geely, it implemented blockchain all the way down, all the way up, because it was a brand that it did not want to tarnish. So it's doable. So sometimes when we hear that it's not doable, it's absolutely doable. The issue of traceability comes into play when we talk about pricing. Because if you have transparent pricing in an exchange, in a commodities exchange, technically you would have, you know, a more limited amount of material eligible for those contracts, and creating liquidity on those contracts, because there's a degree of, you know, filtering into what goes into contracts. And I think one more point that's connected to Elon's point on offtakes and financing, that's the opportunity, because as you're able to demonstrate that you deliver traceable material, you can actually secure a prepayment from your client for a period of time, which alleviates your financing. And that's, I think, the opportunity for LATAM. I mean, as we are in a region that historically has had, you know, a whole, you know, root in union movements, in labor movements, in organized labor. So it's a country that's kind of well structured in terms of safety and health. I mean, at Sigma, we have over 1,000 days without work accidents with lost time, which is pretty much the world record. And that's, again, I'm not doing anything special. I'm just following the law. So ultimately, that's an advantage.
Yes, because it will be attractive investors, it'll be attractive to the big banks. Ilan, we look at what's happening here in Europe. They want to diversify the critical mineral supply chain, and then they want to deliver sustainability. So there's quite a few boxes to be ticked on this. How can governments and investors really come together, you know, and make this happen? Because investment is needed, and even in the last panel we heard, it will be the private sector that will drive this. But the policy must also match.
Well, I think a lot to do. It's not just to say, let it happen. I think the governments in Europe have a role, an important role. I just mentioned fostering long-term contracts, which Anna mentioned, off-takes. Second, the demand club, which is enticing prices separate. And finally, engage with us, development banks, where we can actually provide resources, technical resources to generate the projects, generate the regulations. So for example, we had some work with the G7 recently on critical minerals, where they want to be, even here in Italy with the CDP. We're working on money together so that we can work together on some resources in general, but mostly for critical minerals. Yeah. So that's the way concrete that you can work that.
And I think it comes back to that holistic engagement. Again, we hear it in every panel, I think, today, whereby it's like all of these elements have to start working together. Yeah. Now, Anna, you talked about competitiveness earlier on and in terms of low cost, you know, but we look around Europe and there's not a whole lot of, you know, low cost resources to be found here. And even when you add value in terms of refining and you add value on the downstream, Europe doesn't waive low cost all the time. So how can we manage that dilemma? What can we do?
Integration. I think that's a key point that Asia has done quite well, because it goes back all the way to iron ore cycles. Asia has always been resource poor. So they've done a fabulous job in understanding where the competitive advantage stopped and where others began. And going back to LATAM, and in the case of most countries, LATAM mostly did not deindustrialize. So the reason why we have an industry, I mean, we deliver an oxide, right, which is a factory on top of a mine, and we take the material out by truck, which lowers infrastructure costs, because we don't need a railroad, none of that, right? It's just road trucking. Goes back to, where do you draw that line into you know, into that integration of the supply chain into your European supply chain? And that is a key lesson that could be simply learned from most Asian countries when they looked at iron ore. For example, steel, it would come out in what we call raw steel. But then you go into specialty steel, stainless steel, rolled steel, cold rolled, hot rolled, and that was a different specialty. So, and again, it's not simple because when you talk about industrialized in this, universe, there are about 7 boxes between the oxide, which is what we do, which is really difficult to do, and a battery. So there are 7 boxes where you can actually think about where do you structure your supply chains to your competitive advantage. And that goes to energy costs, labor costs, engineering capacity, human capital, which are not always available. Exactly. And that's the point. There are lots of countries here where you do have the human capital because engineering has never, quote, gone out of fashion. Industrial engineering has never gone out of fashion. Chemical engineering has never gone out of fashion. So you have the human capital to draw from. So there's a huge potential in Europe. Again, what has to be done is what we call the pragmatist approach. You're not going to get a one size fit all. You need to think about back integrating into some form of first degree industrialization in countries where you can deliver the product to the European standards.
And hoping that it will get to that, it always has to be to the standard here, because that's where you'll lose your sale if it's not there. Talk to me, but just briefly as we wrap this up. There's a lot of things that can be done, and there's a lot of things I think that need to be done with greater speed. And if I may ask you, just the quick, I suppose, call to action. In the shorter term, what do we need to start doing now to just make sure that we can progress this and really move it and add value and accelerate?
We got to begin. I think a lot of the discussions I see are sort of go in circles and we don't begin. I think, again, what can we learn from Asia? Pragmatism. We got to start somewhere. Let's begin. And I mean, I'm a builder, right? So when you build, you got to start building. And then you build and you go and then you add layers as you keep building. Yes. But if you never build, you never start. So I think that's part of the point is let's just get it done, right? Begin, build, and just start delivering because others are building. And that's the whole, I think that's the whole challenge because in parallel, you have a demand that just accelerates exponentially on AI, on electrification that needs to be catered to. And when we talk about demand, it's for all kinds of energy, nuclear, oil and gas. We're going to need all energy available to power this, exponential increase in demand required by, this massive increase in computing power required.
Because it's the big energy addition, I think, that we have to, and we have to manage a transition within all of that. So the complexity, I think, that's been added in the last few years, I think has made it even more complex. Ilan, again, with the work that you're doing at the Development Bank and many development banks around the world can actually help to smooth this and to accelerate it. What would you say needs to be, I suppose, the first steps? Because as Anna said, we need to get this started and give it maybe a bit more of a push.
So we like to think of ourselves like the bridge, a bridge between regions, bridge between governments and private sector. In this case, between Europe and Latin America, and a very important sector, which is the critical minerals. I think you are right. We need to be concrete. We need to be effective, and we need to start. And we are starting. As I mentioned, we have more than $4 or $5 billion of pipeline, both from governments, where they want to first see where the minerals are. Second, deliver infrastructure. Yes. Third, regulations. And we have the private sector that wants to build. And they want to build more and more and more. But the call for action is let's make it concrete. Let's go from the talk to the walk. Yeah. And we will help that happen.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, again, I think that's a very, very clear call out there. And it's great to see that work is being done, but it really needs to move on that. And it's at a great time. I think the possibility and again for investment and for return on investment, which people should be looking at. Anna Cabral, thank you so much from Sigma Lithium. Thank you for joining us. And Ilan Goldfaun from the Inter-American Development Bank. It's been a delight to have you here and to hear what's working and what can work, you know. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, Etienne. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Thank you for being with us. We're going to shift a little bit, but we heard there in both of those conversations, I think the absolute urgency getting this right. And yes, we will be back on the stage maybe next year talking about the energy trilemma and as it expands. But again, it's a work in progress and it's going to take some time before we get everything. But it's a very, very dynamic time in the industry. It's a very exciting time, and the possibilities for new ways of energy, critical minerals, traditional energy, nuclear, whatever it is we add. But it really is that very, very exciting time, I think, to help drive the economy forward. And I think it's very clear we have no choice but to do that. So it's about getting governments working together with the private sector and making sure that the policy structures are in place, and then making sure that investment comes to actually help to escalate this. We're now going to take a look at expos around the world. And when you think about expos, it's a very, very exciting time for countries. And we're looking ahead, of course, to Saudi Arabia and what will happen there. But looking at what are expos all about, you know, beyond the absolute events. And we've seen this around the world, looking at the impact that they will make and, of course, the legacy they will leave. So we have a great panel lined up for you now for this. And joining us to moderate this, and he will bring his panel on, is the Deputy Editor-in-Chief of And Kronos. So Giorgio Rutelli joins us. So please give Giorgio and his panel a big warm welcome and a big round of applause. It's the afternoon. Let's get him in here and see what they have to say. Giorgio and his dear panel, thank you so much. Lovely to see you all. Great to have you here.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, everyone. So we are today talking about expos, their impact, and also their future. We have a great panel of people who know quite well what we're going to talk about. And I would like to, give the floor right away to Dimitri Kerkenses, who is the Secretary General of the Bureau International des Expositions. So he's the one that decides what happens. No, I'm not joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. He's the one that runs the show, though. Also for the people who are on the stage today. And so I would like you to give us a little bit, an overview of your job, what the things that you are preparing also, and the things that also are needed for cities to embark on this journey towards the expo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for having this panel. I think it's important to be able to understand the impact and the legacy that these events leave behind. These are events that can cost in the billions, but they can have a very profound impact on the host city, on the host country, and perhaps even more importantly, these days they have a very profound impact on the global community. I know that today we wanted to focus very much on the legacy and what these events leave behind. I know that a lot of people think of World Expos as something that leaves behind tangible legacies, buildings. We see Paris, we see the Eiffel Tower, Grand Palais, Petit Palais, Trocadero. These have all been built throughout the years through expos. And today, I wouldn't say that that no longer rings true, and I believe that our future two expos have a very important tangible legacy that's going to be left behind. I know that Belgrade will have a state-of-the-art international trade fair ground after 2027, and I know that from His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the legacy and the global village that will be left behind after 2030 is something that is really vital for what this expo is being proposed for. But I also think we have to talk about the intangibles, and this is perhaps where expos are gaining even greater importance and greater power. We saw it in Osaka in 2025. We are in a world where, let's say, the geopolitical context is not ideal for countries coming together. Perhaps there are a lot of alliances that are being strained at the moment. And Expo 2025 gave the world an opportunity for dialogue. And I think the dialogue is something that perhaps the world is starting to lack in a bit too often. And this is one of the important things that these expos now leave behind. The intangible is the messages, the values, how communities, how the global community comes together in order to be able to work on something. This is a profound impact that is felt long beyond. I don't want to speak in the name of Mayor Sala, but I know that Milan had a very profound impact on the city, not just from the site itself, but what it offered the city and what it offered the global population to discover about this city. So I think that from the panelists you have here, you're going to hear a lot more interesting stories than from myself. But really, it is this legacy that is now proving to be the powerful element of an expo. And I don't think that any expo can be considered successful if it doesn't have a strong intangible legacy and if its legacy doesn't lead on to really feeding the expo of the future. Thank you.
So in our panel today, we have, the three cities that, one of them, Milan, with Mayor Giuseppe Sala, who has hosted the Expo in 2015. We have Dusan Borovchanin, who is the advisor for the Expo of 2027 in Belgrade. And we have Talal Al-Marri, who is the CEO of Expo 2030 in Riyadh. So I'm going to start chronologically with Mayor Sala. And I think Mayor Sala is, a unique figure. I don't know if there's anyone like him who has been running the preparation and the handling of a big expo and then has gone on to run the city where that expo has been held. So he has been mayor in Milan for the past 10 years. And so I think in seeing the impact, the legacy, and the effect of an expo on a city. Please, Mayor Sala.
Yes, thank you. Even from my side, thank you for the invitation. A big event, and mainly Expo, is a huge opportunity. So the question is not if it is or not an opportunity. The question is if we are in condition to manage in a proper way. But it is an opportunity, and we have closed very recently, some few months ago, the Winter Olympic Games, so 10 years after, 11 years after the Expo, so starting with the Expo and closing with the Winter Olympic Games, and we are promoting the idea to host the Summer Olympic Games in, I don't know when, but I mean, we are working with the Turin and Genoa. They had an opportunity if the city is in a momentum for which can accept the transformation. So when I became CEO of the Expo and then commissioner of the government, I saw an enormous opportunity in terms of international reputation, international visibility, and we work on that. We hosted 21 million visitors, which is nothing compared to 42 million visitors, which is your target, and joking about it, 21 million visitors, of which 7 from abroad, and the world discovered Milan. And the Milanese understood that they were having an opportunity. So the real effort, when you say legacy, of course, the area where you organize the Expo is crucial. Now we have there an hospital, a center of research, we are relocating university, but it's the spirit, it's the attitude, because thanks to the Expo, we doubled the number of tourists from 5 million to, in a stable way, 10 million. And then our university, some of our university host, let me say, 40% of the students in the first 2 years come from abroad and international investment. So again, question is to have a clear vision and to, let me say, to utilize Expo as a vehicle to transform the city. That is, for me, the secret. And in reality, Expo was a real turning point for my city.
Thank you. Dusan Borovchanin, tell us a little bit about the concept behind the Expo in 2027 in Belgrade. What are your objectives? What are your expectations as well? Because, it's the next one. And I don't know if a lot of our listeners and audience know what is going to happen in Belgrade next year.
Well, thank you. And I think this is actually a great opportunity to spread the word. And I would thank the organizers as well and congratulate this event. Well, for us, first, what I have to say, it's different because it's a specialized expo and it's rather smaller scale than what was Milan and what will be Riyadh in 2030. But even still, for Serbia and the city of Belgrade, I think it's the biggest event that we have the capacity to host. And for us, if we speak about, there are, of course, some differences in between the World and Specialized Expo, not substantial ones in terms of the impact that they could have towards the city and the region hosting, at least from my perspective. And what I would say is, from the moment we had this idea to bid, even up to date, it was always about really shedding and spreading the word about the region itself. So it was never only about the city of Belgrade, Serbia in itself, because we are a rather small country in the entire world. It was about the region because this region never hosted an expo. And truth be told, it was really, there was never an expo in Africa, never in Latin America. So there, I think, is an enormous potential for the rest of the world to get the region better. And for us, I think the region changed dramatically in the last 15 years in terms of the infrastructural development, economically. I think there was also, a great mind shift in people living in the region. I think it was the right time for the world to discover it, but also for the region to discover the world. So this was the main goal, to put this message forward. This is also a nice platform to spread the world. And the effects we can talk probably later on. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I think they could be spread out really in many different areas. Of course, we heard already that the tangible legacy is there. We have a huge infrastructural development in the city of Belgrade. It's basically a new city being built. But as Mr. Secretary General stated, I think the for every host is what leaves years or decades after the expo. And of course, there is the infrastructure, but I think there is a huge part for the intangible.
So, Mr. Almari, how does the Expo in 2030 fit with the Vision 2030 of Saudi Arabia? Because this is, the big plan that we've been hearing a lot about. And so this coincidence of dates, what does it mean for you and what will it mean for your country?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the FII for organizing this event with my colleagues. And to go back to your question, Expo 2030 Riyadh will mark and will coincide with the year 2030, marks the culmination of Vision 2030 launched by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister. Expo 2030 Riyadh will work both as a showcase for people to witness and to see the transformation achieved by this vision. Also, it will be an accelerator for the vision itself. I will tell you how. The showcase, we are planning to host 197 countries, 29 organizations, international organizations, and 42 million visits. The World Expo 2030 will be the moment where the world experiences firsthand the achievement that done and achieved by Vision 2030. If I go to the second part, which is the acceleration, the objective and the scope sectors that Expo works on coincide and exactly meet the Vision 2030. It will accelerate the tourism sectors, the technologies, which fit with the theme of Expo Foresight for Tomorrow, which has 5 sub-themes: culture, technology, people prosperity, technologies, and people wisdom. So every sub-themes will work to accelerate the Vision 2030 ideas and strategy.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go to a second round and talk a little bit about the governance and the partnership that are created during this expo and after the expo, because I think also to navigate this kind of
issue is quite difficult at the beginning for the cities, but then it can become maybe also a model for handling not only big events, but in general the projection of soft power by the cities. So let's go back to Dimitri and tell us a little bit about your experience in this combination of all the players and actors in organizing an expo.
Well, an Expo project is launched by the city and the host government, that's true, but we're not going to say that it's going to be carried out solely by that. It's, first of all, internally, it has to be a partnership, a public-private partnership that will come. There is going to be infrastructure that needs to be built. It is true that in the pre-expo period, people feel that the infrastructure is the heaviest part of an expo. And of course, depending on the host city, if they require motorways, trains, metro lines, or airport extensions, it can be heavy. But in order to be able to accomplish all of these projects, you really need a public-private partnership. And that means that, and we've been discussing it for a long time, the private sector has a very big role to play in being able to make these events come to life. But when the event itself starts taking form, that's the moment when the real partnership comes with the participating countries. In Milan, it was well over 130 countries that were present. In Belgrade, we're already at 140 countries wanting to participate. Osaka, we had 158. And this is really an opportunity for a global dialogue that we have to remember is not just the government coming with their pavilion, but it is the government together with their private sector. We always see a pavilion in an expo as a bit of an iceberg. What the public sees only 20%, 80% is all below the surface, and we can't see it, but it's the back of house work that is being done between the private sectors, between being able to introduce companies that may have not been able to link themselves together, suddenly have a platform to build this cooperation. And I think this is why I come back to my first point. An expo is all about dialogue and cooperation. And we need to be able to offer this public-private partnership in order to keep strengthening the outcomes of these events.
Mayor Sala, give us your experience and your take on this subject.
Yes, following what Dimitri was telling us, it is fundamental to work on the public-private partnership, both on, let me say, formal way and informal way. Formal way means that if you want to organize the expo in a proper way, you have to, first of all, make an agreement with the main Italian or international companies, to cover all the problems, all the issues. You must have a partner for telecommunication, because you have 250 people in a little space, and you have to work with data, and they want to make a lot of pictures and so on, so on. So first of all, that is fundamental, and then energy. Imagine energy. So the first move I made was to make an agreement with the companies. I was in a good condition because I used to be a manager in the private sector, so I was familiar with not only what they need, and I knew what I could ask, and also what I could give them. Then there is a little level of informal agreement. So if I make something for which I attract a lot of people from everywhere, you who are the real estate developer or a hotel owner, you have to work on that. You have to get the service. You have to, to be prepared. And you have to know that your task is not finished, will not finish when you close the expo, because at that time, you will see a new opportunity. So the last 10 years, the transformation of the last 10 years in Milan totally depended by this informal partnership, but it worked.
Thank you. So, Dusan Borovchanin, tell us on Belgrade, you were, hinting at also some of the transformation, some of the project that you're setting up. Yes,
It's true. I think there are several layers. One is what we already
heard about, and it's the public-private partnership in the development of the site. The other, I think, it's also on a, let's say, on a political bilateral level in between the participants and the host. And one of the uniqueness about the expo is the fact that every single day at the expo is a national day of one country celebrated, which provides a unique platform to establish, develop relations. It's a space for dialogue, but it's actually a space for improving whatever, trade relations, export, political relations, and it's incomparable to any other mega event. And in terms of the changes and how it affects the population, my personal goal from the very beginning, the moments when we were bidding and even after when we set up the organizational structure, was the hoping to see maybe, I don't know, 10 years after the expo finishes, is this mind switch in people's heads. Because I will remind you, when we were bidding, and it was the same as in the case with Riyadh, against a very fierce competition. And Serbia and Belgrade, we were the underdogs, if I may say, with Malaga, with Minas, Argentina and Thailand. Showing the population, the whole region, that they are capable of, doing big things, that, the region itself, and actually, it was done by local people, that they're worth enough as other developed economies, I think, was the ultimate goal, switching from this underdog mentality to a competitor. And I think it aligns as well, with probably with the vision.
Yeah, that's a great point. Also the psychological aspect of that, the message that it sends to the population, that they need to showcase their best qualities, and they've been chosen, and gives them a responsibility, I think, a common responsibility. So this is very interesting to also as a boost of confidence and of pride in the countries and people that organize.
It's unique. I think it's definitely unique.
Mr. Almari, give us a little bit your take on this governance and structure, and how you are working now to bring everybody together and work on the same direction towards 2030.
A project like Expo 2030 Riyadh, with the size and the complexity we have, it's very important to have a comprehensive, strong governance for clear accountability and quick decision making. So I'll give you an example of the governance we have. So Expo 2030 company has a board responsible for the operation and the whole 17 verticals we have under the company. Also, the company is the dedicated entity to develop, execute, and organize the Expo 2030. So the company report to a higher Expo committee and chaired by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, and the membership of 20 ministers, including sport, culture, economy, the Public Investment Funds Governor, and all the critical and the relevant ministries to have a quick decision makings and complete coverage for the responsibility and the execution of the project. Also, we have a partnership with the Riyadh Commission, the Royal Commission of Riyadh City, which is responsible for the city readiness. The city readiness will include the roads, the external road network, building a dedicated metro station, also the readiness of the city with the collaborations with all the ministries, like the tourism for the number of rooms, hotels, and all the preparations we need for that project. So, as I said, we have the company responsible for the event, the international participant, the communication, everything. Then the wider city, we have RCRC, which is the Royal Commission for Riyadh City, responsible for the city readiness. And then we have a higher Expo committee chaired by the highest and the biggest authority in the countries to have a full picture of the progress and the execution of the project. With this, you have a clear accountability and a quick decision making.
Thank you. So I'm going to say thank you to all our panelists, and let's give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will stick here, and we'll see you, everyone, in Belgrade in 2027 and in Riyadh in 2030. You're all invited. They don't know it, but you're all invited. So while they change the stage, so I'm going to introduce the next panel. It's going to be dedicated to quantum for resilience. It's a future flash, and it's going to be about quantum computing, which is, a technology that is now going mainstream. And as a journalist, we are talking about quantum computing in a very different way than we were just a couple of years ago. So quantum is now entering the fray for everybody, from industry to even consumers are now seeing some of the effects that quantum research is having on the people. So I would like to introduce Nicola De Masi, who is chairman and CEO of IonQ, who is going to give us his take on the quantum for resilience issue. So I think he's ready. Yes. Nicola, hi.
Hi, good to see you.
The stage is yours.
Wonderful. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to your Royal Highnesses. Thank you to your Excellencies. Thank you to our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Attias, and the Mayor of Rome. For the next exactly 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about quantum strategies for resilience. And because I'm assuming we're not all physicists in the audience, this is going to be at a high level rather than a technical level. IonQ is the world's largest quantum company and the world's oldest quantum company in history. We've been going about 30 years, and we're proud of the fact that we have led every technical milestone and every commercialization milestone in our industry. As a result of that, we're going to give you some thoughts on the quantum age and how it applies to sovereign nations represented here at the FII. Now, I'd like to think about the quantum age as the natural successor to the Industrial Revolution, the information age, and what we're seeing right now in GPUs, classical machine learning, otherwise known as AI. But what's exciting about the quantum age is that I believe it will leave humans in control, and it will create an incredible amount of new high-paying jobs. The quantum age will be powered by sovereign infrastructure, and this is something that IonQ has a lot of experience in and a lot of passion for. Now, I'm preaching to an audience that already knows that we live in volatile times in some ways, and threats from cybersecurity, for example, continue to increase. I am not a prophet of doom, but I will say that I expect that the quantum era will also see a continuation of cyber threats, jamming threats, and other challenges for not just workforce transition, but also for communications and data security. Fortunately, the quantum era also provides solutions to exactly these challenges. And so what we're going to talk about is not only portions of your nation and your infrastructure and economies, but also specifically how quantum computing, networking, sensing, and security provide for a more resilient nation with sovereign infrastructure across both enterprise, key ministries, critical infrastructure. So it's about how do we turn risks of today into advantages by using quantum technologies in the face of potential disruption. We've identified 6 core strategies for sovereign quantum advantage. It's about what you can see, things like navigation, positioning, and time, how we train the workflows and workforces of the future, how you maintain data security both at rest and in flight, how you make better decisions and optimize for those decisions, and of course, how we create new materials, new drugs, and back solve for the sorts of personalized medicine and personalized materials that you'll be able to with full fault-tolerant quantum computers. And then lastly, of course, the quantum era will have its own networking. Quantum data centers and quantum communication requires an entangled state from quantum computer to the next quantum computer. I'm going to take a few of these by turn as examples. So on the security front, we believe you absolutely need to stack quantum key distribution in your core data center at the base of the pyramid. That's new hardware and switches that is uncrackable, unhackable, not only in the quantum era, but it works today in the face of challenges from AI cyber threats like Mythos. You also need post-quantum cryptography software, and we have that in the middle of our pyramid. And of course, on the top, you want intelligent software in the cloud that stitches together the complete cybersecurity solution. When it comes to seeing, and every nation needs sovereign infrastructure to be able to see what's going on in your territory and, of course, beyond in the region. Quantum sensing is incredibly important for the future of positioning, navigation, and time. At INQ, we're working really hard on how we make GPS not only unjammable, but also 1,000 times more accurate. We're working on how we bring down the aperture from a meter to a centimeter. And this is important for things like self-driving cars and obviously many other defense and intelligence applications. Quantum, often people believe, refers to just computing, but in fact, quantum technologies in the sensing category, gravimeters, inertial sensors, GPS, have the highest technology readiness level. Everybody in the room uses GPS every day, and it's a key part of civilization as we know it. Making it better, more accurate, more robust is a key part of sovereign infrastructure and, of course, our mission at IonQ. As you think about building the foundations of the quantum era, a sovereign nation needs foundational quantum hardware, computing, and networking. It needs security, and of course, it needs things like quantum memory to maintain entangled states and maintain security with post-quantum cryptography wrapping around it all. Few examples of sovereign quantum advantages in action. Not only have we demonstrated in the last few months at IonQ the world's first portfolio optimization advantages on quantum computers, but we're almost 2 years into quantum advantage demonstrations in computational engineering with companies like Synopsys, in logistics and electric vehicle navigation with companies like Einride in Sweden, and in Switzerland, Quantum Basel already has both a computer and a network operating. Now, computational methods work incredibly well, not only for engineering, but also for drug discovery. Protein folding has been a superpower of ours for quite some time, and with AstraZeneca, we've already demonstrated our prowess with regards to portions of problems running faster on quantum computers than on any classical GPU supercomputer. Now, I'm a big believer in building ecosystems. I'd say that most of my career has been devoted to building ecosystems in one form or another, in one nation or another. And what I recognize is happening right now is that countries that invest in sovereign quantum hubs are getting benefits of economy of scale as well as early mover advantages. Local quantum infrastructure means you can develop human capital and develop research and IP. And as this industry evolves, we're going to follow the same tried and tested pathway from hardware to compilers and software to algorithms. And so when people ask me what their children should go into for jobs of the future, I always say it's going to be quantum algorithms. Quantum algorithms are going to be a very valuable, scarce pinch point with horizontal applicability in all nation states and the global economy because of how rare it is to have domain expertise, classical computing expertise, and some quantum expertise on there. And so the notion of sovereign quantum hubs, I believe the time for is now. It's not only about broad-based economic growth, and there's really no better resilience than through broad applications and economic growth. It's about developing workforces. It's about obviously having an understanding of the next big thing and where technology stacks and economies are going. And it's about creating critical infrastructure for your nation, which impacts everything from material science to pharmaceuticals to cybersecurity to defense intelligence and logistics, not to mention, of course, financial services. A hub and an ecosystem actually impacts every secretary, every ministry, every department. And you can see that not only can we help drive things like energy exploration, but we can drive things like refining and distribution monitoring, education, and of course, critical energy grid distribution problems as well. The beautiful thing about quantum technologies are they're quite broad-based. When we find an algorithm that works in, say, material science, it almost always applies also in healthcare and beyond. IonQ is the world's only one-stack, full-stack quantum company, and we do everything from computing to networking to security to infrastructure in about 30 offices, many countries, in every theater or domain, from submarines to satellites to drones to air, land, and sea. And we believe that the sovereign quantum advantage that is possible for every nation can be thought of through the lens of this one single example that I'm going to close on. Let's think about the energy industry. Let's think about what the oil and gas industry can do with a quantum platform and with quantum techniques. It's not only exploration and geophysics, and that's a mixture of quantum sensors, emitters, as well as, of course, topological data analysis with our quantum computers. There's computational chemistry and refining advantages. There's logistics and supply chain optimization. There's predictive maintenance that we've shown a number of times with companies like Caterpillar. And of course, there's broader impact with those same algorithms to things like financial services. So we expect to be able to bring to just this one sector a quantum platform that can see exploration uplifts, see drilling and recovery efficiencies, and of course see refining chemistry opportunities for fossil fuels, not only in the energy business, but of course in the fertilizer business, food production, and not to mention the logistics, reliability, distribution therein. So look, I promised to keep this to 10 minutes, and I'm going to finish here, which is IonQ is the only full-stack quantum platform that's built for resilience. Resilience is a theme that I believe is not just here today, but it's here to stay. I believe it's going to be with us for this century, not just this generation. But the good news is we're early, and every nation state that is here at this conference can take advantage of this and be first. So thank you so much for your time. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Niccolo, thank you so much. And again, resilience built into, almost as he said, everything he's ever done there, spending his career building ecosystems, but really arriving at this point when we look at quantum right now, really, and I think as he laid it out, having the right answers to so many of the big problems that are out there. Particularly, I think, when we look at, the ecosystems we need within energy sector, within exploration, within mining, all of this, the connectivity that we're now living with in our world. Quantum clearly is the answer. And I love the way he's telling us that, the jobs of the future will be very much in quantum. So I don't know, maybe we can retrain a little bit in quantum. But I love the way he talks about the fact that if we haven't already invested in quantum, we're probably a little bit behind. Countries that have invested in this infrastructure will, in the next couple of years, really see the big benefits that it can get from there. It's just so exciting, and I think its applications, as he said, in really bringing together the example he gave in the oil and gas industry, all of that, quite phenomenal. We're getting ready now to bring you a fabulous panel, and really this is a panel where we're looking and talking to many of the big sovereign wealth funds and looking at the people who have the financing, who have the ability, and hopefully who can work with all of you to build those great ideas. So let me call out our panel for the Europe's next build out, who will actually finance this. So here our dear panel is heading out. Okay, they're We're getting them. And our wonderful moderator, of course, for this session, the lovely Laura Noonan from Bloomberg. So a big welcome to all of you. We're really looking forward to hearing about this. Thank you, and thank you, Laura.
Thank you so much, Etna. Thank you to all of the audience for joining us, and of course to my great panelists, whose names I'm told will appear when they start speaking, so I'm not going to waste any time on that. Alexis, I'm going to start with you. It's been 2 years since the Draghi report, which we're all very excited about, but is Europe any closer to actually solving its financing challenges? And can you think of one area where we've actually not just talked about doing something, but actually done something?
Thank you, Laura. I think the situation is pretty simple. Has not changed significantly in the last 2 years. I think that the assessment remains the same. We have a massive investment gap, whether it's 800 billion per year, whether it's 1,200 billion per year, depending on. It was the 800 billion was the Draghi report, and 2 weeks ago he updated the numbers. The gap is huge, and we have a shortage both in financing, both in terms of debt and in terms of equity. Why in terms of debt? Simply because Europe relies massively on banking to finance its investments, and banks account for, let's say, 70% of the financing of projects in Europe, contrary to the US. And we have a very stringent regulations that prevent the banking industry from financing the projects. And at best, the assessment of the European Banking Federation is that the banking industry will be in a position to finance maybe 20% of this gap. In addition to that, we have a shortage in equity. And if you look at the numbers, the situation is very clear as well. Comparing Europe to the US, equity market is half the size in Europe compared to the US. And another number, you have only 10% of European households that hold equity compared to more than 60% in the US. Now, once you've said that, the good news is actually that we can rely on massive savings in Europe. Yeah. And there are two elements of that. The first one is that in Europe, we have a pretty significant saving surplus, and we massively export capital. Paradoxically, when we have this shortage of capital, we continue to export in between 200 to 300 billion per year of capital to the US. And in addition to that, we can rely also on foreign investors that are welcome in Europe, where I think that in addition to the traditional strength of the European economy, you also have good institutions, the rule of law, and that are very compelling reasons to invest in Europe. My last point, just to say that how do you attract these savings domestically and foreign investors is by having profitable projects, because it's projects that drives money, it's not money that drives projects. In order to do that, you need to have pro-growth policy and financial plumbing in order to allocate savings to these projects. And this is about the reform agenda in Europe.
Thank you so much. So we are going to come to the solutions in a second, but first we're just still looking at where we're at. And Geert, I'm going to bring you in here. To the extent that we do still have a big financing challenge, why does that matter in the real world? What does that look like in terms of what it means for industries, for banks, for countries?
Thank you, Laura. Happy to be here. The scale of the challenge is quite massive. I think you all know what the Draghi report that Alexis just mentioned was saying, 800 billion per year in financing need. Some new figures are even going up to 1.2 billion, a trillion per year, sorry. So who's going to finance this and where are we going to find it? The first sort of party you look at is governments. If you look at the European governments, the average indebtedness rate is about between 80 and 90. So they're going to have to make choices. The governments are still financing massively, I think, the needs in Europe. They're doing more than 25%. But they're going to be faced with the super capex cycle. They're going to be having to make choices between financing pensions, between where they're going to be accepting deficits, and what about the defense industry? The super capex cycle will be very, very important to support also by the governments. Second party that is delivering this, as Alexis was saying, is banks. Banks still deliver 70% of the financing in Europe. And it's already up. 10 years ago, it was still 80%, but it's going too slow. It's very slow. It doesn't accelerate enough. Banks, if you look at the simple statistics, the T1 capital ratio that we have to hold has been growing 3 times faster than the lending capability that we were allowed to give over the last 10 years.
So do you see many people coming to banks for loans who can't get them? Like, is there, because the data on this is mixed as to whether there's actually unmet lending demand.
I think banks will have to evolve. Banks will have to more and more intermediate. There's no way that we can continue to do like this if the regulation, if the prudential rules are going to be staying where they are, and if they continue with this regulation, that is unavoidable. There will have to be an evolution. That's something I think we were discussing also in the lobby. We need the industry, we need all of you to help us with that.
Okay, I'm going to come to you, Andrea, next, because you're one of the people who does provide financing in Europe. What is holding you back from providing more financing in Europe?
Well, in Europe, you're having a problem of cooperation. You're absolutely right. There is plenty of capital. I mean, Europe has much more capital than you think. It's much more capital than we need. The 800 billion can be done by the Europeans by themselves. It's just that it does not get where it's needed, which is industry. Building industry, these companies are mid-market, they're complex, they don't have the scale, they don't have an exit environment, which is the stock exchange you spoke about before. The regulator that has not made, the regulator, I'm talking about the governments, have not made a statement of policy of what we have to do. If we are here with our colleagues from Saudi Arabia, they're talking about vision. We're talking about regulation. I mean, we are, way before vision. So if you look at Europe in the 1940s, 50s, etc., there was a movement to build something. Now we are just rich. We need to go back to have that courage so that then you can have deals. And all that is not within infrastructure. People still talk about big infrastructure programs. It's in the middle market companies. They have the technology, but they need the scale.
So at this stage, how much do you invest in the EU versus rest of the world?
We invest about 60% in the EU, 40% in the US.
And is that because of returns, or is that a patriotic thing?
Returns in the States are faster. Europe are solid returns. Let me put it that way.
Okay. Israfil, I'm going to bring you in because you also invest, obviously, internationally. Where does Europe sit within your investment priorities? How attractive is it?
Let me first of all, maybe just going back to the Europe as whether Europe is attractive or not attractive destination. I think sometimes debate is overly pessimistic about Europe. We are managing approximately 5 billion US and 25% of our portfolio invested in Europe. And it's approximately, we're pretty much following the global diversification, of course. But from my point of view, talking about attractiveness of Europe, number one great asset from my point of view is trust. And this is not a hypothetical definition. And when I talk about the trust, I'm talking about trust in institutions, trust about the rule of law, predictability, etc. And for sovereign wealth funds, and I represent family of sovereign wealth funds which manage together about 14 trillion. For us as a patient long-term capital, those predictability, visibility is of paramount importance. And again, we going back to the fundamentals, 450 million population, 20% of all the GDP, over 20% of scientific research, over 2 million scientists, strengths in all the pharmaceuticals, name it. So from that perspective, I think we consider European market as an organic fit into our overall global diversification.
And do you think, we think about things like trust and policy, do you think about a single European market like the EU as a whole, or do you think Italy, Spain, Germany, France, Ireland even as separate markets that you evaluate?
That's a good question. Of course, each of these economies have their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, when it comes to Italy, our host, for example, Italy is our fourth largest destination. We have approximately, out of this 25%, we have approximately 3 billion euros invested in Italy. And I just wanted to just give you a flavor of it. We recently invested in Italo high-speed railway connection between Rome and Milan. We did renewables, 400 megawatt, powering 250,000 households. So what I'm trying to say, each of these, and that's a very good point, you cannot have a look at European Union as a homogeneous geography. Each of these markets has their own macro strengths, and then, of course, you also have a good quality companies in each jurisdictions. So we have a sort of a how do you say, a holistic approach to the market, but also very sort of a micro sort of even on a company level.
Okay, thank you so much. Mauro, you're also a man with a big checkbook. How does Europe fit into your investment strategy?
Not as big as Andrea. So
we can measure later.
we at Three Hills approach the market from a slightly different perspective, because back in 2008 we decided to bring a bit of a different investment style to mid-market companies, realizing that one of the issues that has been discussed all day today is a scale, no? How we can create scale in Europe, because really scale is the issue. And Europe is a market made mostly of mid-market companies. This is where the volumes is. And the reality is that for a lot of these entrepreneurs and family-owned businesses, their business is their life. And they struggle to relinquish control, to open up to institutional capital, which is the only tool to create scale. That's really what we are talking about here in Europe. So because there was a number of very smart investors already present doing private equity, in 2008, we decided to ask for a mandate to our investors to actually have the chance to give both debt and equity. So that's where we have created this, let's say, positioning of hybrid capital. And this allows you to sit down with entrepreneurs that want to scale an industry with a bit of a different pitch, because playing with debt and equity means that you can reduce dilution. And that's where sometimes the magic happens. So if you take, for example, a very strategic industry in Europe, digital transformation of the healthcare sector. Back in 2013, the market was very fragmented. We decided to back a very smart Italian entrepreneur, which was #1 in Italy, and we gave them capital to buy and build across Europe. We went from 70 million of revenues. This year, we will hit 1 billion of revenues over 13 years. So we multiplied the size of this company by 13. There are not many companies in Europe in software doing 1 billion revenues, but this is because we allowed him to not let control go. And with the double approach, giving financing, it really helps open up structures and situations that otherwise would be locked. And I think the goal of all of us in the coming years is to unlock these gems, because in Europe there are really entrepreneurs and managers which are very sophisticated in terms of product knowledge.
Okay, that's a great point. Now, we haven't got very long left, I'm afraid. So I'm going to come to all of you with a question on the strategic question, an individual one. So one of the points made earlier today was that in the Middle East, there's a much more long-term strategic perspective on these topics. Alexis, I'll come to you first. Should the strategic priorities for funding Europe be set top-down by the European Commission or by some kind of political body, or should it be people like you guys deciding what to invest in?
Actually, it requires to be both. I think that we are at a moment of time that for Europe existential, and it's important for the European Commission and member states to agree on a general strategy in favor of making Europe more independent, more sovereign, and reinvesting in the different key sectors. And for that reason, I think it's right for the European Commission to come up with some legislation that are horizontal legislation in order to make the business environment more conducive to growth. We need to develop a pro-growth policy that will enable then investors to step in. And this requires to tackle all the different segments at the same time. We need structural reforms, we need to work more, we need to invest more, hence the initiatives like Next Power, Repower EU, or Safe in the Defense sector. Innovate, We need also to tackle our energy challenge. We need also to simplify, hence the deregulation agenda and what has been done on CSRD or CS3D on other legislation. And we need also to develop sector strategies on sectors in which we need to invest in order to be more independent. And therefore, we have the raw material initiative, the chip tax, and so on and so forth. So it's a matter of creating first the environment, and second, it's also the responsibility of policymakers to put in place what I call the financial plumbing, the environment, but also to create the channels for the savings to be rightly allocated across different sectors. And once you have that, investors will come in.
Exactly.
Okay, so I'm going to bring Ishmael in briefly and then you, Andrea, because one of the other topics is sovereign wealth funds obviously have a lot of money, but is there a way to bring in big sovereign wealth funds but not give up your strategic autonomy? Or can Europe still be in the driving seat if it brings in big sovereign wealth money?
It's an interesting question, and let me maybe just give you a quick background. Apart from obviously running the Sovereign Wealth Fund, I'm also part of the International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Funds. And what unites us together, back in a few years ago, we came up with so-called Santiago principles. They are the playbook, effectively, of governance playbook for the sovereign wealth funds in terms of transparency, accountability, investment risk management framework, etc. So the reason why we came up with those principles at that stage, and now it's even more important, is to make our operations and activities in recipient countries more, so they can understand us better. Because obviously, I understand that in some of the jurisdiction there is a fear, as you said, that there is a sovereign wealth fund which will potentially come and take over the strategic asset and will try to manipulate things. And by the way, one of the principles, main principles of this Santiago principle, so-called, it's no political interference into the investment decision making. And this is of paramount importance. I talked about it yesterday. I strongly believe that the key is a sound governance when you have a checks and balances, transparency, accountability, so that any stakeholders, not only recipient country, can really fully understand your rationale, how you operate. And just to conclude, what distinguishes us from the, again, I'm not trying to obviously compare, from other types of investors, really we don't underwrite next year's GDP numbers. We're here for a very, very long time. I'm talking about 20 plus 30 years or so. So we're very patient capital. We are organic fit for the European countries. Why? Because we discussed about that. 800 billion investment gap annually, now it's gone up to 1.2 trillion. Infrastructure, renewables, you had about $660 billion gap, and only half of it been met. So obviously you need long-term and institutional capital to be part of the story.
And it can be friendly capital, okay.
Absolutely.
Got it. Andrea, sorry, you did want to come in on what Alexis was saying.
No, it's a question of attitude. When there was no money, Europe thought of building an Airbus. You build the engine, I build the tail, etc. Now, all of a sudden, when there is a beginning of having capital, people are closing up. So everybody in Europe wants sovereignty. How did you understand European sovereignty as the Italians make their own drones, the French make their own drones, etc.? They are not, the politicians are almost understanding what we need, but they don't completely do. So the deregulation, the scaling of companies, these are things that cost zero. You need just to have the attitude. There is no cost on the European Union. Capital will come in, very good capital from sovereign funds, very good capital from investors, very good capital from things. You just need to execute on a simplification and understanding what the problems are of industries. Our politicians still understand that the restaurant must exist, a chicken comes in from somewhere, and then a plate comes along. There is, industry knows how to do this.
Yeah.
We just need to be let free to execute on it.
So I'm going to go to Mauro and to Gert for a final question. Mauro, do you want to jump in with your own suggestion?
Yeah, no, I think there is a lot of also to bring to the table in terms of value creation in trying to cooperate between private players and public players. I'll give you a simple example about something we are studying at the moment.
Okay, if you can do it in less than 30 seconds.
I will do it in 20. You take the word of training and upskilling. In Italy, every year, 3 billion come from the government, 800 million from the European Union. 25% of this get wasted. Nobody uses it. It's 800 million for digital transformation, AI, English knowledge, everything. So is to go and create also groups that can bridge the gap between the public and the private.
Excellent, that was. Gert, final word to you. If there were one piece of red tape that you could get rid of in Europe, what would it be? Just the one.
Oh, then I can go on for hours. No, I think very quickly, my view on it is if Europe wants to control its own destiny, it has to have control of its own financing world. So if I have to get rid of red tape, I can mention to you the capital union, savings and capital union, securitization, critical elements if you really want to unlock trillions of saved money that is really locked everywhere and where I think Europe can be creating. Last point I would mention, the need of a pension reform.
Yeah.
If you have a real pension reform, again, you will unlock incredible amount of financing that can be directed towards
and zero cost.
Thank you so much.
Zero.
We are exactly on time, guys, just on the minute, so we're going to close it there. Thank you very much to the audience for your attention. Thank you so much to all my panelists.
And let me thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Great panel. You have all the answers. You have all the money. So we're going to be keeping an eye on what you're doing there. But very interesting when we look at really unlocking the next big build out in Europe, really. Europe having its own control over its own finances, the likes of pension reform, making sure that all of these areas can be put in. And again, I think we hear it time and time again, we really need to see better reform in terms of public-private partnerships and probably a new view of what the public-private partnership used to look like. What was its role? What was its added value? And indeed, what is its relevancy now? Without a doubt, I think it's something that everybody is looking towards. The private sector really looking ahead. And I think most people are in agreement that the private sector will actually fuel the new economy, fuel our future economy. But again, we need the policies in place. We need the governments to be looking out, I think, very much to the benefit of the private sector and making sure that it's easy for them to work. Ultimately, it's about putting jobs back into every community. It's about getting people to work. It's about keeping a society happy. And ultimately, it's about creating more and more value, without a doubt. If we can't do that in every country of the world, then I think we've made one fundamental mistake. But many countries of the world are moving at a faster pace than the other. And we're beginning to see the emergence of unicorns around the world. We're familiar with that one at the moment. But I think we want to move it to now decacorns. What's a unicorn? When you can have a decacorn. Anyway, that's what this great panel is going to explore. So we're looking forward to having this great panel here. And our moderator is Tom Nugent from Sifted. But we have three great members on this panel. Let me welcome them out here. And I'm sure they're on their way. We have the founder and CEO of Doyam. We have also Sanibel Investment. And we have the Minister of Enterprise and Made in Italy. But Tom is going to introduce all his dear panel to you. And we're really looking forward to seeing how we can turn from unicorns to decacorns. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you so much. Everyone hear me okay? All perfect? Amazing. So welcome everybody to what is the final session on this stage for the day. We're going to be talking about the global scale-up race from unicorn to decacorn. What does that mean? I will tell you. I've been covering startups, tech and VC for 4.5, 5 years now for Sifted. We're a London-based publication covering European tech. And when I joined, Europe felt a lot less relevant. Now it doesn't. And that's because there's a race on globally for strategically important technologies from AI, quantum, across defense, and that sort of thing. And everyone is scrambling to fund what they hope will be the next domestic champion for their country and for the region in Europe too. So we're going to be discussing what it takes to turn these regional champions into globally competitive companies from Europe. And to do that, I have a stellar lineup of panelists. On the far end, I have Adolfo Urso. It's Italy's Minister of Enterprise and Made in Italy since October 2022. So he had about a month to settle into his role before ChatGPT kicked off the incessant AI race. I have Julian Sharka, the CEO and founder of Domin, an Italian startup which develops AI models and agents for enterprise, as well as its own AI infrastructure for its own and customers' compute needs. And I have Hani and I, the CIO of Sanable Investments, a Gulf investor which deploys capital across venture, PE, and growth companies. Now, Minister, I'm conscious of your time. You have to leave in about 6 minutes, so I'm going to come to you first. What should governments really be doing that they're maybe not doing to help turn domestic champions into globally competitive businesses?
First of all, they should host events like this. This is the first thing. They have to shed the light on the world, on the potential of investment for Italy. The second thing, as Italian government that participates to the House of the European Union, they should create a single market that is competitive and comparable to that of the United States, of China, and realizing the 28th regime, which would allow the fact that startups in 48 hours can be registered at European level, and they can have a scale up and grow to realize a common digital market in Europe. We can create a context that is comparable to that of other continents. And everyone in their country and this European perimeter must increase their competitiveness. And Julian is here, and he can demonstrate how we could create conditions in which a citizen from Albania, and today Italian, can realize a startup that in a small period of time becomes an example, a model in Europe. We have improved and fostered the investments of the pension funds in the startup systems of Italy. We have created, with regard to artificial intelligence, a public institution, a public foundation in Turin that is coordinating with big player an application by an Italian consortium in the European tender to create a gigafactory on artificial intelligence in our country. We have already realized an AI factory in Bologna, which is a model example, and at the same time we have implemented the supercomputers in Bologna, in Genoa, in Pavia, the one of Eni, the 3 supercomputers and calculators that are among the first 10 calculators all over the world, and we provide that calculation power that can be fostered in the future and then can expand in the future. I heard the CEO of a company of the United States that I met in Washington 3 years ago. And thanks to our offices, we have an office at the ministry that follows specifically each foreign investment in our country. And in just 3 months, he could present its project at the American embassy, and the Italian investment is equal to 1 billion to create the platform for the development of quantum mechanics. I'm referring to the IonQ that represent the future, the artificial intelligence, supercalculators, quantum mechanics, and data centers. Data centers are obviously the goal to fuel everything. And I can say that only in the last week, in the last 10 days, we have certified during the Council of Ministers 3 investments in data centers for a value of 10 billion euros in just 10 days. So the problem is to schedule all this. The state must schedule a development that must be homogeneous in the because in turn it needs the sufficient energy. How? In the first part, we can do it also because Italy has an electricity network that is very strong in Europe, but at the same time, it must grow. And that's why we have scheduled the return of from the countries that produce nuclear energy.
It's 4:15. I'm not sure. I think you have to head off in a second. So thank you for your time, Minister. I do want to come to Julian because what you're building is incredibly ambitious. You spent time at Apple during the 2010s, and I want to ask you. I've seen you talk about the sort of innovation culture there, and you wanting to bring that sort of culture into a startup that you're building in Europe. What are the challenges that you're trying to overcome, and why build here in Europe?
Thank you for having me. So the challenges are, of course, those that His Excellency just mentioned. So we definitely need a richer ecosystem. We need to understand not just the gaps, but also what are the competitive advantages that our ecosystem already enables. For example, it's true that it's very challenging to build gigawatt data centers and supercomputers, but at the same time, you don't need those. There is also a market for smaller ones and what we call decentralized AI. So one of the things that we have been doing is looking at these challenges not just as a gap, but as an opportunity, as a white space to retrofit some ideas that would then result in business value. We started with our flagship project known as Colosseum, which is one of the largest AI clusters of GPUs for training large language models that are at the frontier, that compete with some of the biggest names in the market. So I think the first move that we have been making is not accept this idea that we must just use very, very large models and invest trillions of dollars, but that could be a different way to build these systems more sustainable, which is designed for domain-specific applications. For example, we're focusing on regulated industries at Domain, in industries like finance, government, defense, industry. Heavy industry is a big application, both in Italy and other European markets. So by building this new type of European AI, our idea is not to challenge, other ecosystems, but to contribute and to complement. And for this, we have had a strong expansion, not just in Europe, but our vertically integrated approach, which includes compute at the bottom, but then large language models that we train from scratch and agents that are designed for specific industries, is also succeeding in the US. Some of our biggest customers are actually in the US. And this, I think, demonstrates something very important, which is we should not look at AI as a system to isolate markets where everyone owns their own piece because they have to control it. But we should look at it as a composable system where you can use things that other people have built, but you can build your own and you can actually add to the global AI strategy instead of challenge it and have this race where someone has to win and someone else has to lose. We can actually have a competitive scenario, but at the same time we can have everyone win. So this is how we're looking at this.
So you to do this and to pull this off, am I right? You want to raise 10 billion in the next 3 years? How are you going to do that?
So of course, we have two components of investment here. On one side, we're building supercomputers. That is a traditional project financing, which requires debt and equity. We have been successful to attract several global investors into the project, given its unique features, which are not, let's copy paste, what other players are doing in the US, for example, but let's build a model that first is integrated in the own ecosystem. So if you think of use cases like national security and finance, government, it's quite obvious that this is not a matter of isolation, it's a matter of strategic autonomy. So it makes sense for customers where sovereign AI is more important than just technology to actually build those supercomputers. So the business idea and opportunity is quite easy to sell. So we're seeing a lot of traction there. When it comes to the software, of course, it's a lot about building competitive products, which nowadays are foundational models and agents. And we have taken a completely opposite approach to the token business model. We don't like this idea that everyone should centralize their IP in the hands of a few providers. So we think you should use centralized AI when you buy intelligence from the outside. But when you build intelligence from the inside, when you're using your own intellectual property, which is going to be probably the only competitive advantage in addition to human capital you're going to have in the future, well, you need to own that. And that requires an opposite business model to the OpenAIs and Anthropics of the world. So by actually putting that business model in place, we were able to differentiate ourselves and attract, I would say, substantial capital to build a company that aims to be a 1 trillion big tech company from Europe with global ambitions.
So I want to bring Hani into the conversation to get the investors' perspective on this. We've seen, not to this level, but we have seen back in sort of 2022, big rounds raised by a lot of the fintechs. That was the sort of hype market for a lot of investors at the time. Checkout.com, $1 billion round. Quanto as well, WeFox and InsurTech raised hundreds of millions. When you're looking at the amount of money going into the market at the moment and what is needed in Europe for companies like Domin to scale and to be globally successful, like what's going through your mind? Like what are you thinking?
This is a super interesting problem because like 2 points. Like when you look at the challenges, for example, that are facing Europe, I mean, you realize it's not unique to Europe. You can have almost the same conversation in every geography outside Silicon Valley, whether it's the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and other regions. Like how can we be like Silicon Valley, right? But the problem is no one wants to do what Silicon Valley is doing. So they want the outcome, but they don't want the ingredients. And that's okay. So if you can't be Silicon Valley, then you have to play on your own strength, right? And Europe has tons of strengths, like in healthcare, energy, industries as well. But back to the growth capital, Europe does not have a startup problem. Europe has super talented founders, amazing startups. The problem that they might have is, like scaling up, right? Or the lack of growth capital, not even growth capital only, it's like the lack of a growth ecosystem, which is access to deep pockets and access to massive markets, and also an access to a unified framework or regulatory framework. Like it's easier to scale up from Los Angeles to Dallas than from London to Berlin, for example, right? But we all know this. So what can we do now? I mean, or what can Europe do? And actually, it's a question because I don't have an answer. It's very easy to diagnose the problem. It's very easy to be a pathologist, but actually to fix it, it's an open question. Because when it looks to AI, for example, we are very proud investors also in Mistral and Aura. Like we're very happy investor there. But then when you look at the amount of money that they're raising or Mistral is raising, it's at least an order of magnitude, if not 2 orders of magnitude compared to the US counterparts, right? And without existing like exit markets and deep pockets, you will always be limited in terms of your outreach.
Well, things like, we obviously had there was a big story in our world, the €5 billion EU scale-up fund. EQT obviously won the mandate to run that. Like, again, I think there's one narrative that's a really good thing for the European ecosystem. But if we were to put all of that fund just into your company, you'd still need double that in the next 3 years. Like, I guess I want to get your perspective on it in a sec, Julian, but Hani, like what are the things like that work or move the needle, or what are the alternatives we might need instead?
I think it will move the needle to an extent, right? Because if you look what's happening, my understanding, if you look at most of the VC funds in Europe, they can trace their major LP base to like 3 firms or like 3 government entities. Actually, it might be less than 3, right? But it's not because of the lack of capital. The capital exists, but it's because of the lack of capital flowing to venture capital. I mean, the culture of caution and heavy regulation is, I think, making money pensions and insurers staying with the sideline of the venture industry.
Julian.
So I think, Minister Urso mentioned some key public assets that have been game-changing, I think. At least for us, we have been using public European supercomputers to train, for example, our small language models, which are now competitive at the global scale, especially with the recent release we did like 1 month ago. That was trained with publicly available infrastructure. How unique is that if you compare it with other ecosystems where we would have needed, hundreds of millions of compute costs in order to achieve the same result. So you have that, you have upscaled infrastructure with the European Gigafactory. So now, of course, you need the best talent. And for the best talent, you need companies that are at the frontier, but at the same time that are supported by the ecosystem. So the way I see it, the European Scale-Up Fund is not as, I would say, private equity or public equity that will transform the European market, but it is enough to trigger, I think, international investors' interest and to accelerate certain rounds, especially in certain stages. I think we've done a good job in Europe to address Series Bs, which were a problem like 1 or 2 years ago because of sovereign VCs coming up with 500 to 1 billion funds. Italy has one, UK, and so on and so forth. I think they still need to do, a better job because this is a fast-evolving market, and they need to adapt their rules and to understand, which companies need to be pushed more to build the ecosystem, because this is a strategic play. This is not just a pure numbers play. So upscaling that challenge at the European level, where you have Europe come in the cap table and somehow create comfort for international investors, I see that as a fundamental enabling factor. And I think as we raise 10 billion in the next, I would say, few quarters, I hope, not 3 years, I think the European Scale-Up Fund can play a key role in accelerating that.
So obviously you were chatting to one week about the Anthropic news and the sort of government-ordered suspension of Mythos and Fable, and obviously Anthropic taking the decision to suspend all access to those 2 models. And I think you made a really good point that the narrative up until now is that you need to raise a $65 billion round to actually compete in this game. But actually, maybe the narrative needs to change a little bit. Can you go into that? Because I think it's a really important point to make when we're talking about companies like yours scaling from Europe to compete globally. Like, we have to get the narrative right of what that actually looks like and what we actually need realistically for that to be the case.
Yeah, and this is very simple. It's not rocket science, because if you look at the economics of AI, I think you have 2 areas of investment. One is building it, and the other one is distributing it or consuming it. So when you build it, even at the frontier, if you look at some of the largest clusters that have been used to train models like the one you've mentioned or ours, it's a $500 or $1 billion investment in CapEx. That is the amount of GPUs you need to iterate fast enough to train these models at a similar scale. So that's not a lot of money if you think in terms of Europe or Italy or whatever country, right? And then you have, of course, adoption and distribution. Of course, if you're providing it almost for free to 1 billion users, that's going to cost a lot of money. So this is where the trillions come into play. I think that's still exaggerated considering what we're seeing nowadays, and you're going to see most of these announced investments adapt, I think, pretty quickly because models are more optimized, so inference is getting cheaper. But at the same time, I think the agentic revolution has just begun. Now we are in a productivity phase where we're trying to make agents useful, but the moment we will make agents more efficient, we're actually going to lower the cost per token even farther. And then we're going to see probably the emergence of managed compute, because most of the governments and enterprises adopting AI in production today, they're already seeing it is not profitable with the token business model. So I think, if you make that just simple statement that producing AI is cheap compared to these big numbers, then you make it more accessible for every country to own it. And then as for the consumption, if you distribute it, if you have this concept of managed compute where the big governments or enterprises, the middle powers, they can actually have their own compute to consume it, then you don't need a company like Domin to invest trillions to become a 1 trillion company, because I think this is an IP play. It should not be a commodity play where you're selling energy in the form of AI.
I'm conscious we have to end the session really shortly. I do want to spend 1 or 2 minutes very quickly, though, talking about exit markets, the public markets in particular. If you look at the list of European companies that are either planning or have gone public, Klarna chooses the US, Aura, I think, is planning in the US, Bending Spoons, Revolut as well is highly rumored to be picking a US listing. How do we change that, Annie? How do we get more companies wanting to, how do we make it more attractive for companies to list in Europe?
I would say it goes back to the exit frameworks and also the risk appetite, right? Like, I don't have a concrete answer, like what you can fix exactly, because, you've been hearing about this problem like for the last 20 years, right? When it comes to the capital market, you don't have here like a single country, single culture, a population of 300 million people that speaks one language with a unified regulatory framework, with an integrated capital market, right? You see the opposite happening in Europe, in which within a country there's like these fights between city-state-like, battles, right? Which is quite the opposite direction of where we want all Europe to go. So there is no clear answer like what can be done, but it's essential, because a growth ecosystem or like a Silicon Valley or a startup ecosystem is only as good as its exit system. If you don't have this exit system, nothing will work, eventually, because it trickles down. We saw the news of SpaceX last week, historic IPO, and this exit is what allowed them to even go and try to solve even bigger problems and go and acquire Cursor for $60 billion, because they have the deep valuation that can support that. Without that, you can always create like good companies, but not great global champions.
What do you want to see for when the time comes, if it does eventually for you? Like, what would make you choose Europe to list?
It should start with, eliminating this idea of wishful thinking. We don't have a market currently in Europe where we can be competitive with, European IPOs. So I think as a minimum, if we want to be realistic, we need to start with dual listings, which is what I would do if we were to IPO tomorrow. And then I would look at the problem in a different way, because this is not Europe versus the US. This is about Europe understanding its own problems, which, to my opinion right now, and you mentioned the SpaceX example, which is a perfect example. If SpaceX was not able to IPO with their mastodontic valuation without having to embed an AI company within, how can any European company that is not an AI company, and we cannot have only AI companies, thanks God we have, excellent companies in all other industries, how can they, realize that level of value? So for us to be comparable with other IPO markets, it's not about the IPO markets and about governments unifying the capital markets, but it's about how do we drive our champions in every industry to become AI companies so that they can compete in a market where AI has become central. So we need car makers to 50x their valuation by becoming AI car makers, not car makers that use AI. And so on and so forth with pharma companies, governments, machines, and so on and so forth. So there is a huge opportunity to bring back, public market capital in Europe by just taking the first 100 tickers and helping them to become AI companies. And this is a personal mission I have with my team. So get those 100 companies to become AI companies, and then you will see how the capital markets will come together naturally, because money goes where growth is. Mm-hmm. And if we create that level of growth with a market that is absolutely undervalued, and we need partners in the Middle East to help with that, because they have the courage to unlock capital for having that, that trigger that's necessary for then the domino effect to take place. So I'm very happy that some of these deals happened here at FII, and they continue to happen, because I think this is what we need. We need bold decisions to unlock this idea that If we want comparable IPO markets, we need comparable companies. If we want comparable companies, we need to have to accept the idea that every company needs to become an AI company, no matter what industry they are.
Amazing. Uli and Hani, thank you so much for this. It's been a pleasure. Round of applause for them, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Right.
Tom, thank you so much. And so from unicorns to decacorns, right? I've got it right. But I mean, yeah. It's no bother to you, no bother to you at all. But again, these are the wonderful type of stories that we bring you here at FII. Way to close it off here. And this is our last session of the day. We've had so much today to bring you. We were looking at the financing for Europe. We looked at quantum. We looked at expos. We looked at the energy trilemma. We had so much: tariffs, trade, infrastructure. We really brought you right through the whole gamut of economics and financing and all of that. The power, autonomy, and survival on AI, the capital markets, global tourism. I tell you, we got it all in there for you. And how great it was this morning to have that welcome address from the mayor of Rome as well. And our board of change makers, really looking at how we're going to finance economic partnerships and what we're going to do. Please be back here tomorrow in this room before 9, let's say before 9. I'd love to have you all seated here at about 10 minutes to 9. And come a little early. We'll be open from 8 o'clock. So please come for a little networking. Come and join us for coffee in the morning. And the new CEO of the FII Institute will do the opening address tomorrow. It'll be so wonderful to see her. Her Royal Highness, Dr. Maha bint Mishari Al Saud. She will be here at 9 o'clock. So make sure to come early and be sure and come up near the front. It's always good to have you with us. Then we have a big session after that with the digital euro tokenization, future of European finance. We're going to look at sovereign AI, investment security, geoeconomics, aviation, infrastructure, and tomorrow we're even going to fit in some culture, some fashion, and some sport. So what more do you need? Big day tomorrow, and day one has just flown by. So lovely to have all of you staying here with me. And good luck for tomorrow. And to our dear audience watching online, we'll be back here 9 o'clock European time, and we'll get started for another fabulous day with FII Priority coming to you from Europe.
You're the excellent MC.